This 2-year-old boy has just learned to walk, but is deep in thought like an old man. He thinks about having to compete for the position of clan leader against his talented martial artist brothers in the future. No matter how hard he trains, he still feels like a useless person. That's why he has to rack his brain to find a way to live a comfortable life where he can get food without working. He just needs to escape from this family. Ha ha! I really am a genius. While self-satisfied, I suddenly smell something foul around here. It turns out he has soiled himself. I thought he was something special. Next, he starts to cry and throw a tantrum. The reason this boy is so strange is that he still remembers his past life. Deso is the young master of the strongest martial arts clan, the Namkong family, but he has no talent whatsoever. He was kicked out of the clan like trash. After inviting an old man for drinks, Chung felt like he had known him forever. After sharing drinks, the old man begins to babble about how he can return to the past. Of course, he doesn't believe it. That night, while wandering, he encounters a thief. Truly unlucky. He was killed by him with a single strike. While Deso was still preparing to meet the elders, suddenly a piece of paper in his possession began to glow strangely. It was the old man who had secretly placed it on him before. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the form of a newborn baby. The scene felt somewhat familiar. Clearly, this was himself as a child. Could it really be because of that old drunkard's paper? Time passed, and Deso was now 3 years old. This kid often walks in the main hall where valuable items are displayed. His face begins to show a greedy smile. I wonder how much they are worth. To execute his plan to escape the clan, he must continuously hoard wealth, build a 4-sided cottage, marry 2 or 3 beauty queens or runners-up. Why struggle as a martial artist? 2 years passed, and Deso was still secretly stealing his father's prized vase to sell. The 8 servant girls thought he was mischievous and tried to stop him, but then he told them to go help him with the task. He even told her not to worry. My father, the strongest martial artist, is only obsessed with martial arts. He won't pay attention to such trivial matters. He didn't know that all his actions had been discovered by his father. Soon, Deso turned 80 years old. He was quite proud of having cleaned out his father's treasure. The Blood Dragon guards were also present to escort him to his family home. This time he was here for the clan to evaluate his potential. Deso thought to himself that he had to give them a painful surprise. If he just showed no talent, he wouldn't be forced to train in martial arts anymore. Then suddenly he spotted his father here, the world's #1 martial god. He thought his father had discovered his theft of the 8 family treasures. His body trembled uncontrollably. Fortunately, he left right after Deso greeted him. My 3 genius brothers are here too. This guy is acting all cute again. I'm not trying to compete. You guys can just punch and kick and stay away from me. After the party is this aptitude test of the Namkong family for you. The test will consist of 3 parts. The first is lifting steel weights. Deso directly approaches the 5-kilogram weight and lifts it up. You should know that the eldest young master could lift 250 kilos. 2 of the younger ones can lift 200 kilos, while 3 can lift 150 kilos. But even with the 50-kilo weight, he can't lift it at all. Truly useless. Everyone is immediately disappointed. Most of them have left. This is exactly Deso's plan. He must appear as incompetent as possible so that he can enjoy a life of luxury. The second test is about agility. Deso will have to walk on numerous wooden poles. But just a few steps in, this guy falls flat on his face. The elders of the family must be shocked. How can he be so useless? I can't watch this anymore. Finally, the most important test comes. At this moment, only the older brothers and the attendants remain. He must show his incompetence as much as possible to avoid conflicts. He doesn't know that his father is also watching him from afar. The old man begins to transmit a stream of energy to him so he can stabilize it in his dantian. The method of energy circulation from his previous life he practiced for 25 years. Of course, this is too easy. But if he disrupts his body in front of everyone, he might not be able to practice martial arts for a few years. Haha, what a clever plan! Suddenly, a terrible pain hits. Even if it means being bedridden for a few years, he must take the risk. His whole body hurts as he collapses with this injury. Even if he recovers, he won't be able to become a higher-level warrior anymore. Then I will gradually recover and show them that I have no interest in martial arts. Suddenly, the family head has appeared here to take Deso for treatment. This makes the older brothers worry as well. Could it be that the father really likes the boy, but with his performance just now, all 3 abandon that thought? No matter how hard the boy tries, he cannot compete for the position of family head among them. The elder healer is also called over. He thinks carefully. The nursery where Deso was has been under siege for 5 years. They thought young Master Deso would not survive, but now he appears here healthy. Moreover, he has received the attention of the family head. Perhaps it is because of the late matriarch, the one the family head loved most, that he cannot abandon his own child. When Deso wakes up, he feels no pain at all in his body. On the contrary, he feels full of energy. Clearly, your plan has failed. I should have woken up in a condition that requires special care for many years. And they said I would have to give up martial arts. Peanut, I need to come up with a new plan. Father's face suddenly became frightening. You have fun, but as my son, it's unacceptable that your blood is still in chaos. Deso also thought carefully. In my past life, I never spoke to my father like this. I don't even remember if he considered me his son. It's completely opposite to the current situation. What is the root cause? Deso felt a powerful aura within his body at that moment. The divine doctor also told him that his body is inherently full of chaotic energy. No matter how hard he practices, he will never reach the third rank. When he tries to regulate his energy, if he makes a slight mistake, he could lose his life. Deso's face was now blank. Just a moment ago, he nearly passed out. Oh, he even mentioned it. Father and son both have a heavenly martial talent. Indeed, it's miraculous. It's like there can't be two sons coexisting. It's considered the strongest technique containing the martial arts of heaven. But the divine doctor also told them that Deso cannot fully cultivate energy. Once he exerts his energy, it will shatter. At that point, he wouldn't be able to save him. Hearing this guy appeared very despondent on the outside, but secretly laughed inside. Afterwards, his father gave him a mediocre martial arts manual. Basic swordsmanship skills are sold everywhere in the market. Practicing swordsmanship does not require internal energy. Perhaps he has lost all hope in me now. Everything is gradually going according to plan. Deso returned to kindergarten and had a hearty meal. Before going to bed, he even took out the sword manual to read a bit to help him sleep better. Who would have thought it was full of meaningless phrases? The swordsmanship of the three realms sounds illusory. Canada is too much. But since he wasn't sleepy yet, Deso took out the sword and practiced a few moves. His father and the divine doctor were eating and drinking on the roof, panicking. This boy is dancing in the fan like that. I forgot he's sword dancing. Deso didn't know when he had been practicing sword dancing all night long. That is the state of selflessness. A state that when reached at its peak according to fate, some people will find the answers they are seeking, and others will find a new path for themselves. Only his father knows that his son is beginning to embrace martial arts. What he had to toil and struggle for in his past life was merely that of a third-rate fighter. But now it is completely opposite. The feeling of comfortably wielding the sword brings unusual joy. The divine healer Eli Han also came the next day to check on his wounds. A normal person takes 4 months to recover, but this guy completely recovered after just 1 week. Could it be because of the fan dance the other day? After that, Deso went to the 6th training hall, which belonged to the senior brothers. With the number of days respectively exceeding training by 30 days, 60 days, and 90 days. There are 2 ways to pass through the training hall. One is through the annual assessment. The second way is to participate in endless battles. Watching these genius training fanatics makes him feel a bit shiver. One guy fell asleep while standing in a stance, while the other boasted that he practiced swordplay 100,000 times yesterday. All hard-working monsters lack intelligence. Deso is determined to take revenge for his past life. In the upcoming annual assessment, he must completely fail to be allowed. 7 days later, Deso felt his internal energy was continuously increasing. Although it was a bit slow at this rate, it would take several hundred more years to accumulate enough internal energy for cultivation. Haha, truly amazing. On that day, Deputy Military Advisor Namkong Ion came to see him. He is an 8-year-old genius who has become the youngest top scholar. This guy is sent by Military Advisor Ilosu to practice here, so he can indulge and have fun without needing to explain the lofty principles to the subordinates anymore. His gaze suddenly became frightening. He asked if he wanted to dominate the martial arts world with him. Clearly he's a lunatic that he wants to escape from. He also sought out his senior brothers, but they all rejected him, so he had to come here. This guy went to the training hall and proclaimed that Deso would flatten all the fools. The peanut people are already in trouble. The white-haired guy even added, "Let me introduce the future master of the Nam family." Immediately, he made him lose consciousness. After that, he had to take him to the infirmary for treatment. When this guy woke up, he started babbling. It seemed that after getting punched, his brain had even more issues. He claimed he had found someone who could change this foolish family. This made the god Eli have to restrain him. He didn't know how to cure his delusions. Deso returned to the training hall. Everyone was focused on seeing how much strength the young master had. Immediately, they felt disheartened. It turned out to be just a few basic sword moves. His plan to be a failure was also going very smoothly. He was still planning to go home for a feast when he encountered Jack Ion here. He told himself he would leave the Nam family clan and he shouldn't be disturbed. Then this guy said, well, then we have a common goal. This small place definitely cannot stop you to dominate the martial arts world, right? Oh man, delusional for sure. Deso also realized this guy was quite delusional. He was like a crazy revolutionary. If this were a time of great chaos, he would shine. But in the peaceful era of the Nam family like now, he is just a madman wanting to create trouble for others. He even calls him his commander. No matter how much Deso refuses. Because this guy is too troublesome in the end, Deso told him to wait a year. 4 months later, Deso's progress was considered to have moved from a useless state to a high-level useless state. Because during this time, he only learned 3 basic sword techniques. This went exactly according to plan. Everyone called him a lunatic, while Jack Ion still called him his commander. He shot a frightening glance at the 2 who dared to speak ill of his master, causing them to tremble in fear. Only then did he leave. He brought a box of fancy fruits. Just taking a bite revealed that it was a small, complete elixir. He immediately asked in shock where he got such good stuff. This is a gift from the abbot of Shaolin Temple to the noble families. He even asked the maidens to join in for fun, which was too much. Is this guy a thief? Deso suddenly felt his internal energy starting to dissipate, but he didn't pay any attention. Next to him, the white-haired guy was wearing a sinister smile, looking quite distorted. The next day was the annual evaluation. While everyone was frantically training, Deso sat back and relaxed comfortably. Everything was prepared. Indeed, he was a commander after all. Finally, it was time to destroy this foolish Southern House clan. I have prepared the entire plan to overthrow the Southern House. This guy keeps rambling as usual, but he was already used to it. The final exam had arrived. His father and older brothers, along with his tutor, were all present here. This made Deso a little panicked. It was just an annual exam. Why did they have to show up? Secondly, Jack Ion even carried a huge Ron banner to cheer. It startled him. He even yelled loudly the light of the Southern House. The dream and hope of the Southern House, the #1 clan in the world, made Deso feel embarrassed, seeing that this guy is always teasing him. The elders also began to explain that there are 2 ways to evaluate. First, you can challenge one of the people here and duel with them. You can join any team according to your preference, but you are only allowed to duel once. If you lose, you have to challenge again next year. Second, one person will go up to the arena and complete 5 duels. The evaluation is not based on win or lose, but will be given after completing all 5 duels. The rules have been announced. The exam begins. A disciple boldly challenged the vice leader of the Southern House Merchant Alliance. His name is Namkong Huan. This startled everyone. In his previous life, he single-handedly defeated 100 enemies on the battlefield. He is the 100 kills Nam Lin Huan, a swordsman of the Southern House Merchant Alliance. The deputy leader declared that if he could hold on for 10 seconds, he would accept him into the sword division of the Merchant Guild. But enduring these 10 seconds is not easy. The old man was as fast as lightning, but after attacking, he was blocked by Huan. He then struck out with a powerful sword strike. This time, Huan also directly unleashed the 3 moves of the Iron Sword. However, with a single swipe, the deputy leader broke it. However, he did allow him to pass because he recognized the potential of this kid. If carefully honed, he would become the supreme sword of the world. The next contestant, Deso, took the initiative to step up. He challenged an unknown disciple but ended up being beaten badly. It was just a performance, but it was already too much. This made Jack Ion very frustrated. He even heard some disciples behind him talking bad about him. Young Master Ud is a waste, isn't his name now Crazy 3 Tai? He immediately turnings back to scold them. If you're shallow, just keep your mouth shut. Instead, you go on blabbering for others to see your shallowness. How dare you let your mouth wander in front of him like that? His father at this moment released a terrifying aura calling out to the kids, "Why is it so dull?" There's not a hint of interest. How can this be called the #1 family in the world? But the deputy strategist beside him began to stir the pot. Therefore, I have a suggestion for the Lord Commander. I want the Lord Commander to compete with his brothers right here. Everyone was shocked. Deso thought about the scene of his Dantian shattering and was terrified. The 3 brothers immediately jumped down to the arena, with the younger brother Deso planning to slip away, but his father's face was too tense, so he had to fight to make it fairer. The 3 brothers will not use internal energy. The deputy strategist was also happily cheering. In fact, that day he had given Deso a pill containing 15 profound internal energy. But he was completely unharmed, and the only one capable of this was the head of the Namkong family. On the competition floor, this was the first time Deso spoke with the three brothers, but he showed no compromise, directly charging to attack him. With a loud bang, the arena shook and a large hole was made. Is he trying to kill someone? Fortunately, Deso managed to dodge in time. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Today, after observing your actions and the matches of my disciple, I realize you have no interest in martial arts at all. Exactly. The handsome three brothers thought he would go easy, but he struck even harder. The speed was too fast. Deso could only use the three-tie sword technique to block the blows. Although the three brothers' sword was very heavy, he ultimately managed to block it. This shocked everyone, and the three brothers grew even angrier, because just now he has broken the ultimate sword skill of the third brother with the simplest sword technique. He frantically charged forward to attack him. At this rate, he would get punched in the face, just wait and see. So he had to use a shabby sword technique to defend himself. Deso continuously struck at the opponent's elbows, wrists, and ankles. It caused the third brother to be unable to use his strength. However, as he swung his sword, the younger brother started to show off his acting skills by falling down. He was about to gently concede and leave when the third brother stopped him. You think you can play tricks in front of me and escape so easily? Do you think I wouldn't notice? He wants to challenge Deso. His father asked how the youngest was doing. This guy is starting to act like he's losing. The onlookers can see he doesn't have any strength left to swing his sword. How can he fight against the powerful third brother? This makes the third brother even angrier. If you leave like this from today on, you will no longer be my brother, but my enemy. And in my memory, I have never gone easy on any enemy I considered a foe. That's really frustrating. Asking for mercy and still not being allowed. In this rematch, they will use real swords. Moreover, they will also use 3 parts of their power. He can't resist. Because in this world, everyone has the same level of martial arts. Before the battle, there was a threat to Deso. If he doesn't fight seriously, he will have to leave both hands on the platform. Everyone was shouting and cheering, but he couldn't feel anything other than the third brother. He swung his sword with a loud command slicing through. Although not fast, there was no way to dodge. He could only use the 3 skills of swordplay to defend against his stormy attack. He could only unleash a combination of heavenly, earthly, and human skills in his attack. Both sides clashed, shaking the entire audience. Deso thought back to his previous life and felt a rush of energy. In this life, would he really have to lose an arm to be usable? No way. His entire body emitted a powerful aura, as the one who would ultimately be defeated would be him. The expressions of everyone turned serious. The third brother used his hand to break the sword in 2. He said he had used 5 parts of his internal energy just to block it. The youngest should be the one bleeding, not you. So in this match, he conceded defeat. After being bandaged, Deso regained consciousness. Seeing his 2 arms intact brought him great joy. The assistant teachers beside him urged him not to sit up and to lie down instead. His wounds, which had just begun to close, reopened. Now seeing his face made him feel frustrated. If it weren't for his foul mouth, he wouldn't have been slashed like this. He told him that he was the one who won the last battle, and the third brother had entered seclusion to cultivate right after the battle ended. He couldn't even believe that he had defeated the third brother. The assistant tutor also gave him his father's reward. It turned out to be the pass for the vast library of martial arts. 3 days inside equals 10,000 martial arts books. There are even enormous martial arts treasures within. Some people experience a significant improvement in their martial arts after entering the vast library. However, there are also mixed martial arts techniques that have not been verified. Deso could directly say it without needing to go in. This left the white-haired guy speechless. What people desire can't even be accessed, yet the young master doesn't even want to enter. Do you really want to live like a mouse never leaving your hole? You will forever be a coward hiding in the shadows your entire life. Clearly, this guy is mocking him, and he starts laughing loudly. From now on, everything has changed. After the competition, even if you are a mouse, it doesn't matter. Many people are paying attention. Of course, the cats will start to act. Only by becoming strong can one survive. You only have 2 choices, become their king or kill them. Deso is really upset. This little punk is ruining all my hidden plans. I just want to punch him. Now his words are completely reasonable. But looking at that face, I still need to beat him up good. At this point, the only option is to learn martial arts to survive. Thinking back to when my elder brother gained the position of head of the family, both second brother and third brother were recognized for their talents. I decided to seriously compete for that position. That way, even if I fail, I can still enjoy the fragrance of the flowers. To confront the brothers, The minimum level I need to reach to get there is peak foundation. The most time I can extend for you is 2 years. And the second young master is in seclusion. During that time, become someone unshakable by others. To fight back, you need strength to endure. Deso has gone to the vast library of martial arts, according to his memory. After my elder brother left the vast library, he also became a different kind of monster. The martial arts representing the past were Tai Chi Wisdom Sword and Free Technique, also known as the Three Techniques. Thanks to it, he became that strong. During this time, the 3 young masters are in seclusion. Instead, the forces of the second young master and the eldest young master will target him. If he can reach the palace, that would be great. At that time, the 2 young masters will have to face each other directly. After Deso enters there, everything will be monitored by the 2 senior brothers. The forces quickly obtain this information. It's time for Jack Ion to make his move. Inside the vast learning library, it is indeed very spacious. Everywhere there are martial arts manuals. This guy is also greedy. Just taking a few of these to sell would bring in a fortune. The 2 senior brothers once said they learned the technique at the end of the shelf. It is the duality heart technique, which can split consciousness into 2 parts to perform 2 types of martial arts simultaneously. If that's all it takes, then everyone in the Namkong has already tried the duality heart technique. To confront the brothers in the battle for the minor family head position, one must find out what that brother has received. It is imperative to find it. The 2 young masters of the Namkong family, Namkong Jong, are all referred to as knights or heroes. But those who know him often call him a strategist because he is very intelligent. The one he considers the most dangerous is the deputy military advisor. He immediately ordered his subordinates to arrange for 5 people to the military advisor's hall. 5 people at the vast learning library, all top-tier experts or higher, and report back to me every half hour. Clearly, the cluelessness of the main character and the crazy Jack Ion has given him a sense of pressure as if he were being pursued from behind. And indeed, as predicted, Deso studied for a long time but still could not understand the duality heart technique. He had to provide a summary of his own. From the primordial era, a small universe formed within the chaotic diagram of the universe. In that chaos order created the bipolar world. After that, the yin and yang were formed. This is called duality Tai Chi. Deso began to sit down utilizing the great listening heart technique, discovering that the internal energy in his body was moving at a very fast pace. If he tried to stop it, his blood vessels would burst. He could only perceive it by adding the flavor of the duality heart technique to the heart technique he was practicing, thereby separating yin and yang. This guy was able to accomplish it easily. He even forgot to self-praise that he is a true genius. Suddenly his body felt strange. The lower half of his body was as cold as ice, while the upper half was hot as if on fire. Then a wave of pain came. His vision gradually became blurry. Anyway, it's a lost cause, might as well take a risk and see what happens. Deso directly mixed the 2 currents of air together. He only heard a cry that was even more tragic than before. But a moment later, suddenly his whole body felt no pain at all anymore. You thought it was just the pain that made you lose sensation. Then you felt strange currents in your body. The spirit of the creator of this technique must be stunned. This guy immediately entered the small city. This kid is too unreal. The 5 elements have already started circulating within him. This is truly absurd, and this kid has no idea about it. Yet his body adjusted automatically for the 5 elements to circulate rhythmically. Among the methods of grasping the yin-yang, the 3 techniques unexpectedly have such illogical ways. This absurd situation, whether in life or death, I am seeing for the first time. But if this process doesn't go as desired and gets reversed, he will become a cripple. 2 currents then went straight to your head. No matter what, it cannot be stopped. Like an explosion in his head with a buzz, Deso immediately fainted. When you opened your eyes again, 3 days had passed. Peanut hasn't learned anything, and this time it was all for nothing. You suddenly felt the energy flow in your body was a bit strange. Something was moving below your navel. It was the seed of the 5 elements also being transported rhythmically. They also recognized the talent of the ones at the top. Can you become strong like your father and grandfather, together with the celestial demon? Back then, they were all great figures, great names, top leaders in the world. This is very worth looking forward to. Deso felt lost because he had slept for 3 days and no one came to pick him up. Suddenly, the 2 senior brothers came here. This made him a bit panicked. Since when did the 2 brothers care about him like this? Clearly, they came to probe this time's achievements. The 2 brothers took him to a lavish feast. This guy hasn't eaten anything for 3 days, immediately becoming a glutton. Surely the two brothers wouldn't poison me with such delicious food, right? This made the two brothers stop. This guy had no manners at all, eating like a hungry ghost. I wonder what the vice military advisor sees in the kid. Clearly, he is just an innocent child in the growing age. Suddenly, Deso became unusually serious. Thought he wanted to ask something important, but this guy just said, "These dishes were too delicious," asking for a few more plates, leaving the two brothers speechless. "What are you eating so much for, dude?" Suddenly, the two brothers realized Deso's technique of picking up food was indeed the yin-yang heart technique. Yet his body was familiar with this, he himself didn't even know. For now, the kid was just like a small snake, posing no threat to him. Even Deso didn't understand why the two brothers treated him so well. He has the nickname of being colder than anyone, a callous person, a three-headed snake. But immediately after that, he learned the reason. Two brothers directly said, "Brother also practices the duality heart technique at the Wanhawk Library." Clearly, the elder brother had only mastered the duality heart technique just a year ago. Anyway, it's just a trivial martial art. You shouldn't worry too much. Just a trivial martial art. Deso felt something was off. Thanks to it, my Dantian has expanded, hasn't it? A seed of Dantian has also formed. It feels like standing in the middle of a refreshing green plateau. Not only that, but he could also see the smallest details clearly. This made the two brothers shiver. Isn't that the gaze of the elder brother looking far away? Furthermore, there was the smug smile of the deputy strategist. "I must find out the source of the distance emanating from you." At this moment, Deso was running towards his father because he thought the elder brother must have noticed something from their father to be that strong. So he felt he had to come here and see for himself. Unexpectedly, he was also waiting for him. As soon as he entered the main hall, his father's aura was terrifying, making him tremble. I know my father is a formidable person, but to this extent it's too frightening. It feels like being stripped bare. I have observed the elder brother very carefully. I also thought that as long as I put in effort, I could catch up to him, but I can't see anything in my father. The Namkong family is frightening like this. If I want to survive, I can only quickly sneak away from here. He also mentioned that when observing his ancestors successfully practicing the duality heart, he saw the great golden dragon appear. When Namkong Dai observed me, he said he saw a large sword wanting to become powerful. That is the instinct of a martial artist. Then he directly asked what I wanted. All right, after all, I have to lie for him to reveal something. Let's seize the opportunity and try to speak the truth. Actually, I just want to go home, raise fish, and grow more vegetables. I don't have any talent in martial arts. Even just reading books at the Wanhawk Library makes my head hurt like crazy. And I think my elder brother will be the heir to the head of the Namkong family in the future. I have no thoughts about that position at all. He laughed maniacally, which startled him. In the past, the Namkong family also had someone like that. Throughout their life, that person never had a single scratch, not even the tiniest one. Deso was also curious. Surely that was some wealthy person living a life of luxury, having everything without working. He pointed to the sky, saying that person was up there. Is he referring to that person who has ascended to heaven? Deso felt bored hearing that. Does that mean my dreams can't even come true? He didn't know that his father was talking about his grandfather, the former head of the Namkong family. He had to be silent for a while. He didn't expect that his father and son would have the same dream. Although deep down it seems this kid is hiding something, I hope my father will bless his grandson. He had to experience it directly to realize how difficult it is to live a leisurely life. Suddenly the door burst open and Namkong John entered filled with anger. Namkong John boldly paid his respects to his father. I have something to ask of you, father. Please let me see his abilities clearly. Deso was startled to hear his senior brother's words. He was incredibly surprised. Namkong Han remained silent, his face filled with joy and satisfaction as he looked at his two children. Deso slowly approached Namkong John. Finally, Namkong Han spoke up. What is your reason? Namkong John firmly stated, because I feel vague. I want to know what he is thinking. Namkong Han showed no surprise and gently said, Is that so? If you and he fight against each other, there's no need to decide a winner. It's clear that you will win. This victory or defeat is unnecessary. Deso was secretly delighted, happily supporting, That's right, father is indeed wise. However, Namkong John was still not willing to give up. He presented several reasons to convince Namkong Han. He belongs to the direct line of the world. He will also be the heir to martial arts, which is one of the very important aspects for someone who can inherit the position of the family head. Namkong Han coldly asked, So what? Namkong John earnestly pleaded, Please allow me to compete with him. Deso behind him couldn't believe his ears. He was stunned, speechless. Meanwhile, Namkong made a request. If I lose, I will do anything he wants. I will publicly declare to everyone in the world that he is the legitimate heir of Namkong. The second senior brother smiled confidently, his eyes sparkling with faith in his own abilities. For me, this is a favorable opportunity. Regardless of the outcome, I swear I will not do anything to harm him. Behind Deso was pulling his hair out, filled with frustration. How could he possibly lose? Namkong nodded in agreement, slowly being persuaded. Namkong turned to ask Deso's opinion. What do you think? Deso covered his face for a moment, trying to take deep breaths to regain his composure. He told himself, calm down. I will ask again properly, and make this seem like it never happened. After taking a deep breath, Deso calmly reported to his father. As far as I know about this competition, since both sides are evenly matched, one side will likely be seriously injured during the contest. If the martial arts are too different, the outcome is meaningless. To compete, someone must be designated to fight on behalf of both sides. Those who will fight on behalf of my brother are all strong and are masters. As for my side, we only have the maids for laundry and cooking. Deso firmly asserted, this competition is very unreasonable. I suggest you reconsider, father. Although I am grateful, it seems difficult to implement. He shut his eyes tightly, secretly pleased. It was indeed a perfect rebuttal. Namkong replied indifferently. There are still people on your side. Heaven strikes to avoid meals, Deso asked with a frown. Are you talking about that annoying senior brother? He is afraid of small birds. Are we really going to send the maid out to compete one of these days? Namkong pretended to stroke his chin in thought. It seems you don't know, do you? About the events that occurred in the aristocratic family during the 3 days you were at the Grand Library. Deso asked in surprise, what happened? Namkong replied, just don't faint when you hear it. The military advisor has summoned and created a force for you already. Deso exploded with anger. I knew it was that one. That crazy name. Trust me. I'm not afraid of a strong enemy, only afraid of a foolish teammate. Deso clenched his fist, swearing in his heart, I will kill you. The scene shifted to 3 days earlier. Namkong growled coldly, feeling as if he had aged a few years. He rubbed his forehead, lamenting, although pulling in forces for the young lord keeps me very busy. He angrily threw the book he was studying on the table, silently complaining, but from going to the bathroom, cleaning the courtyard, wiping the stairs, clearing the roof, to trimming the trees, do I really have to pay attention to every little trivial task? Namkong was more resentful than ever. Each resentful guy named Namkong has piled all the work onto his disciple. So now I bet the master is quite leisurely, right? He was again engrossed in reading the book on the table. Every day I have to wipe 100 steps. That's a task these servants have to go up and down 10 times. Suddenly, Namkong gaze stopped on a mysterious page of the book, causing him to exclaim, oh, something is about to change. He flipped through the stack of books as if searching for something. Namkong was unusually calm, no longer filled with any resentment. Instead, he focused quietly on reading the stack of books. Namkong seemed to be cursed by a pressure point, suddenly bursting out laughing. The laughter was truly haunting as the smile on his face gradually lost its humanity and his eyes displayed malice. If he were an ordinary person, he absolutely could not handle such a workload. The servant of the Namkong aristocracy, the best in the world, could not be chosen carelessly. Namkong seemed to have understood the divine insight bestowed upon him. He decisively slapped his right hand on the glass. Before the young lord makes his move, I must get them to join his side. But there was one thing that made our assistant military advisor ponder how to win them over. Because they are martial artists taking menial jobs in the Namkong aristocracy to train their martial arts. Perhaps each one carries their own emotional scars. Those who once had glorious pasts are now just useless people. Namkong scratched his head in deep thought. He was troubled along with Set 49. Although the identity of a servant is hard to accept, it is a force that does not belong to any faction. These people are truly suitable for the current young lord. Thinking too much really gives one a headache. In a state of high spirits, he suddenly heard a rustling sound, forcing him to look down at the source of the noise. You need to have food to have strength. After all, he had exerted himself for the young master. Namkong decided to head to the dining room. He walked confidently with his empty stomach. Let's eat first. Living and eating is a natural thing. How can one go hungry? Namkong took out his usual key and used all his strength to fling open the door in front of him. Standing in front of the dark room, he was distracted and hesitant to enter. Deep down, he was very curious when he heard a melodious song from inside. I wonder what the older sisters are cooking today. I must prepare gifts for the older sisters, too. Namkong was indeed worthy of being the deputy advisor. He grinned wickedly. It already smelled good from outside. Is it boiled chicken tonight? He was full of excitement as he entered holding a small gift in his hand, cheerfully shouting, "Older sisters, I'm here!" What lay before him was something he could not accept. Namkong widened his eyes in shock, exclaiming in extreme horror, "Since when did this place have another restaurant?" Countless people were sitting there taking food from the meal prepared by the older sisters and looking up at him. Their gaze had no trace of goodwill. They looked at him as if they held a grudge from a past life. Namkong nearly dropped the gift in his hand, stammering. How did these people gather in the young master's hall? Suddenly, a beautiful older sister ran over, grabbing his hand and pulling him. "Deputy advisor, please sit here." Namkong, still in shock, asked the other person, "Sister Shuangyan, what is going on?" Shuangyan looked over the people sitting there and happily said, "They are the ones who have worked hard. The aristocratic family always eats all the food, leaving nothing for them, so there is not enough food for everyone. The steward always treats them like this." He was thrown into a corner of the table. "Please sit down, the food will be brought up soon." The food was served continuously. Nearby, a maid was heard talking, "Today we have prepared a special dish. Every day we have to transport weapons and do heavy work, so we need to eat well." The young man felt shy, thanking her. "The refined lady has treated us, please don't be so polite." "I'm just a maid," Lian Yen said from a distance, holding a small gift box, speaking loudly to everyone. "I have prepared some light snacks while working." Several men praised her while eating. They were very satisfied with today's feast. Lian Yin, Suangyan, the steward, all of them were wonderful people deserving of respect. Another person interjected, "That's right, her cooking skills are even better than the head chef, quite impressive." Namkong thought for a moment. It was indeed remarkable to gather such rare servants, and they even received goodwill. The older sisters were truly exceptional. Suddenly, a large man appeared next to Namkong. He walked over and sat down beside him, not forgetting to complain, "Oh my." Upon seeing Namkong, he happily spoke up. "My lord, what brings you here?" "I never expected to meet such a noble lord here." The deputy strategist looked at him, somewhat bewildered. Who is this person? Then he remembered Namkong was once again surprised to look at the man who was greeting him. Isn't this the legendary master? A person who once topped the martial arts world, the leader of Shaolin, and had represented the martial arts of Central Plains, the 8th Grandmaster of the Breaking Barriers. After losing an arm, it was rumored that the man left Shaolin in a state of psychological shock. He stepped out, slaughtering anyone who dared to block his way, then vanished without a trace. Now he is sitting here at the Namkong family, calmly tidying up the garden. Namkong laughed heartily and politely replied, "I just stopped by for a meal." He nodded in praise. "The food here is indeed very delicious." Then he bowed and said, "The deputy strategist has only come here to eat. I think it's truly impolite to make a fuss." Sung-yan stepped forward, her voice full of anger. "The glutton has already eaten 3 bowls and is still pretending not to eat. What are you sitting there for? There are many others who haven't even tasted a drop of liquor." Namkong was startled and quickly said, "Don't make this person angry, elder sister. If he truly gets angry, it would be very dangerous." He foolishly replied with a smile, "I already said I am not the glutton." Sung-yan teased, "Go ahead and eat another bowl. I will prepare some snacks and late-night food for you." The people here really keep him on edge. "Huh," Sung-yan softly said to him. "Oh, the manager has something to say to you." The man looked startled. "Huh? What does he want to say to me?" Sung-yan explained. "When Lian Yin encountered some thugs at the market, you were the one who helped her. What I mean is that I prepared this meal to thank you, and isn't it said that your strength is very formidable? A normal person would have a hard time standing still when encountering thugs." He blushed and shouted, "That's right. Does she have anything else to say to me?" Some people around were happily eavesdropping. "Could it be?" Sung-yan laughed loudly, winking at him. "The rest is a secret." The elder seemed disappointed, his face falling and looking quite pitiful. Everyone around was too familiar with this scene, all laughing and mocking him. "I knew it, look at his hope," someone said loudly. "This is an insult to a person who is a leader in the martial arts, Nam, being humiliated like this." The elder looked very angry, his face flushed, filled with killing intent. The rage in his hand flared up. "Are you looking down on me just because I have only one arm?" Suddenly, the manager appeared behind him. "Old uncle, calm. Everyone down. Everyone is eating, so don't make noise anymore. Eat up. As for these gentlemen, I will give them an additional chicken leg, so please wait." This time, the assistant scholar opened his eyes to new experiences. He suddenly realized the price these servants were actually martial artists who didn't care about me at all. If there is no strength or martial skill, I didn't expect them to be so obedient. If the master meets these ladies, he might just faint. Namkong suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute. Namkong thought to himself, isn't this a perfect opportunity? A person once called a dragon, a person once called a monster, a person once called a king, a person once called a noble. Watching those people eat heartily, Namkong thought to himself that there were a total of 50 people like that, a suitable number to form an army. His eyes suddenly showed a hint of worry. Those who could not be together in one place gathered here thanks to the ladies. They just enjoyed a hearty meal and received gifts to take home. Who wouldn't like that? The group laughed joyfully. A man saw the manager happily calling out, "Miss, this stew is so delicious that I can't leave Namkong." A fat man beside him slurped the soup down to the last drop loudly, saying, "Some have never eaten it before, and some have eaten more than once." The manager heard this and chuckled. "You're joking, the atmosphere is really exhilarating. The moment has come." Namkong decisively clenched his fist. I cannot miss this perfect opportunity. He envisioned a powerful army he would have in the future. To bring back to the young master, please wait for me. The subordinates will gather strength for the young master, so they can stand before you. Waiting for orders. It's time to act. Namkong confidently raised his voice like a bird singing, presenting nobility but with a prepared script. Namkong laughed loudly. Ladies and gentlemen, here the assistant strategist of Namkong has something to say to you. I know your past very well. 8. Ton just picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. He looked at the assistant strategist with a wary gaze. Indeed, he came here with a purpose. Namkong respectfully clasped his hands in greeting everyone, understanding in his heart what they thought of him. His face turned serious. I want you all to become people of the young master. I hope you will agree. 8. Ton gently picked his nose. He breathed a sigh of relief. I was so unnecessarily tense. But soon after, he bluntly refused. Sorry, you two have the wrong person. Then he turned and secretly snapped his fingers. His voice was full of determination. We are no longer concerned about the martial world. Namkong couldn't hide his surprise. Really? A moment later, the others burst into laughter. Some people calmly responded, You've asked the wrong person. You should go somewhere else, assistant strategist. Namkong immediately thought of a strong measure. A sinister smile appeared on his lips. If you are no longer interested, shouldn't you go back to your hometown or go to the mountains? Why come to Namkong and run errands here? It's true that you're jumpy. Some elders next to him looked at each other confused. About that? A man couldn't keep calm. Too loud. Because we have lost. The atmosphere became tense. Everyone's faces were droopy like a wilted bun. They sadly bowed their heads down, feeling humiliated by the loss, losing in such a miserable way. Namkong was simply astonished. Is it really that simple? 8-Tone still couldn't forget that day. He and Namkong fought against each other. He still remembered the sword from that day, speaking in fear, stuck in the sword. Namkong sighed helplessly. He snorted softly. Although I don't fully understand, I do understand somewhat. He immediately thought of his master. Wasn't Namkong also once scared of him like he was a ghost? He awkwardly recounted. I have also been disappointed dozens of times. Hundreds. Thousands of times. Because my master's shadow is too large. Now what's important for you all is to break the haunting sword. As a strategist, I think there's no other way. Namkong stepped in front of the three elders, showing regret. Forgive me. I will take my leave. Saying that, he took the gift box he had brought along. He left boldly. Namkong thought to himself, the world's #1 Namkong will not easily retreat. There must be another way. He saw Namkong sadly walk away. Lian Yin hurriedly ran after him, calling out to him, Deputy Strategist. Are you leaving? Namkong happened to think of another plan, he thought to himself. That's right. It's right now. Actions speak louder than words. He immediately played the victim, his eyes reddening. Nodding, he said, yes, there's an urgent matter, so I must leave first. His gaze also showed a hint of coldness. Along with that was a fierceness. I will evoke the sympathy of the elder sisters and make them side with me. Lian Yin was saddened. But you haven't finished your meal yet. Namkong Jian shoved the gift he brought into Lian Yin's hands. He said, it's nothing. This isn't worth much. Please accept my sincere gift. Before Lian Yin could react, the deputy strategist turned away sadly, leaving the restaurant at night. I beg your pardon. Lian Yin noticed the unusual expression on her beloved deputy strategist's face. This made her sad. What's wrong with him? He doesn't look happy. She immediately went to Elder 8, who was munching on a chicken leg. Big brother, uncle. What's wrong with the deputy strategist? He was eating while looking at her innocently, shaking his head. Nothing special. Except that we rejected the deputy strategist's proposal. Before he could finish his sentence, a cold gust of air rushed in from behind. A delicious bowl of soup was suddenly lifted angrily from the table by someone. Elder 8 was startled, his eyes wide open. Lian Yin seemed to transform into a different person. She was furious, asking why Elder Ba was terrified to the point of losing his soul. He stammered. Lian Yin, look at this. The mysterious box slowly opened to everyone's astonishment, revealing dozens of sparkling pearls like pure gold. Each time the deputy strategist dined, he always brought a special gift. Ba Ton's eyes sparkled like he had just found a treasure as he gazed longingly at what was in the girl's hand. Lian Yin sighed. Fa Quan-su is so gentle, yet just for a small matter it must be something very simple. Ba Ton kept apologizing, I'm sorry. Gradually, everyone began to notice the glimmering object in Ba Ton's hand. They were also drawn to that strange object. The person who recognized the treasure immediately ran over excitedly, exclaiming, Isn't this Than Yadan? A curious man interjected, What is so frightening about this? The other person angrily replied, So foolish, don't you know how precious it is? There are a total of how many pills that great immortal spent a lifetime creating. One of them is Than Yadan, which removes impurities from the body. At least you must reach the realm of bone transformation to seize the fetus. But just by taking this Than Yadan, you can completely cleanse your body. After hearing the theory, the crowd felt like they had struck gold, shouting, Treasure, treasure. Sung Yan also curiously rushed over to take a look. She gazed at the pearls. I have 20 of these in my room. If needed, I can bring each of you one on someday. The crowd was surprised. What Than Yadan is not that common? Second Hoanya walked by, calmly saying, I'm tired of this, I've had too much of it. What was brought last time was better. What was it called again? Before finishing the sentence, the others nervously stammered, Tu Huandan enhances internal power. With the appearance of the treasure, the atmosphere gradually became tense. People discussed among themselves, knowing that Fa Quan-su is an influential person in the Namkong family, unexpectedly terrifying enough to gift valuable treasures to a maid. Rumors quickly spread. If so, then the proposal from earlier doesn't seem so bad. Namkong Jian quietly peeked at them through the crack of the door. He smirked wickedly. When Fa Quan-su acts, it's always successful, never a failure. This time I can go back with ease. I must find a way to win them over. Transitioning to 3 days later, Deso walked leisurely. Fortunately, the proposal from the two older brothers has been postponed. He angrily rolled up his sleeves looking for Fa Quan-su. Where the hell is that bastard Namkong Jian? Taking this opportunity, I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget, so he won't act crazy again. Suddenly, a noise from the forest caught Deso's attention. He stopped, slowly observing the situation. It seemed that someone was hiding behind that tree. Suddenly, an old man with lightning-fast reflexes rushed forward, slashing repeatedly, causing the tree to shake violently. Remarkably, the old man's speed was like he was flooring the gas, wielding his sword even more flexibly than Ka-ban. In the blink of an eye, 3 trees were neatly trimmed. After that, the old man gently landed behind him. Looks like the job is done. The old man was Manang, the gardener in the manor. Deso, astonished, exclaimed, Is it really necessary to be so overbearing just for trimming trees? Manang turned to look at the boy, saying nothing. At this moment, Deso realized and asked, Does the old man know martial arts? Manang replied calmly, I must know. Deso laughed loudly, pointing at him. Not skilled at all. Manang was stunned into silence. What? Then somewhat angrily, him. Deso took out a large watermelon. That's right, I think it seems to be Wudang's martial arts, but he practices it too superficially. Manang struggled to contain his anger. The sword in his hand also shook with his breath. How dare you say such things about the Tai Chi Sword King? Manhwa stepped closer. His eyes filled with indignation as he stared at Deso. Kid, what nonsense are you talking about? He asked coldly. The Tai Chi Sword King was once the leader of Wudang and is the senior brother of the current Wudang sect master. After being defeated by Namkong Han, he left Wudang. It's not accurate to say he was expelled for causing a drunken ruckus and damaging the ancestral hall. Since then, he swore that no matter how angry he got, he would not act recklessly. Manhwa silently looked down at the boy with a dazed expression. If this were Wudong, all the first-generation disciples, including the sect master, would have beaten this kid's head in by now. Who would have thought that a weakling like him would dare to criticize the old man's martial arts? Deso gently formed his hand into a blade shape and softly said, So when trimming trees, don't use your martial arts clumsily. Just cut what needs to be cut. If something happens, only you will get hurt. You've heard Zuza say that, right? Manhwa didn't bother listening to what he said. He was lost in his own world. In this small yard, you can't cause a ruckus. This arrogant kid. Could it be the youngest son of Namkong? So what? After a while, Deso bid him farewell and left. Well, then I'm off. I haven't slept for 3 days. I'm really sleepy now. Anyway, take care and don't get hurt. Manhwa suddenly called out, Wait a minute. What did you see that made you think my martial arts are clumsy? Deso sighed and replied, Just looking, it's obvious that it's clumsy. Manhwa was unconvinced. He pointed to the neatly trimmed trees. Where is it clumsy? Indeed, the row of trees was trimmed perfectly, not a single gap. Overall, these trees were trimmed very neatly, but Manhwa still asked, Don't you think so? Deso nodded. Yeah, not only clumsy, but also ineffective. This kid really made Manhwa's face darken. He tried to suppress his anger. Important things should be repeated 3 times. Must endure, must endure, must endure. This kid doesn't understand anything. He can't understand how profound the meaning of these trimmed trees is. The sword is divided into 2 types. The life sword used to save lives and the death sword used to take lives. As a Taoist of Wudong, my sword has always sought the life sword. That's true, this kid can't understand the essence of Wudong. Deso looked at the tree, contemplating, even if you are the elder of the Namkong family, you might not understand this realm. Deso casually picked a small branch and held it out in front of him. Pruning a tree is the job of removing the excess, but your pruning doesn't miss anything. He shook it, causing the branches to fall to the ground. Therefore, it looks perfect from the outside, but just a slight shake like this, and the weak branches will break. Manhwa thought differently. He loudly retorted, I deliberately let them live. Isn't it better to leave everything as it is? Deso smiled at him. If this were in nature, that would be true. He pointed to a bird perched nearby. There would be insects or animals using these branches for something, but this is in the Namkong family. Not only ordinary people, but even insects and animals do not exist here. This is a place where no animals dare to approach. Therefore, humans must remove the weak branches for the tree to grow well. Manhwa was confused. Water flows from top to bottom. The strong dominate the weak. Deso cheerfully asked, What if everything were fair? Manhwa immediately replied, Wouldn't that be great, if everyone lived well equally? Deso tried to hold back a laugh. Do you really think of that way? On the contrary, competitions would arise again. A new order would emerge, and in the process of creating that new order, countless innocent lives would have to be sacrificed. That's right. Manhwa's gaze suddenly wavered. Perhaps he didn't expect a kid of this age to think so deeply. Deso calmly continued, Thus removing the weak is better for the remaining ones. It is necessary to create order. That's right. Do you know the technique? In a normal technique, there will be a part that is mysterious. The remaining parts of the technique are all movements to prepare for that mysterious part. If all 3 parts of the technique are mystical, what would happen to that technique? Manhwa pondered for a moment before speaking. If so, that technique would lose its value. It would only be a meaningless repetition of an action. Deso nodded in agreement. That's right. Then he quickly demonstrated several fluid movements, filling in the gaps with false moves and shortening the redundant parts. Deso skillfully performed martial arts in front of his senior as if wanting to create a technique with a natural flow. The fiery energy flared up around him, and the end of that path was a brilliant light illuminating the entire garden. Manhwa blinked, seemingly captivated by Deso's presence. At this moment, Manhwa felt small before Deso's towering arms. As if facing a bodhisattva, Manhwa suddenly realized the mystery he had long cherished. Just a glance was enough for him to sense the aura of Tai Chi from the pruned branches. Deso focused intently on the tree in front of him, but if he continued like this, he would exhaust himself. Manhwa widened his eyes, his breath starting to quicken. Before I lost Namkong said something similar. It took me a full 15 years to understand the meaning of that statement. Who would have thought I would hear a similar statement from this kid today? Could it be that the answer I seek lies with him? Manhwa mumbled, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind. Found you, kid. He was angry about being interrupted, turning to glare at the approaching figure. But upon closer inspection, it was a familiar face, Li Han. The divine doctor approached with an angry expression, clenching his fist and rushing toward Deso. Kid, do you know how long I've been looking for you? Li Han grabbed Deso and pulled him along. The divine doctor shouted loudly as he walked. Hurry up and follow me, I need to check your pulse. Deso yawned repeatedly, explaining that he was too sleepy and was on his way to bed. Manhwa stood alone, watching the two figures depart. He looked back at the row of trees he had just tended, telling himself that he had indeed gone a bit overboard. Tone suddenly appeared and asked, What are you doing standing here? He looked after Li Han, puzzled. Isn't that the divine doctor? I never thought I would meet him like this. Suddenly, Manhwa spoke up. I've found the answer I've been searching for. As soon as he finished this statement, Tone immediately held back, not understanding what his old friend was talking about. A moment later, Deso arrived home and immediately fell into a deep sleep, snoring contentedly on the bed. Li Han sat beside him, looking at him with a joyful expression. He silently thought that it was completely different from before. The bones were back in place. The bleeding had also gradually decreased and was recovering. He would live a comfortable life without worrying about illness like a truly healthy person. However, he still had concerns. If I hadn't known he had suffered from blood and chi injuries, even I, a divine doctor, wouldn't have recognized it and would have overlooked it. Now the heavenly martial body had completely taken over. Lian Yan gently entered the room. Deso anxiously asked, He's been sleeping continuously for 2 days. Could something be wrong? Li Han continued to acupuncture, calmly responding, No, he's still healthy. Worrying is unnecessary. Suddenly a strange scent spread through the room. Li Han took a deep breath, suddenly realizing what the smell was. Could it be Qing Ya Dan? This isn't suitable for the status of a maid. He remembered Namkong Joan. That's right. It's clear that the Namkong family has stored it somewhere. After a moment of hesitation, the divine Dr. Han also left, thinking that perhaps he had been mistaken. Just as she finished speaking, Shuangyan calmly took out a Thanya pill and put it in her mouth, then handed another one to Lai Yan. The snacks are almost gone. Should we ask Fo Quan Su to get some more? Lian Yan nodded in agreement to ask for more. That evening, Deso finally woke up. He wandered around the mansion lazily, taking in everything, his face clearly showing fatigue after a long sleep. He complained, As soon as I left the Wan Shui library, I was dragged from one place to another. I'm so tired. Even after sleeping for 2 days, I still feel sleepy. As he passed by the bamboo forest, he stretched. I need to take a walk for a bit. But Deso did not expect that a shadow was hiding behind a rock, observing all his actions. Suddenly, the rustling of leaves made him stop in his tracks. Sensing something unusual, he glanced over and discovered someone was watching him. Deso called out loudly, Who is there? Uncle Tan slowly stepped out from the bamboo forest, praising him. Very good, you can recognize me. Deso was surprised and pointed at him. He suddenly felt a chill. It really is scary. We aren't close enough to meet like this in the middle of the night, are we? Eight hurriedly explained after asking the maidens, I found out you were here. I have been waiting for you for 2 days, but I couldn't meet you because you were sleeping. Therefore, he could only do it this way. Deso's mouth dropped open. Wait! You waited for me for 2 whole days! His eyes suddenly narrowed. Then he looked up and asked, Wait a second. Pointing at Uncle Tan, curious, Are you a martial artist? Uncle Tan nodded. Oh, you can sense it. I conceal my internal energy quite perfectly, don't I? Deso thought for a moment, then stepped back in fear. Could it be that you are a bandit? Uncle Tan shook his head in denial. You shouldn't compare me to those fools. Deso sighed in relief, sat down on a nearby wooden bed, comfortably looking at Uncle Tan. Thank goodness, no matter where you come from, I don't care. Even if you are a mountain bandit, I won't say a word. He lightly patted the chair, urging him to sit down to ease his tired legs. Uncle Tan suddenly lowered his voice, pointing at Deso to intimidate him. Aren't you afraid I'll come after you? Deso sighed with a laugh. If you were a dangerous person, the maidservants wouldn't have told you where I was. Uncle Ton chuckled and sat down beside Deso. This strange kid. The two fell silent, gazing at the sky, each lost in their own thoughts. A cool breeze rustled through the bamboo leaves, creating a peaceful scene. Uncle Ton gently spoke. Indeed. He comfortably lay down on the large bed, laughing heartily. It's very comfortable here, just as you said. Deso reminded him, I didn't tell you to lie down. Uncle Ton looked at him with dissatisfaction and then sat up. Instinctively, he coughed a few times, admitting, After all, I am indeed a martial artist. In the past, I was someone great beyond your imagination. Deso enthusiastically asked, How do you compare to my father? Uncle Ton blushed, rebutting, Except for him, go on. You are a heartless person. Deso laughed. I was just joking. Bap to 8, Ton hugged his left arm and said seriously, I once fought against your father and lost badly. I lost an arm. Deso naturally felt tears welling up. I don't know why I understand that feeling. What he just said surprised him a bit. 8. Ton awkwardly patted his head. Why do you feel sorry for me for losing an arm? Deso wiped his tears with his hand while shaking his head. Deso lowered his head, tears silently falling. His heart filled with indescribable emotions. Surely he has gone through many hardships. 8. Ton nodded while picking his nose. Deso suddenly grabbed his hand, feeling a surge of doubt. Could it be that this kid with his tear-streaked face is the one hiding in the southern clan to seek revenge? My father is truly someone who only knows martial arts, a tough and conservative person. 8 Ton felt embarrassed, his face flushed, looking away, not daring to look directly. Deso suddenly had an idea. If you really want revenge, there's only one way. 8. Ton, though uninterested, still asked curiously, What way is that? Yes, this kid may be young, but he's really cheeky. Deso smirked. That way is if you live to be 130 years old, then you can defeat my father. No one can resist age. That's just ridiculous. Deso pretended to ponder, looking up at the sky, advising Baton should give up. If you give up, you will feel more comfortable than usual. He thought that regression could achieve everything, but whether it was regression or reincarnation, nothing would change. In the past, he had been stabbed in the stomach, so seeking revenge on the southern clan and his brothers seemed unreasonable. Deso stood alone, sighed. You should go back to pruning the trees. 8. Ton immediately turned and left in a panic. Suddenly, he stopped, bursting with power waves of fiery energy spreading throughout the forest. A beam of golden light appeared. 8 Ton roared, I spent 15 years realizing something so simple. Deso was almost scared enough to run away. The angrier 8 Ton got, the more his power erupted. He was like a huge flame spreading bright red light. He felt enlightened, telling himself, That's right, if I give up, I will feel more comfortable. 8. Ton's eyes shone brightly like lights in the auditorium. He was like a giant god filled with mysterious strength. Deso stood tucked in a corner, watching 8 Ton unleash his power, thinking to himself, The kind-hearted Shaolin. 8 Ton possesses goodness, clearly a famous master of martial arts. He clasped his hands and walked away. Deso asked in surprise, Did you learn martial arts from Shaolin? 8 Ton chuckled lightly, nodding Amitabha. He reminded to pass the word to the deputy military advisor. If I am still alive and return, I will accept his proposal. After that, 8 Ton tossed his robe and left, saying he would go ahead. Deso was still in shock, quickly calling out, Wait, are you planning to seek revenge on my father? What if we let everything pass quietly like it is now? But the expression in 8 Ton's eyes showed determination. Didn't you say that if you give up, it would be more comfortable? Now I'm going to give up. Deso, confused, scratched his head. What I meant was not to give up this life. Before he could say more, 8 Ton had vanished, leaving only the echoing words, Then we will meet again in the future. Deso sighed, looking up at the stars in the sky, wondering if there would be a future. Thinking back, he wondered what that vice strategist wanted to take revenge for. 8 Ton had come to find Namkong Han Hei appeared before the Namkong family estate, looking up at the Tum Te sign in his heart. Later, when we meet again, I will officially greet you. He was curious about what the world that you created would be like. Manhwa had already appeared beside 8. Ton gently asking, As I said, meeting young Master Ut is good, right? 8. Ton nodded, laughing loudly. That's right. The two of them walked forward confidently, entering the enemy's auditorium. Manhwa said, "Come on, let's go!" The invisible chains of the Namkong family head had been firmly attached to them. That is the chain that has bound them for the past 15 years. Manhwa and 8-Tone walked in proudly to meet Namkong Han. 8-Tone confidently spoke, "Adida Fut, it has been over 15 years since we last met like this. Today I come to challenge you." Manhwa made a request. "Buddha of infinite virtue, can the two of us join forces?" Gi. Namkong Han slowly stood up, his cold voice rang out. "All right, if it's the two of you, then you do have the qualifications to challenge me." He gathered his spiritual energy, stepping with great authority. It seemed that even a single step could crush the opponent. "You must already have the answer. So what does this competition with me mean?" Manhwa stood firm against the tremendous pressure, but resolutely replied, "Right now I am just a tree pruner, but no matter what I am still a martial artist, so I am determined to come here to challenge you." Tone also spoke up. "How could I come to meet you without enough determination?" Namkong Han's gaze passed over the two, showing a bit of surprise. He realized they had changed. "Why have you changed?" 8. Tone glanced at him, replying, "If we win, I will tell you the reason." Namkong Han laughed loudly, his voice full of enthusiasm. "Interesting." The three of them immediately charged at each other, their spiritual energy surging forth. Numerous beams of light intertwined, bringing with them a sense of death. A violent explosion rang out, shaking the entire auditorium. Flames erupted, and when the smoke cleared, Manhwa and 8-Tone had vanished, leaving only two deep holes. Outside the corridor, Namkong Han looked at them with an interested gaze. "They took a hit. Indeed, those two have been beaten to a pulp, their limbs torn apart in so much pain that they can't stand up." Namkong Han coldly asked, "So, what is the reason?" Manhwa laughed heartily. "You know you have changed as well." Namkong Han still did not understand, suspiciously asking, "Why?" 8-Tone gently replied, "Look into our eyes and you will see the reason. We changed. Just like you. You must have known that by now, right?" Namkong Han immediately thought of his son. His expression gradually changed, mumbling, "I have changed." Finally, Manhwa and 8-Tone couldn't withstand their internal injuries and collapsed unconscious. Namkong Han was originally a bloodthirsty person, and he was once again gathering his strength to prepare for an attack. Suddenly, his gaze changed. Namkong Han withdrew his spiritual power, and his arm slowly lowered. He realized that perhaps he had changed. Looking back, Manhwa and 8-Tone had fainted on the spot, completely unaware. More interesting things are happening. The next morning, in a small room at the back of the mansion, Deso sneaked in. "What are the sisters doing in there?" Lian was startled and turned around. "Why has the young master come here?" Deso presented a small gift, giggling. "Please accept this little elixir, sisters. The head maid told me that you sisters always take care of and help me, so I thought I would come and greet the two of you in the room." Lian was touched and sniffled. "Thank you." Deso walked over to the sickbed. His eyes suddenly widened when he recognized the two familiar faces. "Why are you two here?" Manhwa and 8-Tone covered their faces and sighed. Namkong beside them also noticed something unusual, clapping his hands in praise for the fact that both had survived and returned. Manhwa glanced at him, feeling frustrated, as if "You wanted us to be dead." Deso, somewhat fearful, stepped back. "Now I understand you two didn't go looking for death, did you?" The two of them stammered. "Well, it's true, but it really is quite fortunate." Lian slowly approached, surprised, and asked, "Do you know them, young master?" Deso looked at the two and nodded. "Yeah, let's say that's the case." Then he requested Lian to step outside for a moment. His voice became urgent. "I have something I want to discuss with these two stubborn old men." When the maidens left, Manhwa and 8-Tone slowly sat up, their bodies aching. Deso quickly got to the point. "Now tell me why you two are still here." Manhwa looked at the sky and the earth, stammering, "I'm old. Now I can't remember clearly anymore." Deso's smile gradually lost its warmth. "Then we need to make you remember." Deso brought up old matters and inquired about the appearance of the leader of the Vodong sect and the abbot of the Theolum temple. Upon hearing this, the two were startled and frightened. Deso pretended to be leisurely whistling, then suddenly declared, "There are two rats hiding in the Namkong family." Manhwa immediately jumped out of bed while Eight-Tone cried without tears, pledging to tell the whole truth. In his heart, Manhwa bitterly thought about being defeated by Namkong Han, losing his position as the sect leader, and now being discovered as a servant in his house. This bizarre situation left him surprised, looking at Eight-Tone, who was even more agitated, his hands clenched tightly, shaking as he sat frozen. Manhwa worriedly advised, "If you do that, I'll get my teeth knocked out." 8. Tone was so frustrated he couldn't speak. Deso continued to question, "What happened when you left the Teolam temple that made you so panicked? Or did you destroy the Ancestor Hall 8? Tone admitted it was me. For the first time in his life, the master was so angry that he crushed the target into powder. He sadly exclaimed, "I would rather be scolded by the master." His eyes seemed to emit fire. Deso finally understood the issue, thinking to himself, "Looking at their reactions, I must have guessed correctly." Deso suspected that these two had learned martial arts through improper means. Perhaps it was theft to avoid being pursued by Shaolin Temple and Wudong that they escaped to the Namkong aristocracy. He demanded they answer exactly what he asked. Manhwa whispered to Eight-Tone, "Don't you smell the scent of righteousness coming from his body?" 8. Tone nodded, whispering back, "If it's this child, perhaps he could defeat the monster that we have lost hope of defeating." Deso suddenly said, "The weather is nice, isn't it? It's perfect for going home." He looked at them seriously, summarizing the previous events. "You two challenged my father, lost the battle, and then returned, causing chaos at Wudong. Then you were caught by someone of higher status and chased away." Yes, the two nodded in confirmation. Deso continued, "According to what you said, besides my father, you also fought against about 50 others from Namkong, right?" The two nodded again. "Why do you two keep clinging to my hand like flies?" The two were hit right in the heart, awkwardly scratching their heads. Their actions were somewhat similar to flies. Manhwa whispered to Eight-Tone, "Now I have nowhere else to go, so we have to help each other." Deso mocked, "You challenged my father and failed, and now you come to me to make me responsible." The two were cornered. Manhwa whispered, "He's right." Deso was so angry he turned red, but still tried to remain calm. "The Taiji Sword King and the Jiatang sect are both powerful forces. That foolish deputy military advisor is still begging to become one of my people. It may sound a bit lowly to say, but I surely need some power to deal with the future." He looked at the two seriously and asked, "I know you two are not ordinary people, but one cannot rely solely on intuition to work. If you want to maintain power, you need money first. Do you two have any money?" Manhwa looked over at Eight-Tone, who chuckled, "I've spent it all on drinking." The two laughed heartily, innocently saying, "What's so important about money?" Deso angrily thought, "These two old men are not officially part of the aristocracy. Don't dream of getting financial support from them." His eyes suddenly changed in tone. It shone with determination. "If you want to join me, you must pay a joining fee of 100 taels of silver. Of course, there will be monthly rewards given." Manhwa suddenly became serious, looking straight at Deso. "Young hero, it seems you are misunderstanding something. The joining fee you mentioned does not belong to us." Deso was surprised. "Really, how do I compare to my father?" The two immediately shook their heads. "No, that's not it." Deso coughed a few times and then smiled lightly. "Anyway, I am a person of conscience. As long as you have money, it's fine. If you give me money, I will help you to adjust your martial arts." Manhwa and Ba-Tone lit up with excitement. "Really?" Outside, the three were listening intently. Lian pressed close to the door, muttering, "This is getting more and more complicated." Seung-Yun and Hua-Nya also appeared curious. How did those three get to know each other? Lian looked down at her belly. A gurgling sound echoed. "Could it be that I'm hungry?" The other two nodded in agreement. "Hearing you say that reminds me I'm feeling hungry too." Lian laughed loudly. "Then let's eat together." She opened the bag that Deso had given her. Inside were several sparkling Thanya pills. Hua-Nya was surprised. "Aren't these the ones the young master gave? What if we eat them and the young master asks for them back later?" Lian was nonchalant. "What are you worried about? I can still replace them from my room. Anyway, there's still a long way to go. Eat up." Seung-Yun encouraged Hua-Nya by holding her hand. "The divine doctor said as long as you have a good sleep, you'll be fine. When you wake up, there won't be any issues." Hua-Nya nodded. "Really? Just now the old masters all looked normal." The three of them simultaneously took a few delicious Than Ya pills. "All right, eat up!" Suddenly, a panicked shout rang out from afar. The three hurriedly put the Than Ya pills into their mouths. Li Han rushed over as if chased by a ghost, his face as red as burning coal, shouting loudly, "Everyone stop right now!" The other three looked at him in shock and fear. Li Han snatched a few Than Ya pills away. Finally, he angrily asked, "This looks very familiar. Could this be Than Ya pills? How did you get them?" Lian Yin innocently replied, "I was given them." Li Han could hardly believe it. "Who gave them to you?" Just then, footsteps were heard. A cheerful voice rang out. "Today you all got lucky." Namkong appeared holding the box containing Than Ya pills, slowly approaching. Li Han angrily snatched the box from Namkong. Upon opening it, he painfully realized there was only one Than Ya pill left. He finally trembled. "May I ask, where did all the rest go?" Namkong calmly replied, "Of course they were all eaten." Li Han's eyes narrowed with murderous intent. "Do you know what this is?" Namkong laughed loudly, pointing at the box. "It's Than Ya pills, it says on the box. You're even teasing me. Your eyes are already blurry, truly the effects of old age." Li Han cried without tears. Angrily looking up at the sky, he growled. Then he turned to Namkong, his aura fierce. In a cold voice, "The maidservants also exude the scent of Than Ya pills. How many pills did they eat? Of 7 or 10? Namkong was startled, stammering, "Why are you like this?" Then he hurriedly said, "Ah, I see. Could it be that the divine doctor also wants to eat, which is why it's like this? If that's the case, you should tell me. I will secretly give you a pill." Still angry and encountering a pest, Li Han's eyes were red as blood. The case of the aura crushing the box in hand. Namkong, frightened, ran away, shouting loudly, "No, I said I would give it to you. Why are you doing this to me? All right, save the person." A sudden noise attracted the attention of the three people in the room. Deso curiously opened the door to check the situation. He asked loudly, "Why is it so noisy outside?" Upon seeing Namkong, "It's been a long time." Namkong, with a tear-streaked face, ran over and called out earnestly. Young Master Deso was originally going to find him, but upon seeing him appear, he scolded, "What are you doing here?" Before he could finish his sentence, Namkong hurriedly hid behind him. He seemed to be very scared. Deso was even more surprised. "What is happening?" Li Han also stepped forward to inquire about the situation of Manang and Baton. The two of them seemed to still be awake. They immediately thanked Li Han. "Thank you. Thanks to you, we can rest comfortably. But you should still rest for a few more days." Li Han advised Manang and Baton, who shook their heads, saying it was unnecessary. "We have urgent matters to attend to." Meanwhile, John was still trying to cling to his leg. While Deso just wanted to give him a beating, Li Han looked at Namkong with a murderous gaze. "Then there's no other way. I also have things to do." Deso smirked. "Ah, I got the situation now." He then handed Namkong over to Li Han. "It seems you want to have a chat with him more, right?" Li Han nodded. "Exactly." Then he grabbed Namkong's collar and dragged him away. Namkong could only scream in despair, "Young master, please don't!" Deso didn't care. He turned to talk to the maidens. "You all go ahead. I need to talk to these two a little longer before joining you." After a while, everyone left. The three went to the bamboo forest behind Deso's residence as if they were familiar with the path. This should be good. "Use any martial arts you know I will observe. If anything is wrong, I will let you know." Manang gently drew his sword and accepted the command. The sword was raised high in the air. A deadly aura gradually enveloped the surrounding space. Manang followed the direction of the sword's movement. The divine aura also shifted with it. Manang gently moved the sword, dancing with graceful strokes. The divine aura burst forth powerfully. Just with a light stroke of the sword was enough for Deso to feel the death approaching. A large amount of spiritual energy surged, pushing him back. A gust of spiritual energy brushed past his face. He felt it was the wind. "Wow," Baton said beside him. "Are you serious?" Manang seemed to have merged with the sword, paying no attention to the world around him, gracefully moving the sword. The sword was guided by the wind, directing itself towards the breeze, harmonizing with nature. His martial arts were based on that foundation. Finally, Manang's swordsmanship reached the highest realm. Manang, drenched in sweat, breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "How was it?" Deso clapped his hands, signaling it was indeed quite good. Manang suddenly felt confused, not understanding if this was a compliment or criticism. Baton and Manang were somewhat annoyed that their skills were not recognized. They pointed at Deso. No matter what, lying is still bad. Very bad. If it's about pride, you could just say it, no need for that. We understand everything. Deso was tense, thinking hard. What should I do now? I truly see it that way. To prove my words are true, to show them. Deso directly took the sword from Manhwa's hand. Give me the sword! I will wield the sword just as you did. He stepped to a corner in front. Manhwa the adult called out, Okay, if you can do it, then go ahead and try. Manhwa laughed heartily, a proud expression clearly visible on his face. Since childhood, he had spent about 15 years mastering Tai Chi and honing it to perfection. He understood that only those with deep enlightenment could wield the Hue sword. Then Deso closed his eyes, focusing on feeling the soul of the sword. He recalled each movement, each gesture, each technique that Manhwa had just demonstrated. Then Deso swung the sword forward, skillfully moving the Hue sword in the way Manhwa had illustrated. At this point, Manhwa looked towards the young master. His eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, Deso is just like him from back then. From the flowing techniques of the sword, rising and falling, moving left and right, everything was unmistakable. Baton approached his friend, saying loudly, It looks pretty good. Deso was still engrossed in moving with the sword. The first movement of the closed system was gradually reaching its conclusion. After firmly grasping the sword in his hand, Deso realized that this type of martial art became stronger the more it was practiced. Now he understood why martial artists were willing to sacrifice their lives to obtain such extraordinary skills. Shall we dance the sword a bit more? Baton suddenly realized something. Manhwa beside him was astonished to the point of being struck by lightning. He witnessed the martial arts he had painstakingly honed over the years now being effortlessly replicated by a child. The sharp tip of the sword pierced through a falling leaf nearby. A surge of spiritual energy erupted the second essence of the Hue sword. Deso performed several sword moves to demonstrate the fluidity of the sword enveloping his body. His sword movements were quick and decisive. His body floated, blending with the sword strokes. With each step, each swing of the sword, and each thought, the leaves swayed to his rhythm. The dance in his mind continued without pause. I don't want to stop here. I want to practice more, he told himself. A little more effort practice. A bit more so, those two old men can see that inside Deso's body, the green seed is shaking continuously, radiating a powerful energy. 8. Tone opened his eyes wide in amazement, exclaiming, Maybe after he finishes training, we will have to return to the sect. Steal? He suddenly stopped saying that much. I can't think of anything else, and also reminded not to act rashly but to go by feeling understand. This technique is very suitable for the old man who prunes trees, stealing from the Wudang sect. The more he practiced, the lighter and more comfortable his body became. That is why people in the martial world risk their lives for this technique. The Tai Chi Hui sword is not a stolen item, right? Deso's explanations opened Manhwa's eyes, causing him to tremble continuously. Suddenly he shouted, Do you want to help me establish the greatest martial school in the world? His face brightened as if he had just found gold. He eagerly grabbed Deso's hand, proposing, I will take responsibility and promote you to the head of the school. 8. Tone beside him also expressed, Amitabha, have you ever heard of the 1,000-year Shaolin? Do you want to help me turn Shaolin Temple into the greatest Buddhist sect in the world? Deso pointed at the old man, trying to make a request. The old man had once spoken those strange words. Show me your martial arts. Upon hearing this, the old man shook his head in refusal. I don't see it that way. Deso waved his hand and walked away. Then I'm leaving. If you bring 200 taels, I will teach you more. After thinking, come to the hall to find me. Seeing him refuse, 8 Tone began to ponder. Manhwa was robbed of the Hui sword by this little brat. After seeing I can't easily show my moves, the old man recalled the techniques Deso had just demonstrated. Wondering why I could feel the aura of Master Damo from that child. Not letting the old man think further, Manhwa took the sword, mumbling as he walked, 200 taels, just 200 taels will do. This made 8 Tone panic, asking, Where are you going? He put on a gloomy expression, replying, I will go to the Wudang sect. Stealing 200 taels is enough, right? The old man helplessly yelled, Have you lost your mind? Chapter 8. Tone patted his friend on the shoulder, advising, The martial arts you practiced your whole life were imitated by that little brat in just one try, huh? You must be shocked. He has a rare talent in the world, no different from a genius. But geniuses are very rare in the world, don't worry. Manhwa seemed to ignore all the words, looking sad. No, you don't understand. There is a story that is only passed down to the heir of the Hui sword. He suddenly remembered the advice his master had given him long ago when the two of them stood on the grass. The master's call echoed Manhwa. At that time, you were still a young teenager, hurriedly replying, "Yes, master." The old master sighed, his voice full of disappointment. "In the past, I accepted you as my disciple because I saw your talent, but you lack the character of a true martial artist." Manhwa blushed, scratching his head. "I'm sorry. Recently, I've been less hot-tempered. I won't fight with my fellow disciples without reason anymore, master." The master gently called his name Manhwa. He quickly replied, "Yes, master." The golden sunset enveloped the landscape, creating a serene atmosphere. The master continued, "A true martial artist never fights." Then he slowly drew the sword, speaking gently. "All right, then. Now you have become the heir of the Hui sword. Now I will tell you the legend that is passed down only to the heir of this sword." The master began to demonstrate a martial stance, the sword creating swirling winds around, causing Manhwa to gasp in amazement. The master instructed, "In the future, when your sword no longer has wind, the world will tremble under the blade of martial arts." After the lesson, Manhwa was still naive, not fully understanding the meaning, and exclaimed, "Wow! If the master swings the sword, there must be wind, right?" The master smiled kindly. "That's right. That's why it's called a legend." Returning to the present, Deso was walking down the street, his mind wandering. He thought to himself, what martial arts the world will tremble under the name Namkong instead? He whistled as he walked, leaving Manhwa watching. He wondered in his heart whether those old men who spent their lives practicing martial arts were naive. I should have asked for a higher price. I could have earned over 200 taels. He regretfully watched the figure of Deso Long fade away. This dissatisfaction, is there really no other way? I don't like him. Tone then pulled Manhwa's hand, speaking as they walked. "We can't go to the mountain and rob those kids. 200 taels is equivalent to 2 months of work for us here. For ordinary people, it would take 15. The only way to get that amount of money is to follow this plan." After hearing this, Manhwa became excited, laughing loudly. "Damn it, let's go to him. Do you think I want to go?" At Kim Cat, a fierce argument was about to break out. A scream rang out, breaking the quiet atmosphere. "Who wrote the ledger yesterday?" The timid servant replied, "Sir, it was the one who wrote the last entry." The deputy head of the department was furious, gritting his teeth. "It's him again. Call him here. How many times has he written the wrong name? How much did I sell yesterday that there was a mistake? Where is he?" A hoarse voice of an old man rang out. "Did you call me?" The deputy head roared, pointing and scolding. "Call me that damn name. I am under your command. Even without the head's order, I can still chase you away, old man. That person is Jang Man, but he seems uninterested in what the vice president is saying." Just turning away sulkily. "If you have nothing to do, then I'll leave." The vice president angrily shouted, "Stop!" Jang Man turned back, but the look in his eyes made the vice president freeze, thinking to himself a terrifying gaze. He lowered his voice. "If you feel tired, just tell me to take a break. Because of you, the records from yesterday had to be redone completely." Jang Man coldly replied, "I apologize for the mistake I made." The statement only made the vice president angrier. He slammed the table, pointing at Jang Man. "This cannot be resolved with just an apology. Starting tomorrow, you should leave the Golden Cat Hall." Jang Man widened his eyes and asked in return, "Is the president allowing me to leave here?" The vice president panicked. "I will convince the president, hurry and leave," he retorted. "Are you confident that you won't regret it?" The vice president firmly asserted. "Of course, what I regret in life is not knowing my wife was cheating, just giving her money." But in response to his confession, the old man laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, that's worth regretting." The more he spoke, the more he made the vice president lose control. This old man even mocked someone else's situation. If it weren't for the president's orders, I wouldn't have had the chance to finish speaking. Jang Man's expression turned serious, his whole body exuding a terrifying aura. "I will take revenge for you. If it's money, nothing in this world is impossible." The vice president didn't pay attention to the old man's suggestion, his face turning red like a chili pepper, seemingly about to explode, shouting loudly, "You don't even know where you will be to claim revenge for me. Now it's not just about my wife, but because of you, I'm about to die of anger. Leave here immediately." He turned his back, trying to throw in one last comment. "What a pity if the vice president's son were a little older, he could witness you collapsing because of me making a child lose his father. Even I feel guilty." Just with simple but deadly words, he made the vice president so angry, he was foaming at the mouth, causing the servants to panic. "Vice President, wake up. Doctor, hurry, find a doctor." They hurriedly carried the vice president away, continuously calling vice president. "Wake up!" After the crowd left, the old man smiled cunningly, tossing a piece of paper on the table. "I intended to send this directly to you, but it was too difficult. This is the last gift." The paper reads, "The third house on the right side, outskirts of Kusan County. The fat man's wife is hiding there." After finishing, he clasped his hands behind his back, casually, walking away, wondering where should I go now, but I have paid enough debts to the president, should I go home? Someone ahead caught his attention and startled him. It was 8-Ton and Manhwa. 8-Ton politely extended his hand. "Can I borrow 200 liang?" He immediately replied, "I thought it was some beggar. The borrowed amount is only that much." Jang Man squinted thoughtfully. "There's no reason for these high-pride beggars to come here." The old man stroked his beard and smiled slyly. "I can smell a strong scent of money here." Jang Man clasped his hands seriously. "So you need 200 taels to join the forces of the young master Namkong Manang." Irritated, he extended his hand. "Just give us the loan if you know. We will pay it back later." As if guessing something, the old man smiled cunningly. "If the two of you join, then those under your command will also participate, around 50 people, right?" The question made 8-Ton anxious. He thought to himself that he could smell money now. 8-Ton recalled Jang Man's past, once called the King of Gold, the one holding the most money in Zhongyuan. As long as there is money, he would sell his parents' children, and wife. A person blinded by greed could do anything. Jang Man said sarcastically. "Only 200 taels and you want me to go get it? Raise the number. Quickly call all your lackeys here." The old man's words left the two of them stunned. What the old man confidently declared, 10,000 taels, or 100,000 taels. "I will decide after meeting the young master at Deso's hall." A sharp sword shot up into the sky. He was focused on practicing swordsmanship. In the garden behind him were a few girls admiring each graceful stroke. Huanya and Suongyan were eating cakes while chatting. Suongyan casually asked, "Is there something happening right outside as you just started practicing?" Huanya responded, "Don't you find it amazing? But sister thinks martial arts don't suit us because they are fierce, strong, and tough. But watching the young master practice swordplay, I found it very peaceful." Lian Nian also joined the conversation, puzzled. Is martial arts really that graceful? She held 2 cakes in her hand, eating while responding. I have never seen so many types of martial arts, but the young master's style is a bit different. If it is that kind of martial arts, I would also like to practice it." The manager turned her gaze towards the door. A premonition that something was about to happen. It seemed someone was coming. The girls didn't understand what was happening, confused. "Why do you say that?" That premonition turned out to be correct. Immediately, a group of tall, fierce-looking men kicked the door open and entered. Huanya and Lian Yin were startled and wondered. Shouldn't the uncles and old men be working now? Zhongyan quickly rushed out to stop them. "Stop, why did you old men come here without notice?" Manang replied seriously and politely. "We only came here because there is something going on, and this matter the young master already knows about." Zhongyan immediately responded. "Oh, really? Can you wait for the young master to finish practicing his sword?" The young master has been practicing swordplay for a while now. The noise around him makes Deso, who is closing his eyes to concentrate, feel uncomfortable. He thinks to himself, why is it so noisy around here? The green seed inside him continues to vibrate. He dances the sword while speaking. "That's right, there were many people watching earlier, so I have to intentionally suppress my internal energy into each stroke of his sword as it permeates every muscle and cell. But I can't use too much force, so this time I'll just let the internal energy gradually adjust." Suddenly, he opens his eyes wide in surprise. It's as if he can see and feel each stroke of his sword, and he can't help but be amazed. Clearly the strokes were stuck at this point before, but now he sees a new path and untangles the blockage. Deso joyfully dances the sword freely. "So that's it, from this point I will need internal energy and the green seed inside." He feels as if he has opened up a new level, transforming into a reddish hue. He joyfully laughs out loud. "Ha, wonderful! That's right, this is my new dance. I will call it Cloud Sword." Suddenly, Deso exclaims, Now he realizes there are many people standing around him. Deso stands in the courtyard in front of the gaze of many eyes, not understanding what is happening. He asks aloud, Everyone looks at him with their mouths agape as if they can't believe their eyes. Deso calmly asks, "Why is everyone so flustered?" Manang, with a flushed face, suddenly rushes towards him to question, "What was that just now?" The old man's eyes are spinning, his mouth hurriedly asking, "You finished the first move and then went to the second. I am very surprised, but that is definitely the Hue sword that I know. What exactly was that sword move earlier?" Jang Man behind pushes the old man aside, reminding him, "Don't cause a ruckus, step aside." The old man looks at Deso with sparkling eyes filled with the scent of money and confidently introduces, "You are Deso, the young master of the Namkong family. Hello, I am Jang Man." At the greeting, Trin Chong frowns and asks, "Huh? Who made the old man speechless?" He ignores it and turns back to ask Zhong Yan, "What are you doing here?" Then she replies, "Young master, they said they had an appointment with you, Deso." Denying loudly, Deso says, "What the hell? I have no appointment at all." Because Manhwa is still in shock. 8. Tone speaks up to remind him, "Forgive me for coming here suddenly, but we really do have an appointment." "You mentioned the entrance fee, don't you remember?" Deso looks blankly and repeats, "Entrance fee, could it be 100 taels?" Seeing that he seems to remember, 8 Tone confirms, "That's right." Hearing about money, he immediately quotes, "So all of them came here to pay the entrance fee to me. One person 100 taels, a total of 5,000 taels. Just by looking, he can tell they are all beggars. How could they possibly take out that much money?" Jang Man stepped up to Deso and calmly said, "If it's money, I have enough." Deso still hadn't realized this, and he irritably asked, "Who are you to meddle in my business?" Jang Man replied placidly, "Have you ever heard of the Heavenly Land Trading Company? Last year, someone called me the #1 trading company in the world." This statement startled Deso, leaving him hesitant about how to react. He continued, "I am the owner of that trading company. You have sent many interesting items to my trading company once a year." Deso recalled with surprise that when he was young, he had asked his sister to send those items to the Heavenly Land Trading Company. Jang Man smiled slightly. "Our trading company strictly adheres to confidentiality. Everything you sent is kept secret. I will show you proof that I am trustworthy." Saying this, he pulled out a stack of yellow banknotes and asked, "Let's see, is this enough?" Everyone around was stunned by the enormous amount of money. Jang Man loudly declared, "Each note is worth 10,000 taels of silver, a total of 5 notes. This statement hit Deso like a bolt from the blue, causing his attitude to change immediately. His face brightening as he eagerly invited, "Oh my, it's truly an honor to have a distinguished guest visit. It's scorching hot, please come in and rest." Deso's rapid change surprised Zhong Yan and Lian Yin standing beside him, whispering, "Our young master likes everything, especially money. He has always been fond of money." Jang Man laughed heartily. "Ha ha, let's go inside first. I haven't said I would give you the money yet." Deso softly flattered, "So what do you need?" He replied, "Do you know Namkong Eon?" Deso was surprised. Namkong Eon? Why is the elder mentioning him? Jang Man's face turned cold. "I want to take revenge on him." Deso panicked. "Huh?" The elder's voice deepened. "I want to see him beaten to a pulp. Can you do that? If you agree to this deal, whether it's 50,000 taels or 100,000 taels, I promise I will fully support you." Deso, confused, waved his hand. "Wait." He looked around at the people present, nervously asking, "Is it possible that everyone here is someone who stayed behind to take revenge on the Namkong family?" As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly became tense, and everyone's faces were filled with murderous intent as if they were harboring deep grievances. Faced with this scene, Deso turned pale and could only exclaim, "This is madness." Suddenly, one of them spoke up, sounding annoyed. "What did you just say?" This left Deso speechless, covering his mouth with his hand, mumbling, "Wow, that was unexpected. I accidentally let it slip." However, he then reconsidered. "Wait a minute, why should I care about their gazes?" Thinking this, Deso shouted loudly, angrily, pointing, "Did I say you all are crazy? Am I wrong?" He looked at 8 Tone and Manhwa, judging those old men, claiming to seek revenge, yet now being chased away. What a disgrace. I thought everyone would be angry, but on the contrary, they weren't mad at all. They burst into laughter. "Crazy!" "Yes, we are crazy," Deso puzzledly said. "Stop laughing, what's wrong with you all? Are you all crazy?" Everyone there cried from laughing too much. They wiped their tears and explained, "That is the most comfortable thing I've heard recently." We can say that we have temporarily discarded what we've suppressed for 15 years. We feel relieved. Please forgive us. One person spoke up. Khan praises Deso. Your Hyukim is very good, very commendable. Hyukim is indeed Hyukim. Yet there is a thought to break that mold, and it is not at all bad. It's very beautiful to go as well. You have done something that everyone here could not do for 55 people. Then he clasped his hands and bowed his head to Jang Man, hoping for his help. Please send him 100 taels. The others saw this and followed suit, saying in unison, 8 long, 3 ma, 7 ma, Chanthin Kim Deso. In panic, sweating profusely, he exclaimed, What is this? 8. Tone also clasped his hands. 8. Ton Yi Tien. Manang said sternly, Thai Cook Kim Vung Manang. And everyone bowed their heads in respect and shouted before Jang Man. We hope you, Jang Man, can help. Please send him 100 taels. Deso had a headache, felt dizzy, and was dazed by everything happening. Wait a minute. Jang Man turned around, clasped his hands respectfully, and asked for his opinion. Dear young Master Namkong, can you accept our presents? Then Deso was embarrassed, not knowing what to do, said, Everyone is misunderstanding. I have no intention of taking revenge on anyone. I also do not have the strength to do that. But everyone immediately refuted, In your Kiemvu we have seen clearly. Deso gasped. That was just a dance, what do you see? Manang stepped up, replied seriously. No, what you just performed is not just Kim Vu, but Thai Cook Hui Kim. That old man nodded, his expression serious. Deso was surprised, pointing at himself, he asked, Oh, you mean Thai Cook Hui Kim? The strongest martial arts technique is what I just executed. Seeing Deso still a confused 8-tone immediately took action. The old man stepped aside and threw a powerful punch, creating a gust of wind that blew Deso's hair. The old man asked seriously, Can you do the same? If so, please use your internal energy. But Deso did not hesitate, used his energy, and threw a punch. Immediately, the wall in front of him exploded. Deso was astonished, unable to believe his eyes. What is this? He looked at the destroyed wall and asked, What is that? Chapter 8. Tone stroked his chin, exclaimed, Wonderful. What you just did is Bakbotan Queen. Deso was still puzzled. What is that? Suddenly he pointed at someone holding a sword and said, Hey, old man, show your move. Anything is fine. That person nodded, drew his sword. A strong gust of wind appeared as if created by the blade, and he flew up high with the wind. Deso did not hesitate, drew his own sword, and also flew up gracefully like a feather. Everyone clapped and cheered. Wow! He landed amidst the amazement and compliments of the crowd. However, Deso's eyes were spinning from executing too many tricks at once. He thought to himself, I really did it. Itone laughed heartily. What an extraordinary talent! Deso recalled the sword movements he had just performed, wondering, maybe it's because I only learned the basics. He widened his eyes, thinking to himself, Is it true that you created 3 great sword techniques to master all sword arts? It seemed he had figured everything out. Jang Man cheerfully clapped, On a beautiful day like today, how can we not have wine? Today I invite everyone to drink and eat freely. Immediately the servants began to bring in the food one by one. The atmosphere became lively like a festival. However, only Deso looked downcast, waving his hand. I'm still too young to drink. That evening, everyone was joyful, eating, drinking, and chatting. Everyone felt relaxed, laughing, and celebrating the good news. Suddenly a voice called out, Uncle! It turned out to be Deso. He respectfully poured wine for the old man to express his gratitude. Thanks to you, everyone has a good time today. Let me offer you a drink. The old man laughed heartily. Ha ha! Sure, the wine offered by the young master must be delicious. Seizing the opportunity, Deso sat down and asked, Why do you want to take revenge on the elder of the Namkong? The old man pondered and replied, I wonder if you have ever had so much money that you couldn't count it. Jang Man recounted a story. One day I woke up with an uncountable amount of gold. After realizing this, I found the world quite boring. During my time as a merchant, I was bullied by martial artist thugs. Since then, I resolved to spend money like water. Deso found it hard to understand spend money like water. The old man reminisced, speaking slowly. I bought many rare treasures, legendary armor, legendary swords, and legendary weapons. Anything related to legends, I bought it all. I spent an uncountable amount of money and eventually fell into hardship. A group of martial artists came looking. The crowd also gathered curiously to watch. They asked what happened next. Memories of the past came flooding back. Images of the old man wielding his sword defeating each one. I had faced them before. Of course, those who came at first were not very strong. With just a few moves, I could easily defeat third-rate masters. The old man continued to recount. The third-rate thugs were not much different from ordinary people. Only those ranked second and above were truly considered part of the martial arts world. After all, they couldn't pierce through the dragon armor. When a first-rate thug appeared, his sword gleamed, and I was very frightened. When I thought I might die here, the 9 poisonous darts worth 10,000 taels penetrated his body, and I emerged victorious. The old man kept reminiscing about the past, his eyes wide open in astonishment. At that moment, I realized that even as a warrior, when exposed to poison, he was just an ordinary person like me. And when the top masters came, the process of poisoning them was somewhat challenging, but I still won. The old man quickly took a sip of wine and looked down, continuing to speak. That's just how it is. I met him Namkong in the old man's memories. In the evening light, he leaned against the wall. He exuded a terrifying presence. The old man's trembling voice said he was a monster. Jang Man recalled the moment he met Namkong. The old man approached and cheerfully said, "So this is what the martial world is like. I should have lived like this from the beginning. Even the top martial artists couldn't penetrate the dragon armor, so I need not fear." The old man laughed triumphantly. Or should I try to fight against the #1 sect in the world once? Suddenly, a person appeared leaning against the wall, making the old man curious. The old man looked at Namkong. He was radiating murderous intent and wondered what he was doing blocking the path like this. Jang Man spoke up. "Hey, get out of the way!" The curt remark made his whole body tremble as if suppressing his anger. He did not hesitate to reply. "You bastard!" The old man froze, pointing at himself in confusion. "You insulted me!" As the old man finished speaking, his whole body erupted with terrifying strength. He growled, "Because of your bastard, you made me escape from the transformation realm. Now I can never enter it again." Namkong-chin's face turned red, filled with overwhelming anger. Entering the transformation realm is the moment of enlightenment. You come here. At that moment, the old man still did not know his strength. He disdainfully replied, "Humph, a beggar blocking the way, blocking the path. Turns out he's also a madman. I wonder if he's a martial artist. What transformation realm? You're being too boastful." Without further ado, Namkong attacked immediately. The old man stared wide-eyed, unable to react. The sound of impact rang out, not knowing from when. Jang Man's hat was crushed and lying on the ground. The old man could only exclaim, "Huh!" He smugly laughed. "Yeah, I just hit lightly and it fell off." "Huh. It's not made of paper, is it?" The old man was furious. He pulled a firecracker from his robe. "Not just a blowhard. Okay, then let's try this." As he spoke, the old man ignited the firecracker in his hand. At the same time, he shot needles toward him. Namkong immediately raised his hand to shield himself. Though not knowing what it was, the old man confidently said, "Just one of these cow hair needles, and the poison will spread throughout your body." The old man continued to explain, "Just count to 3 and you will lose your vision. Count an additional 8 seconds and your flesh will shrink. After 10 seconds, you will lose all your senses and feel the pain of your lungs and heart being torn apart. After 30 seconds, you will die." But he remained still and did not move. He only bent down to look at the needles on his body. Meanwhile, Jang Man approached him. Holding the antidote, he calmly said, "But I cannot just kill someone I just met on the road. I will give you the antidote because I think you have realized your mistake." But suddenly, Namkong burst into laughter. The old man said in panic, "Hey, don't be so arrogant. Hurry up and drink it." He paid no attention. He tilted his head back and coughed out the toxins in his body, spitting them onto a stone by the roadside. The stone that was spat on immediately began to evaporate. Jang Man exclaimed, "What is happening?" Namkong merely scoffed lightly. But immediately the veins on his face bulged like ropes. He tensed up, and in the blink of an eye, the needles embedded in his body shot out completely. The old man opened his eyes wide, mouth agape, unable to believe the scene before him. He shouted that he could not possibly remove the Niu Mao Zhen himself, something even the divine doctor could not do. Namkong stood tall, his frightening gaze fixed on the old man. He gritted his teeth, sneering, "When the needle stabbed me, I retracted my flag. Although I couldn't stop the poison from entering, it seems you are quite impressive. If you were an ordinary person, you would have died immediately." The old man bowed his head, trembling, not daring to look directly. Suddenly, Namkong grabbed the shoulder of the old man's armor, continuing, "It seems you have many interesting things." In a flash, one sleeve of the armor was torn apart by him. Voice trembling, the old man looked at the armor and said softly, "From the heart of the armor." Namkong Chin appeared very excited. He madly tore apart the armor that the old man always took pride in, sneering, "What do you use these things for?" The old man did not dare to do anything, just stood silently listening to his taunts. In his heart, he felt immense sorrow. My treasure has fallen into the hands of this monster, torn apart like paper. After destroying it, Namkong Chin wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face full of pride. I didn't expect my body to feel this comfortable. It has been a long time since I felt this way. He waved his hand and walked away, not forgetting to leave a remark. "Thanks to you, I feel so refreshed." "I will spare you." Jang Man, with his clothes torn, was left with only his pants, standing there trembling as he watched him walk away. The old man hurriedly asked, "What is your name?" Namkong Chin turned around wearing a sly, cold smile and replied, "Do you want to know to take revenge?" The old man panicked. "I'm just curious." He scoffed. "My name is Namkong Chin from the Namkong family." After finishing, the old man gently poured wine and drank. Everyone around, including Deso, was teary-eyed and moved by the old man's story. In the emotional atmosphere, one of them began to share, "I was once called a talent 55 in the army. I thought I was a genius until I met that Namkong Jing guy." Another person chimed in, "There was a time I ran into an old man. He said that if I just followed him, I would never be beaten for the rest of my life. Looking back now, it turns out it was just a scam, like a competition." Each person took turns sharing their experiences. A guy in a blue outfit scratched his head. "There was a martial arts tournament held in the village. Everyone said I would win if that Namkong guy didn't happen to pass by." Another guy in an orange outfit said, "I accidentally discovered the secret technique of a level 10 master in a cave. I was overjoyed." After stepping outside, I realized I was mistaken. After hearing everyone's circumstances, Deso quietly sat and pondered. The 50 people gathered here are all famous talents in the local area. Just because they encountered the Namkong family, they fell from the peak into the abyss. He mused, "Among those with the Namkong surname, I am the one who understands them best. Looking into the cup before me reflects my past." He sadly thought, perhaps like me in the past, all these people, even knowing the outcome, still cannot give up. Suddenly a voice rose up, surprising everyone. "What's so hard about this?" "I will do it!" Deso slammed the table confidently, declaring, "The revenge you desire, I will help you achieve." Hearing Deso's official declaration, everyone cheered with delight. Everyone lifted him up and shouted loudly, "Long live Commander Deso!" The next morning, when the sun was shining everywhere, Deso woke up groggily, complaining, "My head, what did those old men drink so much?" Before he could gather his thoughts, Li Han, with a fierce expression, had been waiting for him and asked, "You're awake?" He crossed his arms seriously, stating, "This is a bit surprising, but I need to talk to you." Deso suddenly asked, "Huh, what is it?" His eyes widened, serious, then unexpectedly moved closer, took his hand and earnestly pleaded, "Please convince your maid to become my disciple." He recounted what just happened. "I met with the maids to ask if besides Thenya Dan, that Namkong John guy gave them anything." He continued to express his feelings. Surprisingly, just by smelling, they could distinguish all types of pills. They even pointed out the ingredients of each type. If they have such talent, it wouldn't be surprising if they not only became doctors, but also divine healers, Li Han said seriously. "I tried to propose they become disciples, but they refused. So I had to come directly to their master, you asking for your help. Please use your persuasive skills to convince them to change their decision, if they agree to become my disciples." Li Han pounded his chest and swore, "I will join your group." Deso led him away, instructing as they walked, "I can't force this. I will respect their opinions." Li Han also thanked him. "Thank you. You are truly better than your father." Suddenly, Deso exclaimed, "What are those corpses?" In front of him was the sight of a group of people who had drunk too much last night, slumped over at the table, completely oblivious to their surroundings. Li Han reassured him, "Don't worry. They may look like that, but they are still alive." Deso leaned over, wondering, "Why is he here?" He saw Namkong Jian trying to pull a fat man from the ground and loudly asked, "What are you doing?" causing Namkong Jian to startle and exclaim, "Young master, he sees you," complaining, "Why did you just come to clean up these drunks? It's making me tired to death. My hands are about to break." But Deso just leaned on his hands and smiled, saying, "You look so busy, keep it up." Then he pushed the door open, causing the boy to groan, "I'm really tired to death." When Deso arrived, Seung Yun and Hua Nya, who were busy cooking, also turned to greet, "Young master, you are awake." Smelling the delicious food, he curiously asked, "Is that soup of bean sprouts?" Lian Yin quickly introduced, "Yes, would you like to try it?" He took a spoonful to taste and praised, "It looks delicious." By the way, he inquired, "Don't the sisters want to become physicians, really?" The three girls confirmed without hesitation, "That's right. We want to serve you for life." Hearing this, Deso was confused about how to persuade them. He looked at Li Han and asked, "What should we do now?" Li Han asked back, "Did you refuse my offer because of the young master?" But all three seemed indifferent to his words, focusing only on their work. The soup must be boiling. Deso also asked again, "Is it really because of me?" He opened his sparkling eyes and exclaimed, "Why am I no longer a child who needs help?" Suddenly the kitchen door burst open and a hand appeared. It was Namkong Jian. Following him was Jang Man, who loudly declared, "We also want you to become our disciples." The already awkward situation became even more tangled. Deso angrily shouted, "This crazy guy, what do you suddenly want?" And that old man too. Hearing his name mentioned, Jang Man replied, "I observed them yesterday. Their ability to see treasures is indeed extraordinary. That keen gaze truly made me envious." At the compliment, Seung Yun was a bit taken aback. Namkong Jian walked over to Li An, calling, "Li An." He looked at her with sharp eyes, coldly saying, "You are capable." Li An was anxious beads of sweat forming as she concentrated to listen. Then suddenly he shouted, "Appointed as the strategist of Namkong Jian, you are the same age as me. Although you passed the provincial exam due to your family being torn apart, you became a maid. The eldest daughter, Li An, this responsibility can only be yours." After that, a scene unfolded where the three argued over who should take the role. Li Han angrily shouted, "You guys, I was the one who asked first." Namkong Jian refused to back down, sarcastically replied, "You're being too greedy." Jang Man confidently said, "Isn't their opinion the most important one?" As for Deso, caught in the middle of the loud argument, he could only pull his hair in frustration. He decided to kick all three of them out so the sisters could think, "Please step outside." Once it was just him and the sisters, Deso seriously began the discussion. "Now that it's just us sisters, please speak. Although this is quite surprising, it's a rare opportunity, and I want to hear your honest opinions." Shuangyan spoke up first. "Honestly, I'm not sure. Living with everyone is great, but I'm also curious about the new world." Lianian added, "Thanks to the grace of the matriarch, I was saved from a life of slavery. I can never repay that debt in this lifetime. I was taken care of by the young master, and it was the happiest time of my life." Hoanya suggested, "I will comply with all of the young master's requests. There is only one master for me in this world." Deso closed his eyes to contemplate and then opened them with a decision. "Well then, let's do it. I will start making decisions. Seung Yan will follow the divine Dr. Lian Yin. She will follow the vice military master Huanya. She will become a disciple of Jang Man." All three of them bowed their heads in agreement to obey. Deso added, "I will always keep your positions in mind. If you feel bored, just come back here. You are my family." His words moved the three, tears welling up as they called out young master. Still emotional, Deso put on a sly expression. "Seung Yan becoming a pharmacist means her potions will also belong to me. Lian Yin becoming a military master means operational costs will always be abundant. Huanya becoming a disciple of Jang Man means the world's farmland will belong to me. We are about to get rich." The three laughed awkwardly, unable to speak in front of his performance. Feeling he might have gone a bit too far, Deso cleared his throat. "I was just saying that. How can I enjoy everything alone? If you want to live happily, you have to be a little ambitious. You all understand my heart, right?" The three replied in unison. "Of course we understand very well." He took the three of them to where the other three were waiting. Li Han asked, "So how is it? Have you finished discussing?" Deso smiled and introduced Seung Yan will follow the divine doctor. Li Anyin will follow the vice military master, and Huanya will become a disciple of Jang Man. He spoke with a dangerous expression. I hope you will take care of them. This made all three worry, thinking, why do I feel so uneasy? Not wanting to disturb everyone, he told them to quickly accept their masters and disciples. Well then, let's talk later, everyone. Go ahead. After everyone had finished talking with their disciples, Li Han happily said to Sung Yan, today you should rest. Tomorrow we will go to the medicine hall, a voice called out Monarch. He was taken aback and replied, huh. All those who were just swaying are now gathered together with 8 Tone and Manhwa. They exclaimed loudly, you're out, what should we do now? They eagerly looked at him, ready for their first time in a master-disciple relationship. I am very much looking forward to it. Deso looked at everyone full of energy and teased, didn't you just now look like corpses? Upon finishing, he held his stomach and replied, but now I have no desire to teach anyone. I can't even protect my own stomach. I am the one who needs to learn. Tone continued. Everyone knows that. The young master's strength is about to surpass the 3rd rank. He retorted angrily, when did I say I was a genius? A voice spoke up, and it was Manhwa. He said if the young master wants to learn our martial arts, that's a different story. According to the young master's words, do you want to learn martial arts from someone stronger than the 3rd rank? The big guys stared at him. Manhwa continued, from what I see, the martial arts of those here are not lower than Namkong. 8 Tone stood back and gave him advice. Depending on the martial arts method, the usage will differ. You have to directly use your body to feel it in order to learn quickly. 8 Tone laughed loudly without hesitation, charging straight towards Deso, who was still confused and hadn't grasped what was happening. Amitabha. He swung his hand and threw a powerful punch that made Deso grimace. With a cunning look, he continuously launched rapid attacks, caught off guard. Deso could only shout, wait a moment, but he didn't care to listen, continuing to punch straight into his stomach, sending him flying a few meters away. Deso gasped for breath after a series of relentless attacks. 8 Tone wasted no time and executed the first good move, leaving Deso with no choice but to take the hits. He continuously absorbed the old man's blows without being able to fight back. The old man delivered a fierce kick, the Azure Dragon Claw, straight to his chin. Next was a series of rapid punches, the brain-destroying slash. Deso hurriedly raised both hands to defend. Finally, the old man delivered a decisive blow that created a cloud of dust. 8 Tone laughed loudly, sarcastically, saying, how long are you planning to be beaten? Deso angrily cursed, damn it! Then he charged forward, determined to fight back. He repeated the moves that Ba Tone had just used, the first good move, but the old man nimbly dodged. Next was the Tiger Claw. Deso swung his leg and executed a kick, forcing the old man to lean back to avoid the attack, not forgetting to tease, oh ho. He continued with this brain-destroying slash, making those around him exclaim in admiration. Impressive. The young master fights really well. It's truly not a joke. It can only be said that he is a genius. They cheered enthusiastically. Deso blushed in embarrassment, waving his hand. Stop it already. It seems he is someone who gets easily embarrassed when complimented. Taking advantage of his distraction, 8 Tone executed the Tiger Fist, punching straight into his face, causing him to slide down to the ground. The old man approached, preparing to launch another strike. Truly amazing, it reminds me of the glorious times of the past. Deso raised his hand to stop Master. Wait a moment. But the old man paid no attention, launching a kick straight to his chin, sending him flying into the air. 8 Tone shouted excitedly. Yes, this is what it means to live. It feels great to swing my hands after a series of humiliating days. The Buddha also grants me the chance for revenge. Amitabha! Deso angrily cursed the old bastard and took advantage of the fall to retaliate with the Tiger Fist. 8 Tone, even more fired up, charged forward. I will also show you what Tiger Fist is. Finally, both of them were headstrong, facing off directly. Deso realized his punch lacked power and was immediately sent flying, soaring into the sky, and crashing down to the ground in a heap. Tone asked sarcastically, how long are you planning to be beaten? Deso, despite being injured, still tried to retort, are you sure this is martial arts 15 with the same type of martial arts? Why is it only me who falls? 8 Tone laughed mockingly. Why is that? One has only trained for a day and the other has trained for a lifetime. It's different. Deso was furious inside. Now I know why my father cut off that old man's hand. An unfilial son who doesn't understand his father's thoughts. He silently vowed, I will definitely turn that head into a snout. In his mind, he pictured the old man's head turning into a snout, while the old man continued to smile mockingly. 100 years more is still a long way off. With boundless rage, Deso continued to unleash the tiger fist. The bystanders kept discussing, if he keeps swinging like that, he'll be hit again. I also want to take down the young master. He turned to gain momentum and shouted, "Heavenly balance!" it causing the ground to shake. He then delivered a reverse kick tiger armor towards 8-ton. The old man quickly blocked it and then stepped back after being continuously attacked by him. Deso continued to raise his leg, preparing to kick straight into the old man's face. In his mind, he thought, light body, heavenly balance, hold with such short arms, I'll use my legs to counter. Who says Tiger Fist only uses fists? Sasher 8-ton was not afraid at all. He laughed with delight. Praise is quite nice. As expected, the old man blocked his leg, causing him to lose momentum. Thus Deso exclaimed in panic, "What?" and was quickly kicked back by the old man using the tiger claw technique. In a daze, he was still surprised by the old man's movements and exclaimed, "He also uses tiger fist with his legs, breaking the rules." Deso fell to the ground in a wounded state and fainted. Manhwa saw him unconscious and immediately announced, "He has fainted." The old man turned to ask another person, "You witnessed everything. What do you think?" Indeed, a rare talent able to discover the next level of martial arts and internal strength on his own. His innate ability and strong will are truly impressive. Here, surely no warrior would see this outstanding talent and not desire it. Manhwa smiled and said, "To learn all those martial arts, the young master will surely be very busy in the coming time." Sunlight shone everywhere and a gentle voice echoed. Deso rubbed his neck, sat up and wondered, "My neck, how long have I been lying here?" In front of him, everyone was fighting fiercely. Just waking up still dizzy, he confusedly asked, "Oh, are they competing in martial arts with each other?" He spoke up. "Why are they fighting? Some are using weapons. Some are fighting unarmed," which made him curious. Suddenly, a person flew towards Deso, startling him. Seeing that you are awake, that person quickly asked, "Young master, when did you wake up?" Shimmer, that person continued. "While you were sleeping, someone came looking for you, but we let him go." Deso pointed at his face and asked back, "Me?" And that person turned to discuss with another, "He looks very tall, doesn't he?" The other replied, "Just a big guy. Have you been training in the mountains and don't know what's going on in the world?" The taunts made the other person angry, veins popping on their forehead, and the two of them rushed in to fight. "What are you going crazy about?" "Want to die? Come at me. I'll let you taste it." Deso still didn't understand the whole story. He looked at them in annoyance and said, "Did they eat something wrong?" From behind, 8-ton and Manhwa appeared, telling him, "Just leave it as it is. From now on, we are on the same side. It's time to establish the hierarchy." Deso wondered why the elders didn't rush in to fight. 8-ton looked at him, gritting his teeth, and replied, "If we rush in, what would be interesting? We all already have ranks." Deso observed everyone and silently sighed. Just watching, he could see how amazing those matches were. Just how strong could they be? Manhwa spoke up to comfort him. "If you put in the effort, you'll be stronger than them," Deso exclaimed in surprise. "Really?" 8-ton continued. "If you push yourself to the point of bleeding, you'll be stronger than both of us." He explained further, "If you train to the point of madness, you might even be stronger than the celestial demon and the martial god." Deso placed his hand on his chest, feeling something, and said, "Then let's do it." His face turned red with confidence. "I want to try my best now." Deso continued to observe everyone, quietly guessing with a relieved expression. "It seems like the order is roughly sorted out now," he sighed. "There are too many people. When will I remember all their names?" He walked over and pointed at the person with a scar on their face, saying, "From now on, you'll be the first elder." Next, he pointed at the two people in orange and purple. "You are Elder 2, Elder 3, Elder 4. Hearing the way he named everyone, they all felt exasperated, silently evaluating that according to naming standards, the door was suddenly pushed open forcefully by someone. That person quickly walked towards Deso. He was puzzled, not understanding, and exclaimed, "Oh, Brother 2. Namkong smirked and said, "Little brother, I accept your proposal." Deso still didn't understand and asked again, "Didn't you declare war on me yesterday? In 2 years, I'm sure I'll be defeated by you." He was still in shock, not understanding what his brother 2 was talking about. Namkong recounted, "Yesterday I was very surprised. This is the first time little brother has shown me his true nature." Deso gritted his teeth in anger, directing his gaze at the two people who had just been telling stories to him. Namkong firmly patted his shoulders and declared, "Very interesting. That's how you deserve to be a descendant of Namkong." His gaze suddenly changed, becoming sharp. I just think of you as a lovely child. 2 years is indeed a very long time, but you said you would directly participate in the duel, so I will definitely wait. Deso's face turned pale upon hearing these words. Namkong turned and left, not forgetting to remind him, I'll wait for you in 2 years. Don't let me down, and then the door slams shut after he enters. The atmosphere immediately became lively. Everyone excitedly discussed that it had to be this way to be interesting. Who said 2 years could be done in just 1 year? Only Deso seemed to be suppressing his emotions. He suddenly yelled, Who dares to say 2 years? From the crowd, 8. Tun laughed loudly and raised his hand, saying, It's me. Realizing who started it, Deso seemed to explode. It turned out he would smash that old man's head. 8. Tun looked at him without a hint of fear. On the contrary, he cheered excitedly. Without hesitation, his eyes were already full of determination. Good, he has a fighting spirit. Manhwa observed the two with a judgmental gaze. He quietly thought that this fighting spirit was just murderous intent. He restrained his anger and waved his hand, saying, Enough, I don't have time. Hurry up and go practice. At the same time, he thought of Namkong. If it were that crazy guy, I would have beaten him to vent my anger already. I miss him too much. Deso looked at 8 Tun and asked, Where do we start? 8 Tun thought for a moment and then replied, First, let's take turns fighting with the older brothers 150. After hearing this, everyone cracked their knuckles, making Deso tremble in fear. Please wait, he pleaded. Of course, no one would go easy on him. A loud shout rang out, The eldest is coming. Then throughout the hall, the sound of his tragic cries echoed. It frightened anyone passing by. In another corner, Li Han threw a thick book onto the table and asked, This is your first time studying medicine, right? Sungyun picked up the book and opened it. The divine doctor continued, I understand. When did you have the chance to read this kind of book? Now just take your time to study. She answered without hesitation, Divine doctor, I already know all of this. He was extremely surprised. Huh? When did you start learning? He flipped through this book casually and said, How is that possible? This herbal medicine book takes at least 5 years to learn. Li Han then opened a random page and challenged her, Tell me about Huang Qi. As expected, she answered fluently. Huang Qi grows in mountainous areas or rocky crevices. The flower is characterized by soft white hairs. The effects of Huang Qi mainly lie in the roots. It helps detoxify, slows aging, boosts the immune system, and is good for osteoporosis. The answer was so perfect that the divine doctor was left speechless. How could a maid know so much? Before being a maid, what did you do? Sungyun honestly replied, I helped my father at a small pharmacy called Thin Hui. Hearing this name, he was stunned. Thin Hui, although just a small pharmacy that no one noticed, was famous for its skilled craftsmanship. Besides me, the place with the best medical skills in Central Plains is Tianhui Ward. After that, he tearfully took Sungyun's hand and said, You have worked hard all this time. She gently replied, No, since I met you, I've been very happy. She expressed her longing for him while he was somewhere being beaten until he bled from his mouth. The sound of someone's footsteps heavily thudding on the floor was heard. It was Namkong. He opened the door and Namkong asked, Are you determined to fight alongside the young master? The path ahead of him is full of sharp thorns. What do you mean? Namkong put down his pen and replied, But wouldn't it be more interesting, master? He looked at him with a confident expression. Walking a path of silk is not the disciple's preference. Only those who overcome the sharp thorns know what lies beyond them. His eyes held determination. The disciple believes in the young master. The strategist who witnessed that determination also softened. It seems you understand what you want. Namkong added, Furthermore, I want to introduce someone. He asked, Do you want to recommend another strategist for the young master? He eagerly replied, No, it's the assistant to the deputy strategist to lighten the workload for the disciple. From now on, the disciple will have more time to be by the young master's side, right? The strategist's face darkened upon hearing this, and he snorted coldly. He peeked outside and cheered when he saw Li Anyin arriving. You're here! Introducing to the master. This is the young master's maid, along with Do Hung, who at 10 years old, like the disciple, could not continue due to family circumstances. She respectfully bowed to greet. Namkong continued, no longer a maid. She will become the disciple's student from now on. If we talk about hierarchy, she will have to call the master Grandmaster twice. Namkong looked Li Anyin up and down, his voice trembling as he asked, What is your name? She politely bowed her head and replied, I am Li Anyin, the eldest daughter of Li Tianmin. I respectfully pay my respects to the Grandmaster." Hearing Li Tianmin's name, the strategist was taken aback. His heart filled with emotion. No way, the daughter of Li Tianmin. He was lost in memories. Li Tianmin was once the smartest person, but after the king ascended, his entire family was executed. The descendants either died or became slaves. There were rumors that his daughter was the smartest in the Central Plains. Who would have thought to meet her today? The strategist sighed. It seems heaven has eyes. He burst out laughing. Today is indeed a beautiful day. We must drink to celebrate. Turning to Namkong, the strategist said, "I'll borrow this child for a bit." Namkong looked grim, lamenting, "Master, the disciple needs her." The strategist patted Li Anian on the shoulder and shouted, "From now on, don't call me old uncle anymore. Just call me master. I can't let you stay by that brat's side." Namkong ran after the two, yelling in despair, "Who would steal my disciple?" "Master, I was the one who discovered her. In the Kimcat era, the quiet morning was no longer filled with screams." Namkong, the master of the Kimcat era, sat in his chair, his voice cold. He has asked, "But can you endure life here?" In front of him was Huanya. She glanced at Jang Man, thinking to herself, talking to old Jang Man without any hesitation. Then she observed Namkong, evaluating the person who could decide the fate of everyone in the Kimcat era. Certainly the master of this place. Huanya told herself, everyone in the Namkong family must pay attention to his gaze. But I'm different. She confidently asserted, "I am not someone to worry about." Huanya placed her hand on her chest, speaking with pride. Who knows, this Kimcat era might be subdued by me. She remembered Deso's figure, thinking, because I have a home to return to. Namkong observed her and smiled. You brought back an interesting child. The old man squinted his eyes, his voice full of implication. If you can withstand 2 years, who knows how much you can change? Huanya proudly replied, I am very confident. 6 months later at Deso's palace, the sound of clashes in the competition rang out. Deso was dominating his opponent, shouting loudly, "Your head should be smashed with a wooden sword straight onto the opponent's head, sending that person flying 10 meters away." Deso laughed joyfully. "That's how it should be, what a feeling," he smugly teased. "That's what fighting is about." The defeated opponent trembled and said, "When did he become so strong?" Deso raised his sword confidently, stating, "Challenge accepted. Who's next? Hurry up." Manhwa stepped forward, saying, "It seems now you can duel with us." He laid out the rules. "I will use the Hui sword." Deso took his stance, saying, "All right, come at me." He charged forward like a gust of wind, astonishing everyone. The secret technique of the sun-shooting sword of the Dian Thuong sect, if mastered, can split the sun in half. In Deso's mind, he calculated, the terrifying aspect of the Hui sword is its flow. If I fall into the whirlpool, I will struggle to death. He was determined. I must take the initiative when facing the Hui sword. Manhwa smiled, praising, "Very good." He stood still, swinging his sword to block Deso's strike. As a result, Deso had to retreat. Deso looked down at his feet. He was caught in the profound internal energy flow of Manhwa. "What is this?" he silently questioned. Manhwa wore a victorious smile. "Just a small movement, and you've already been swept in." He glanced at Deso, his voice full of arrogance. "The outcome is clear. Surely you're planning to give up, right?" But Deso refused to back down. He recalled the days of hard training, the many times he was knocked down, the many times he faced adversity, yet still fought valiantly. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Yan Song Fai technique and charged straight at Manhwa. Manhwa was surprised to recognize Deso's martial arts, the martial arts of the beggar clan. How in an instant did Deso close in, causing him to startle and retreat? Manhwa quickly thrust his sword towards him, but Deso jumped in time to evade the attack. The first swallow was just an illusion. The second one was real. He smiled and said before suddenly attacking from behind. The brothers around cheered, "You've been hit, come on!" But Manhwa just scoffed. "From the Deem Thung sect to the Kabang, I never expected to meet someone well-versed in the martial arts of the 5 major families and the 9 sects." Immediately, he turned and struck directly at Deso's face. He couldn't react in time. A thought flashed in his mind. Wudang's duality heart technique. After the match, Deso bitterly admitted defeat. Damn it, the champion is from Wudang. It's no surprise that he knows the duality heart technique. He realized that the Wudang sign was just a trick to deceive. The Hue sword was not the end yet. Refusing to succumb, he continued to attack with moves like the whirlwind kick and the reversal kick, but all were easily dodged by Manhwa. Here Deso told himself, I must grasp the flow. I need to direct the flow toward me. Manhwa just stood still, using one hand to block all his attacks. It's useless. But right after that, Deso thrust his sword at him, forcing Manhwa to lean back to dodge the blow. He was astonished to realize that the sunlight sword technique had no openings visible. Deso launched a high kick. Manhwa quickly raised both hands in front of his chest for defense, wondering, this is the whirlwind kick. No, it's the reversal kick. The strong kick caused him to be pushed back. Before he could regain his senses, Manhwa faced a series of relentless attacks from Deso, forcing him to use a wooden sword for defense. Here Deso mocked, watching the old man's reaction. It seems to have some effect. Manhwa stared in confusion. When did that hidden weapon appear? Not wanting to waste time, Deso rushed in, creating a smokescreen that obscured Manhwa's vision. He scoffed. Didn't the old man say that being despicable but winning is what matters? Is the old man angry now? Manhwa fumed, his face flushed. This brat! He moved quickly, swinging his sword down toward Deso's head, but Deso's eyes flashed with determination. Good, the old man's every step has made him hasty. He lunged forward, extending 2 fingers, telling himself, this is the opportunity. Suddenly, Manhwa spoke. 100 years is still a long way off. Deso was startled. At that moment, a surge of internal energy poured in, engulfing him in surprise. He tried to hold his breath, pondering, what is this? I've never encountered this kind of martial arts before. Looking at Manhwa swinging his sword high, Deso still couldn't decipher the attack. Without hesitation, Manhwa struck down hard, resulting in Deso taking the full blow, his eyes spinning, a large bump forming on his head before he fainted, still mumbling. Again with the head. It seems that the man was also exhausted after taking him down. He sighed in relief, looking at the sword in his hand and telling himself he never expected to have to use this new Hue sword so soon. Seeing him lying unconscious on the floor, he didn't hesitate to praise him. To progress so much in just 6 months is truly impressive. I don't know if Deso heard the praise from Manhwa, but he truly is a formidable opponent to grasp. It's hard to imagine what he will become in 2 years. In other places, Deso's maidens are fully engaged in their delightful work, busy analyzing the ledgers. Zhongyan is focused on learning the art of potion brewing, while Li Anyin is studying to assist Namkong. As for Deso, he continues to practice diligently no matter how harsh the weather is. In a magnificent and grand castle, a voice resounded. Finally, 2 years have passed. I have waited for this confrontation for so long. That was the voice of Namkong. The door swung open, and he bowed respectfully, paying homage to a person sitting in front of him. The 2 young masters cautiously said, Son has arrived requesting a duel. The person before him is indeed Namkong. He rested his chin on his hand and replied, I remember allowing this a long time ago. Namkong then reiterated, I heard that today the younger brother has completed his closed-door training. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. Namkong continued, If so, you must act quickly. Before he could finish, someone burst in and called out loudly, Father? Namkong immediately responded, I knew you would come. His younger brother turned out to be Namkong's son. He replied, What a surprise, I didn't expect you to come find me. Namkong continued, I intended to come but wanted to wait a bit longer. Is there something going on with the younger brother? Why didn't you come to see me but came here instead? Namkong smiled happily. Indeed, nothing could hide from you, brother. Namkong. John placed his hand on his shoulder, squeezing tightly, and said mockingly, Looking at your relaxed demeanor, it seems the closed-door training has yielded many results. Namkong replied awkwardly, That's only natural. Namkong leaned in close to him, provocatively saying, But I see you have become more aggressive, sharper and heavier than before. It seems you are holding a saber rather than a sword now. The words struck a dark chord, causing Namkong to freeze, stammering, How could you? Namkong did not stop continuing to inquire about his younger brother's achievements. Isn't that what an elder brother should do? Despite the ridicule, Namkong-sun remained calm, but he intended to draw his sword. But then he calmly said, "This time I will have to withdraw. It seems you were the one to arrive first." Namkong-jan laughed joyfully. "Thank you, younger brother," he added. "But please allow me to watch the match between you and the younger brother, okay?" Namkong-jan nodded in agreement. Of course, the more people who come to watch, the better. Suddenly, an arm was raised. Namkong-han spoke up, "I will also participate." The statement startled both of them. Namkong-jan thought to himself, "Is this time for the younger brother?" But he did not object. "If so, let's invite the members of the noble families to join. Surely everyone will enjoy it. Isn't it true that our Namkong family loves competitions?" He thought to himself, "I will let many people see who truly holds the advantage in the battle between the young masters." Then he imagined himself defeating Deso. Namkong-sun reminded him, "You should not underestimate the younger brother." Namkong-sun immediately retorted with a gaze as sharp as a snake's. "You say I underestimate my younger brother." Then he turned and walked away, not forgetting to throw back a remark, "You know nothing." Namkong-sun silently watched him leave, feeling something very uncomfortable in his heart. He told himself, if it were a sword instead of a saber. In front of the gate, a clear voice rang out, "It is here." Shuangyan stood there looking at the palace, unable to help but exclaim, "Has it become so magnificent in such a short time?" A girl approached. "I heard that the old cunning one built it with the money he donated." Shuangyan turned and recognized Lianian standing there. She smiled and greeted, "Lianian, you came here too?" Lianian cheerfully waved back. "Suong sister, it's been a long time since we met. Are you here for a meal too?" "If Huanya is here as well, that would be wonderful," Shuangyan gently said. "I heard that because of a covenant she left the Namkong family. I don't know when she will return." Just as she finished speaking, a young man opened the door from inside and invited the two girls in. "You two have arrived, come in quickly." "You two?" Upon entering, the two witnessed everyone practicing martial arts. Zhuangyan and Lianyin could not help but exclaim, still practicing diligently as before. Recognizing the two, he happily shouted, "Sisters, it's been a long time since we met." The two girls responded cheerfully. The young man was greeting someone holding a stick. Taking advantage of his distraction, she rushed up. "If you're fighting and lose focus, you'll get hit on the head. Don't you remember?" But he quickly crouched down, dodging the blow, leaving his opponent stunned. "What?" Two other people also stepped forward, determined to test their strength. "Today we must at least hit your head once." He nimbly jumped out of the encirclement, putting on his clothes while cheerfully asking, "Are you sisters hungry? Come in to eat. The manager has prepared everything." The two girls eagerly walked to the dining table. Before them were delicious dishes. The manager smiled and said, "Just in time for Lian Yan and Shuangyan to arrive. Even though it has been a long time, I still remember those memories." Both girls enjoyed the food, showering it with compliments. "No wonder you're the manager. I also remember those times. The moments we shared meals together were truly joyful." The manager continued to invite, "Eat a lot, there's still plenty more." Deso pondered, "Shouldn't we be eating beef these days?" Shuangyan called out, "Young master." He jolted out of his thoughts, replying, "Ah!" She looked at him happily, noticing his maturity. "It's been 2 years since we last met. You look really different." He proudly said, "Of course. After 2 years of fighting, it would be strange if I didn't change." Shuangyan agreed with a smile. "That's right." Suddenly, someone rushed in to announce, "Young master, you must go outside immediately. Young hero Namkong Duan and 2 young masters are looking for you." Hearing that name, Deso's eyes sparkled. "Is that so?" His face turned devilish, laughing loudly. Just in time. His attitude made the two sisters think, how badly have the young master been beaten? Outside, Namkong Duan was still patiently waiting. In my heart, I thought 2 years was a short time for my younger brother to achieve something. Little did I know they were just errand workers. Looking at the people in front of him, he silently assessed, "I thought this contest would end up boring. If it's like this, then..." Deso stepped forward to greet, "What are you thinking about?" Namkong Jan trembled slightly upon seeing that Deso had grown taller. "You've arrived. I was just thinking a bit." Deso grabbed his arm. "It seems like you have something to say, but let's talk somewhere else." Namkong Do's expression changed. He kept pondering, not hesitating to hold me back. He emitted a killing intent as if ready for a fight. I just reached out my hand and you wanted to draw your sword. But contrary to his thoughts, Deso said brightly, "You know that place? You invited me for so much delicious food there." Namkong was surprised and replied, "Oh, you mean that place?" Deso didn't hesitate to pull his hand and shouted loudly, "Let's hurry up! My stomach is growling loudly." Deso cheerfully said with a full mouth, "Indeed, when people eat, the table must have meat." Namkong looked at him silently, thinking, turns out he's just big in size, not at all more alert. What if there's poison in the food? He clasped his hands under his chin and called, "Fourth brother." Deso jumped and replied, "Yes." Namkong worriedly advised, "In life, don't trust people too much. Even family members are the same. Our family is not an ordinary family. We are indeed the #1 family in the world." Namkong slightly frowned, his voice filled with doubt. "So you're not afraid that I will poison the food?" Deso still looked bewildered, mouthful of food. But just a moment later, he smiled brightly, his eyes crinkling. "Wow, you are my brother. Anyone can harm me, but you definitely won't. You have never treated me badly, even giving me delicious food." His words made Namkong embarrassed and blush. Nevertheless, he still tried to remind his younger brother, "Don't be too careless like that." Deso continued to giggle. "Ha, it's okay, I have you by my side." Namkong continued, eating his tone serious. "You should eat quickly. I came today to discuss the timing of the duel." Deso immediately asked, "When do you think we should hold it?" Namkong narrowed his eyes and replied, "Tomorrow, huh?" Deso was startled, covering his mouth, caught off guard. Namkong continued with no limit on the number of participants. "Victory or defeat is determined when one side concedes so that no one is dissatisfied." Deso was curious. "You won't participate directly, will you?" Namkong nodded. "Of course not." He smiled, his expression deep. "The battle between you and me is not a minor contest of the young master." Deso was confused, really. Namkong set a condition: if I win tomorrow, I have something I need from you. He was excited. "I heard that your maidens are very talented. If I lose, one of those 3 must follow me." Deso was startled, slammed the table, the old man. His shout echoed throughout the room. Deso opened the door forcefully. The elders looked at him and 8-Tone smirked. "We are having a very pleasant discussion." Manhwa raised his hand to signal, "Let's play a game." Deso quickly asked, "Where are the sisters?" Manhwa replied they got tired after eating, so they went back to their rooms to rest. "Let the old man call them, all right," Deso interrupted. "No, the match is set to take place tomorrow afternoon." The 2 elders jumped in surprise. Deso opened his eyes wide, determined we must prepare immediately, absolutely cannot lose. He placed the chess pieces on the table, reading the rules aloud with no limit on participants. As long as one side says they lose, the match will end. He will definitely send the Dai Uyen Kim Duan into battle. Deso asked, "If we face them, can we win?" Yo 8-Tone stroked his chin deep and thought, "If it were 2 years ago, we'd 100% lose." The old man clenched his fist, his brows furrowing deeply. "But in the past 2 years we have trained, we certainly won't lose easily." The key is hearing that Manhwa raised an eyebrow and said, "Namkong is indeed the elder of the Dai Uyen Kim Duan. If we can't stop him tomorrow, we will lose in confusion," he helplessly judged. The 2 elders were lost in thought. Suddenly, Deso jumped out. 8-Tone's voice teased, "Are you afraid? Are you afraid of being hit?" Seeing the old man's face turn red, teeth clenched, he continued, "So you are really afraid? Wow, you said you would fight for the young master, but it turns out to be just bragging." 8-Tone angrily swung a punch, shouting loudly, "Do you want me to hit you?" Deso leaned aside, dodging the punch with a disdainful smile. "I dare you." "Did the old man think I could be bullied like before?" Manhwa said seriously, "Not every flower scene is the same. One who has worked hard, failed, and succeeded repeatedly reaches the flower scene. A person who reaches the flower scene without encountering difficulties or adversities is like walking on solid ground. But everyone sees both as masters of the flower scene, but the former is more tired than the latter. The former, as soon as he reaches the flower scene, will immediately feel the limits and want to stop. The latter, until now, has faced no difficulties, so he uses that strength to climb higher. Namkong is indeed a genius, just like the second one. Not only that he was born with something called divine power that no one else has. Who pushed you? Are you pouting like that? He teased. Does that mean you elders are afraid? The 2 suddenly burst into laughter. Manhwa joked, "You concluded quickly, didn't you?" He said to conclude in a one-on-one fight he is at 50%. He confidently pointed to himself, I am a level above that old man at 60%. Hearing that, Deso put his hands on the table. Let's go with that. The next afternoon, near the main fighting arena, a crowd gathered, bustling and lively. The audience was abuzz with discussion, everyone eager to witness the showdown between the two young masters of Namkong. Suddenly, someone next to them jumped in surprise, pointing into the distance and shouting, Look over there! All eyes turned in that direction, and they were astonished to see the strategist appear. The strategist looked strong and healthy, reassuring everyone that the martial world would be protected. And there was the deputy strategist, although young, exceptionally talented, earning the admiration of all. Suddenly, footsteps echoed, cutting through the noise. The audience in the stands gasped in realization that the person who just appeared was the legendary martial god, the head of the greatest family in the world. He stepped up and sat down in his chair with dignity. The crowd cheered in amazement at his appearance. The presence of the martial god made the atmosphere tense. Everyone felt an indescribable pressure. Another person stepped onto the stage and shouted, Ladies and gentlemen, the match between the 4 young masters and the 3 young masters is about to begin. The surrounding audience cheered enthusiastically. Jang Man was excited. Finally, the match was starting. Huanya anxiously clasped her hands and silently prayed for her young master. The doors opened and a tall figure stepped in, making the crowd even more lively. That was the great UN sword team, the strongest army of the Namkong family. People rushed to throw gold into the betting box for this team. One of the betting crew approached Jang Man and asked, Who will you bet on, sir? Jang Man pulled out a pouch full of silver and said, I bet everything on the 4th young master. The person holding the pouch widened his eyes. That's too much. Jang Man scoffed. Who else besides me would dare to bet on the 4th young master? Deso walked in looking at the crowd that was mocking. One person in the crowd said, Is that really the army of Namkong? This is turning out worse than I thought. Deso ignored him and walked straight to face Namkong John. He started a conversation. Brother, before we begin, I want to say something. Namkong John frowned. Hung Deso continued, Your side has 53 people, but yours is larger. If we fight one-on-one, the match will take a long time. Namkong John asked back, So what? Deso suggested, Let's do a team fight. Great Yuan Sword team and Tianlong team, simple but effective. Namkong John scoffed. Of course, if you're scared, you can refuse. The provocation made Namkong John frown, veins popping out. The people in front of him prepared to draw their swords. Deso feigned innocent, standing upright as if questioning, Is this getting a bit out of hand? Ha 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 ha, as if he had never laughed before. Namkong Ching stood up and said loudly, The suggestion from the young master is interesting. I also want to make a suggestion. Deso asked in confusion, What is it? Namkong Ching arrogantly replied, We will fight in teams. Both sides will choose a captain. Interesting, right? Not only do we have to worry about the match, but we also have to protect our captain while trying to take down the opponent's captain. The audience in the stands also agreed. Many nodded. This is interesting. It's quite good. Deso looked disinterested, dissatisfied. He thought to himself, Having a group battle as intended is fine, but I didn't expect this proposal to come up. Elder Namkong Ching Mei seems simple and foolish, but he is actually one of those 2 venomous brothers. I must find out what their intentions are. If we refuse this proposal, the group battle suggestion will no longer exist. Whatever it is, let's give it a try. Deso turned to gauge the opinion of 8 Tone and then said loudly, I understand, I accept. Oh, and one more thing. Both sides will choose the opposing team's captain. Are you finding it more interesting now? Namkong Chin smiled slyly. Wait, the captain we designate is Deso. He pointed at him. Deso was taken aback, thinking, If I become the captain, then all they have to do is defeat me, and the match will become simpler. In the stands, Namkong John sneered, Ha ha, you have completely fallen into the plan of the 2 young masters. If you run away, the result of today's match will haunt you for a lifetime. Show them how the young master will deal with the perfect trap set by the 2 young masters. Deso stood tall, dramatically sweeping his robe aside. If that's the case, then the captain we designate that new guy is a good choice. Although I am also afraid he might be quite strong. Deso pointed at his brother, a person much smaller in stature compared to the others. He turned to ask his teammates, Do you all remember what we prepared since yesterday? Of course, isn't that what we do every day? Every day it's just familiar. His teammates responded in unison with enthusiasm. The match began. The referee shouted loudly. Namkong Chin smiled slyly, his gaze deep charging forward. The others immediately lunged at Deso with fierce momentum. He couldn't react in time, fearfully stepping back. What is happening? A hand struck hard against his back. A burst of golden light radiated. That was 8-tone. Surprised, right? This is the feeling of fear when facing Namkong. Deso turned to look at the old man. His teammates laughed loudly at the sight. Is that all? The first time meeting us, you were so scared you almost wet your pants. And I nearly crapped myself, people joked. Laughter erupted and the atmosphere became chaotic. Deso angrily shouted, Hey, get a grip! How can you get stronger with such filthy minds? Just then the enemies charged forward all at once. Quick, give the orders. At this rate, we will be wiped out. Deso raised his hand and shouted loudly. The enemies were confused. What's happening? From behind, Deso's teammates unexpectedly appeared surrounding the opponents. Everyone at the scene was amazed. What? Isn't that Nahan Jin from Shaolin? Why is Nahan Jin at the Namkong clan? Wait, upon closer inspection, that person is Master 8-tone, the abbot of Shaolin. It is said that this person is very unpredictable. Who would have thought he would appear at the Namkong clan? A master sitting in the stands joined his hands. Amitabha 8-tone is still alive. Namkong Chin still wore a hateful expression. So, that's it. The Daiuan Kimduan is divided into 3, and they have also created a center position to combine with the formation. It's quite well arranged. Deso confidently raised his eyebrows, smiling. Namkong Chin, if you think this can stop us, you are very mistaken. He fiercely swung his sword at Deso using all his strength but missed him. The 5-action sword formation from Vaudang is still the same old trick, he said disdainfully. He continued to attack but failed again. This time it was the 7-star sword formation that left him bewildered. This is the Tai Chi sword formation. Deso stood there smiling. You can't easily break it. This is a special gift I prepared for the elder. He showed no fear. Do you dare to prolong the fight against me? An interesting idea? He gathered his energy and the sword emitted a purple light. His face darkened full of danger. Don't underestimate me. Don't think that without me the Daiuan Kimduan will be like a headless chicken. Namkong Kang said with a smile. The master once said to never let your guard down when facing that monster. Namkong Chin aggressively raised his sword, standing in front of him. Then I can only trust him. The 2 teams charged at each other, neither willing to yield. Deso stood from afar, directing. 9 people in front, 9 people behind. The Daiuan Kimduan received the order and immediately changed their formation. Surround them, block them here. Deso shouted loudly, Everyone charge in! Immediately they rushed in, continuing the unfinished battle. He continuously changed the formation. 15 people in front, 3 people behind. That's right, 18 people behind, the deputy team leader said worriedly. If this drags on, we won't be able to hold on. The constantly changing formations left the deputy team leader confused. Deso clenched his fist confidently, ordering, Charge ahead! We must corner them. The chaotic formation turned into a mob. Namkong Hung saw the situation was not good and said, Deputy team leader, the situation is very dangerous. Hyun looked at Namkong Hung in panic and asked, Team leader, if we keep charging, won't it be very dangerous? He reassured him, Don't panic, the commander believes in us. Namkong Jan was sitting from afar, seriously observing all developments. Namkong Hung took a serious stance, directing, From now on, you all must do your best to protect Hyun. Everyone around was happy. Team leader, do you have a plan? And he focused his energy, calmly explaining, This method is quite explosive, but right now it seems to be the best way. He raised the sword in front of him. A beam of golden light enveloped his entire body. Everyone in the workshop shouted, Team leader! Chati. Tone looked at Namkong Hung in shock. Is he planning to sacrifice himself? The anger is unusual. Namkong Hung entered a fighting state. His eyes lit up, anger surging and enveloping his body. He shouted, Not an elder nor a senior member. This is just the realm of a team leader. 8. Tone turned back, his voice full of determination. Do not be afraid even a little. Everyone replied in unison, understood. However, another surge of rage unexpectedly came from behind, startling Namkong Hung to turn around. A scream rang out. Team leader, why are you so calm? Namkong Hung was taken aback. The elder's rage surrounded Namkong. He clenched his fists and laughed loudly. "Who are we? We are the Namkong family." His confidence spread like a wave of power, making everyone feel invigorated. Namkong shouted, "Are you just going to stand there and watch? Show them what it means to be from the Namkong." Namkong smiled proudly. Indeed, he is the elder. He roared, "From now on, no one is allowed to stand behind me." The team shouted in unison. "Understood!" Namkong charged forward. Everyone followed their momentum, rising as if to tear the sky apart. He commanded, "The whole team charge." Their overwhelming force panicked the opponents who were pushed back before they could react. Namkong excitedly thought to himself, "At this rate, they definitely can't resist." Deso struggled, command trying every way to stop the enemy. "If broken, all plans will go up in smoke." He pointed his sword forward. 8. Tone and the elders, aged 30-40, moved forward. Everyone quickly followed. 8. Tone ran in the direction he pointed. Seeing the chaos, Deso shouted, "How much longer can we hold out?" Manhwa braced himself, grimacing as he replied, "2 more rounds, I can't hold out." Deso yelled, "Do you want to die?" Manhwa angrily turned back and shouted, "You little bastard!" Deso pondered, 2 more rounds we must win. He raised his hand, signaling for the first form of Lahan Tran. Everyone in the team quickly spread out in different directions, catching the deputy team leader off guard. He panicked. "What is this?" Namkong shouted. "Wake up, what are you doing?" "Quickly attack the young master." The opponent saw Deso standing alone without protection and rushed forward to seize the young master. Deso's face was sweaty. He thought to himself, "The moment I have been waiting for has arrived." Deso aimed his sword at the enemy and shouted, "All 13 remaining people except for those 5 elder uncles target the back." Those given the order jumped up, swinging their weapons to attack. One person executed the Lak Nguyet Kim Fap Nguyet Ha. Another continuously struck with Thien Tu, while the rest swung their swords with Trick Diep Phai Hua. 3 moves sent the opponents flying, causing them to panic and flee. "We are being attacked from behind," the deputy shouted. "Don't look back, just move forward." They advanced with swords targeting Deso. Those outside laughed gleefully. "It's over!" If he had matured more, he might have been able to block that attack. However, each of their attacks was swiftly dodged by Deso, leaving them startled. "What is this?" As they all lunged together, Deso quickly jumped high. A group charged at him. "Don't let him escape!" Deso's body flickered in and out, avoiding every attack. They were surprised. Can he really dodge everything? One person raised his sword, gritting his teeth. "We have to catch him." But before the strike could be launched, Deso knocked it away. "Here!" Deso's face was pale, blood trickling from his mouth, muttering, "Damn it, my internal energy is depleted." The vice captain saw the opportunity and rushed forward, pointing his sword at him, his face full of murderous intent. "You've got guts. Even though you're from the main branch, I didn't expect you to dodge all my techniques." Deso's body felt heavy standing still. The vice captain confidently said, "But I will end this easily with this move." He advanced, swinging his sword down. His eyes were fierce, thinking to himself, "I've won!" Namkong stepped into the arena confidently, a victorious smile on his face. "It's over," he declared. The crowd watching the battle suddenly erupted in wild cheers. "No way, how could he do that?" That statement left Namkong perplexed. He turned back to look. Deso was still there unharmed. Namkong couldn't believe it, wondering, how could he dodge the thrust of a top-tier master like the vice captain? Namkong, dissatisfied, turned to the vice captain. "Hurry up, vice captain, what are you doing?" "Attack now!" The vice captain hesitated a bit, and then rushed towards Deso, his voice full of anger. "Even if I don't know how you withstood the previous attack, it will truly end now." Seeing the tip of the sword coming towards him, Deso was horrified, his hair standing on end. 8. Tun appeared just in time, his arms swinging down with great force, blocking the vice captain's sword strike. He exclaimed, "Amitabha, you held on well." 8 Tun clenched his fist, a massive energy enveloping his arm. A punch straight into the vice captain's stomach sent him flying away. "Here!" Deso grasped his shoulder, complaining, "You should have come a bit faster, I almost died." But Tun looked at him helplessly. "I saved you, you stubborn fool." Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted, sending everyone flying. Old Man Kang appeared in front of Deso, shouting excessively. Then Namkong stomped his foot, his gaze resolute. Deso looked at the scene before him, lamenting that it truly was never-ending challenges. Namkong Chen stepped out from the smoke, his large hand gripping the head of a team member, quite impressive young master. He sneered and then threw that person far away. The thrown person crashed hard onto the ground in front of Deso. Namkong Chen calmly said, "The Liu Yun body technique of the Dian Shang sect, the Tianji mesmerizing technique of the Jia cat family, the Fei Liu technique of the Qingcheng sect from the Yun sect, to the Tai Chi sword technique of the Wudang. You can freely display the martial arts of various schools like that. It's truly miraculous." He stroked his chin and scoffed. "Now even if you were to experience a disruption in your meridians and burst your inner energy leading to death, it wouldn't be surprising." Namkong Chen stepped in front of Deso and asked, "How is a monster created?" Manhwa pointed his sword at him tauntingly, laughing. "Of course it was born that way." Namkong Chen shouted, his voice full of excitement. "Is that so? Will the young master become a little monster?" Manhwa laughed along. "He's still just a kid." The two of them were in perfect sync, as if they had rehearsed it beforehand. Deso heard this and bristled. Why do you keep calling him a kid? It's so annoying." Namkong Chen waved his hand. "Order you all to step back." Everyone obediently complied. Deso clearly saw everyone stepping back, still not understanding what was happening. He wondered, why are they letting the team members step back? Wait, isn't this an opportunity? He moved closer to Manhwa, pointing ahead. "He's all alone, so if we rush together, wouldn't it be easy to win?" Manhwa turned his head to look at him, angrily shouted, "You better step back!" Deso, confused, said, "Huh?" He stepped back and wondered, why is he suddenly angry? Backtone looked at him, sighed. "The young master has never seen a duel between masters, right?" The old man looked towards Manhwa, thinking that it seemed like he wanted to show the young master something. Backtone turned to Deso and said, "From now on, young master, pay careful attention to every movement of the two." The ground beneath Manhwa gradually cracked, and both of them suddenly sank down. The tiles also cracked wide. Everything witnessed at this moment will become valuable experience for Deso, greatly aiding his future martial arts training. Namkong Chen smirked cunningly. "Stop showing off uselessly. It's still not too late to ask for help. If I'm your opponent, then even if you team up to attack me, you won't have to worry about being humiliated." Manhwa also stood his ground, replying, "Amitabha Buddha, I want to try to match my strength against you once." Namkong Chen didn't hesitate to throw a punch at Manhwa, shouting, "If I beat you to death, then it'll be the old monk's turn." As his strike landed, Manhwa blocked it with his sword. Each attack from Namkong Chen was precisely countered by Manhwa. He turned back to look at Deso and instructed, "Young master, watch closely." Although he didn't fully understand the intent, Deso still intently observed the two. Manhwa began demonstrating techniques, explaining to him, "These are the most basic skills of Wudang martial arts and the most important." Meanwhile, Namkong Chen continuously launched fierce attacks, shouting, "It's ridiculous." He concentrated his rage like a volcano erupting into his punch. "Try to break this move." Manhwa firmly gripped his sword, his expression serious, watching him closing his eyes to feel every drop of water falling around him. Violent, swirling currents of energy. Deso watched in shock. He is trying to break through all those unreasonable attacks. The battle suddenly quieted down. Manhwa sneered, "Indeed, you are talented. I truly envy you for being so strong, thanks to a talent that others do not have." Namkong Chen was so angry that veins bulged on his forehead. He bit down hard on his lower lip. "Are you implying that I was born with stronger divine power than someone with developed limbs like you?" Manhwa laughed at this. "That's right, it's not wrong to say that you were born with developed limbs. You have acknowledged it, no need for more words." Namkong Chen gritted his teeth in anger. Deso, both angry and panicked, pushed the old Baton's head and shouted, "No, this old man has gone crazy. Why provoke others to show their true power?" Baton then explained, "Young master, don't you understand that he is doing this on purpose, so you can see the full strength of the two of them?" In the arena, Namkong Chen's rage erupted violently, but Manhwa stood there calm as ever. Deso awkwardly asked, "See what, old man?" Baton stared thoughtfully at the two. "When they fight with all their strength, they will achieve the impossible." Look closely at that demeanor. It's what the young master aspires to. Namkong Chen stood in the center of the arena, his rage encompassing and intimidating everyone around. He gritted his teeth. The weak always find excuses to justify their failures. The pressure from him frightened Manhwa. He was angry. "You only see the present and not the effort I have put in." He opened his eyes wide and declared powerfully, "The more people like that, the less I will pay attention. Today I will use this power to crush you." He quickly lunged toward Manhwa, shaking the entire arena. "I'm coming, look at this powerful punch." Manhwa grimaced in fear. His sword blocked the attack, but his body lost balance and slid back. He quickly swung his sword up, redirecting the punch backward. However, the rage still clung tightly to the sword, the terrifying force making it hard for him to withstand. Deso panicked. "What is the old man with the big nose being attacked by? I can't see Elder Namkong anywhere." Manhwa remained steady, the lightning from the rage continuously overwhelming him. Baton reminded, "You should use your 5 senses to feel. At that time, you can detect his every slightest movement." Deso awkwardly extended his hands. "Use the 5 senses, huh? Close your eyes and feel every breath of air around you." Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and shouted, "I see it!" Namkong appeared, leaping up and striking toward Manhwa. The powerful strike came crashing down. Manhwa decisively swung his sword up the impact, creating a blinding light. Deso was startled. It hit. Namkong turned and threw another punch. Manhwa continuously swung his sword to block each strike. Between the two, light flashed, but his eyes remained firmly shut. Deso panicked. "Close your eyes, how can he know to attack?" Every movement of Namkong was thoroughly felt by him. Every move and step is under his control down to the smallest detail. Every punch was blocked by him. Namkong was knocked back but remained undaunted. He continued to advance with a high jump, choosing to attack from the air. The swirling waters around erupted violently, causing the opponent to think that the impact was so great that it was invisible. With anger, Manhwa calmly recalled what Deso had once asked Old Big Nose, "What if you can't read the opponent's anger?" He stood in front of you patiently instructing, "At that time, just create a new flow of internal energy." While blocking every blow from him, Manhwa thought, "The Tai Chi Wisdom Sword is originally a sword technique aimed at the opponent's internal energy." Namkong remained unaware, continuing to gleefully target Manhwa. Lightning struck down on the arena. Deso panicked. "That's lightning from the sky, how can we know?" Manhwa turned to look at him, smiling. "If we hadn't encountered this child, I fear we still wouldn't have escaped it." Tin sensed the waves around. This matter was not just in accordance with internal energy. He swung his sword, and that was the sword technique that created new internal energy. Sharp sword strikes appeared in the stream of consciousness, a type of free sword technique unbound worthy of its name. Namkong with a fierce expression rushed down. Manhwa opened his eyes and calmly swung a sword. The strike instantly severed Namkong. He silently thought, "Unmatched sword technique." Despite being attacked to the point where his wrist lightly burned, Namkong was excited. "I've never seen such martial arts before, truly amazing." Manhwa was panting on the arena. The old man smiled. "You too. The thunder energy you used really opened my eyes. I have a title I want to bestow upon you, Thunder Emperor." He scratched his chin, chuckling. "Thunder Emperor, huh? Wonderful, very wonderful." He spread his legs wide, channeling internal energy into his palm to thank for that title. "I also have a move I want you to admire, the lightning enveloping his fist, radiating an oppressive aura." The lightning turned purple, shining densely and powerfully. Kang looked on with goosebumps, wanting to explode with internal energy. He provoked. It would be a shame not to witness that. Namkong laughed loudly, shouting, "I like you now!" He unleashed his strongest punch, shouting, 10 self-destruct. Manhwa was no less, pouring internal energy into his sword, aiming it at him. Seeing the incoming strike, he immediately launched his technique, Endless and Unbroken, enduring the middle endless for 10,000. The two strikes collided, creating a massive explosion, smoke billowing throughout the arena. Deso struggled to open his eyes to look at them. The shouts of those around echoed, "Who is it? Who won?" He opened his eyes wide in fear. The shadowy figure appearing and disappearing in the thick smoke made him anxious. Could the mist dissipate? Namkong stood there stunned. His team cheered, "How could our elder lose?" Deso and the others looked pale, mumbling with difficulty. There it is. Namkong's body fell heavily, leaving him confused. His body slammed hard against the training ground. Manhwa appeared, sighing in relief, thinking he might not survive this. Everyone saw him happy, cheering, "That's right, the big-nosed elder is unbeatable." Namkong stood to the side, mumbling, "There's no way his team is stunned too." The elder Namkong Jang lost no way. Deso quickly ran over to Manhwa, whistling. He was amazing. What was that final move? He taught me. He grimaced. Stop talking, I'm so tired I could faint right now. Looking at the group on the other side, his eyes glinted with hostility. He mumbled, it seems they are planning to fight, until the last person falls right. Deso chuckled at that. Just wait. I've thought of a way to end this duel. Deso calmly stepped in front of everyone. His gaze was cold yet full of confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, our great sword team has a special proposal to present. His voice rang out clearly, capturing everyone's attention. The vice team leader's face turned red with anger as he pointed his sword at Deso, growling, do you think we will easily give up? But Deso did not respond. Instead, he gently moved closer to Jang Man, whispering in his ear, to be honest, the team leader wants to end this fight, just like the elder, right? The words were like a veiled threat, leaving Namkong pale. He glanced around the training ground marked by the signs of the battle, then calmly continued, if you've ever witnessed top-tier duels, surely everyone feels an itch to join the fight. But if you want to fight, you should seek out that old one-handed man, not a little brat like me. Tone immediately looked up, his eyes coldly following Deso. Deso smirked, his gaze filled with malice directed at Namkong. If you agree to stop here, I will take responsibility and arrange a satisfying duel for the two of you whenever you want. Just come to me. Then he turned to Manhwa's team, a friendly smile appearing on his lips. But if you refuse, there won't be a match worth watching as you expect. You will only join forces with them and end everything in a dull manner. But faced with the dilemma, Namkong pondered. Finally, he stepped forward to Namkong, bowing respectfully. Please forgive me. I will take responsibility for this. Namkong looked confused, not understanding what was happening. What? Namkong said nothing more, stepping down from the platform. The host immediately shouted, Namkong is eliminated. Deso smiled smugly at the martial artists of the Namkong family. Victory is not the ultimate goal, but rather the improvement of strength through battles with worthy opponents. He looked around and asked, you all think so too, right? The expressions of everyone showed clear hesitation. Deso continued to provoke, I will help you find worthy opponents. So let's stop here. The whole team fell silent. The swords were placed down on the ground one by one. They turned back and respectfully said, young Master Namkong, please forgive us. Mole. Namkong looked at the scene, gritting his teeth in anger, secretly cursing a bunch of fools. The host announced this contest to push for victory. Deso heard it and jumped up joyfully as everyone cheered in celebration. We won. We defeated the Namkong family. The cheers echoed everywhere. Thanlong team is the champion. Great fight. 8. Tone and Manang both showed pride and the audience erupted. 9 May 9 Long Deso. Deso sulkily turned away, muttering, I'm the only one who didn't hear anything. Suddenly a voice called out, Deso, Deso! He happily turned back. What is it? Who is calling me? On the second-floor corridor, Namkong waved a flag. His face filled with excitement as he shouted, Fourth young master! Fourth young master is here, right here. Deso shyly turned away, being teased by someone. Look, he's calling the fourth young master. He shook his head. I don't know him. Seung-yun and Lian rushed over worriedly, young master. Deso smiled. Sisters, he thought to himself. Fortunately, I can keep them around. They approached and kept ruffling his hair and pinching his cheeks, scolding, What's wrong? Your skin is so pale, even wrinkled. Suddenly, a strange hand appeared in Deso's view. He looked up to see Namkong friendly extending his hand towards him. I'm really surprised I lost. Deso awkwardly scratched his head and shook his hand. It's just luck on my part. If we fought again, I wouldn't be able to win against you, Namkong joked. You're pretending again, kid. He calmly turned away to make way for the winner. Namkong suddenly realized something. He turned back and his eyes immediately met Seung-yun's gaze. She gently bowed her head to greet him. Deso stood beside, filled with astonishment, thinking, why is the atmosphere between the two of them so strange? Just then, a large bag of money flew towards Deso. He quickly caught it from afar. Jang Man approached holding a full box of silver, smiling, as he said, Thanks to today, I've earned quite a bit. Deso laughed heartily. Did you bet on me? The two of us matched so well that even our smiles were alike. Huanya saw that scene and couldn't help but exclaim, You two are becoming more and more alike. Namkong approached looking pleased. Young master, how can we let such a beautiful day go by without enjoyment? Deso boldly pointed to the sky and declared, All right, today, I will treat everyone. Looking towards him suddenly shouted, Jang Man also stepped forward to add, Don't worry about drinks, food, or alcohol. We have everything prepared already. Deso smiled proudly. Money is not an issue if we save today. It would be like being stingy. Everyone around immediately cheered, Long live Lao No. He angrily shouted, I am the one spending the money. Meanwhile, a group of elders sat silently long deep in thought. One of them frowned and murmured, This is not a normal situation. He looked towards the main team, his face strained as he continued, The elders of the Namkong family have failed even the great Yuan sword team. One of the key units has to admit defeat. For the martial arts world, the Namkong family is like the sky that cannot be surpassed. He clenched his fists, his voice low and firm. Yet today, because of them, that sky has cracked. Another person crossed his arms coldly, commenting, The monsters have returned to the world led by the fourth son, Deso. Leading the group, the others followed silently behind. One man calmly stated, Now I can be sure Deso will be the successor of the Namkong family. News of the Qinglong team's victory over the Great Yuan team quickly spread throughout the martial arts community. Those who came to watch the match were still buzzing as they left. I never expected to witness such an extraordinary match. They walked along the road continuously praising, catching the attention of a beggar. The beggar exclaimed in panic, Is it Long who used a treacherous move? He hurriedly packed his things, ran to an abandoned house, and anxiously called out, Boss, there's big news. He pushed the door open forcefully, shouting, Big news, big news! Boss, don't sleep anymore. Wake up quickly. The gang leader lay on a tattered mat, uncomfortably exhaling, sitting up and murmuring, Is it time for a meal already? Yet the image of an old man appeared in the beggar's mind. He spoke loudly, Master is at the Namkong family. And the other man asked in confusion, What? At the Vosek, they already heard the shout from the gate. Senior brother, one person exclaimed, still alive, named Manang and defeated the elder Namkong Ching. The other replied, Indeed, the master is at the Namkong family. He was panicking. Shouldn't we immediately go to the Namkong family to bring the master back? Mr. Cho, you say that because you don't know how treacherous the Namkong family is. If he doesn't leave there on his own, we can't do anything. For now, let's wait for the right opportunity to assess the situation. At Shaolin Temple, Min Tree held his staff angrily. Rushing ahead, Min Thien followed behind, advising the abbot, Please calm down for a moment. He turned around and shouted, How can you expect me to stand still when I hear that the master is eating and sleeping well at Namkong while no one is caring for Shaolin? Min Thien hesitated, eyes showing confusion. Everything remains intact. Isn't this a good omen for the martial world? Tone is still alive. Hearing this, he gradually softened his tone. Min Tree turned to ask Deso, How old is the child that the master chose this year? Min Thien replied, About 13 years old. Upon hearing this, he burst out laughing. Then I must go meet him. Besides the master, there must be many others as well. I'm very curious about the child that the master personally chose. Meanwhile, their master continued to laugh with delight, pouring wine for Deso. Deso looked at the scene before him, his head spinning in panic. What is this? His eyes darted around, seeing people from the military strategists hall on one side and those from the medical hall on the other. In front of him, the situation became even more alarming when he saw people from the Kim Cat era present as well. Li Yanyin walked by, laughing and patting his shoulder. Today is a happy day. Shouldn't everyone enjoy it together? Moreover, the young master is treating us too. Deso clenched his hands, grinding his teeth and thinking, I never intended to treat all of them. He stood up and shouted, Fine! Let's just say they are related to the sisters. Then he pointed to another table. But why are both my senior brothers and the great sword team here too? Namkong provocatively smiled at him. I heard that the team leader Namkong Pil said you invited us, didn't he? He laughed loudly, looking at Deso's displeased face. My little brother will throw a big feast as an elder brother. How could I just sit still? Deso thought to himself, anyone can see that he's venting his anger on the loser. Namkong approached him slightly tipsy, saying, So what? If it were me, I would have brought all the fighters here. As a direct descendant of Namkong, you should be a bit more lenient. Deso furrowed his brow and clenched his fist, growling, Are you trying to add fuel to the fire? He continued to talk to me, and the atmosphere was not bad. Deso's fist froze. Looking around everywhere was lively. People were hugging and laughing as if nothing had happened. Everyone was gathered together, noisy and lively. Namkong and Manang acted as if nothing had happened, still toasting each other. Just a few hours ago, they were eager to point swords at each other, wishing they could kill their opponent. Now they were laughing and chatting like families gathering on a holiday. Deso looked on in agreement, silently thinking it made sense. He turned to Namkong and asked, "How much money did I make today?" Namkong calculated silently and said, "Let's see, since you bet 200 taels, you won 200,000 taels. Hearing this, Deso smiled and said loudly, "All right, with such a big win, let them eat and drink comfortably." Everyone shouted in unison, "Drink, drink until we're drunk." Namkong added, "Truly wonderful." They all got drunk together, shouting, "Drink, drink, drink." Others jumped on this table and danced. "I can't help but dance in such a joyful place." Everyone applauded for him, beautiful. Namkong, red-faced from drinking, patted Botton's shoulder and pointed at himself. "Botton, let's have a duel." Namkong pulled him back. "Elder, please line up. Even if you are an elder, you can't cut in." Namkong calmly continued drinking, ignoring the noise. "Master, you're drunk." The three maidservants gathered together, laughing and chatting happily. "Sisters, did you see the young master flying up and dodging the ungracious attacks?" And they shouted, "Yes, he flies as nimbly as a squirrel." Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside the door, and Namkong pushed the door open, making everyone stunned to see him. Deso immediately spat out his drink, stammering, "Father, why are you here?" Namkong, also drunk, paused for a moment upon seeing him. He couldn't tell heaven from earth, rudely pointing at him. "Oh my, who is this? Isn't he the head of our family?" Everyone looked at him angrily, thinking, "Shut up, you bastard." He boldly threw his arm around Namkong's shoulder, laughing. "Why is everyone suddenly so quiet? I still want to play." Everyone silently pleaded with him, "Please stop." Deso panicked and muttered, "If this continues, we'll all be dead. I need to find a way." Namkong stood up amidst someone's shouting, "Right, what good is the elder Namkong?" He raised his hand calmly, saying, "Suddenly I'm not feeling well, so I have to go now. You all stay and enjoy yourselves." Namkong was stunned, standing stiffly watching the old man leave. Jang Man also hurriedly found an excuse. "I have important business to attend to early tomorrow." People started to get up to say goodbye, some saying, "Oh my, I forgot to take care of the patient." Someone said, "Oh, I also forgot to go to sleep. There's a meeting tomorrow." The elder and the vice captain turned back to ask Jang Neo, team leader, "Didn't you say we would practice for the match?" He nodded. "That's right." Deso looked at that scene, his eyes red with anger. Those despicable people only know how to live for themselves. Namkong stepped forward and said, "Father, you found a treasure," secretly rejoiced. "That's right, if it's the two senior brothers, who would have guessed?" He just lowered his head and said, "See you later." Deso was astonished. "Is that really okay?" That most people had already left, only old Manhwa lay drunk on the ground. Namkong picked up a bottle of wine and said calmly, "This is good wine." Then he used his internal energy to lift the untouched wine bottles, turned around and ordered, "Follow me." Deso silently cried inside, "Huh? Why tell me to follow you? I don't want to go." Nevertheless, he still stammered and obeyed. The father and son climbed onto the roof, sitting and sipping wine. Deso exclaimed, "I never thought I could stand on the roof of the family mansion looking out into the distance." He wondered, "Huh? Over there. Could it be the group of people who fled earlier now returning to gather as if nothing had happened?" Deso shouted, "A bunch of wicked people leaving me all alone." Lihan looked into the distance and clicked his tongue. "Look at that, because of you innocent people who were just lying there got hit." Namkong took a sip of wine and sighed uncomfortably. Deso looked at his father, full of questions. "It's strange, no matter how I look at it, that's my father I see every day." He wondered, why do I feel like he's a bit lonely today? Could it be because of that he came here? Deso recalled the rumor that his father sometimes resembled a regular person. He approached and actively poured wine for Namkong, surprising Lihan. He spoke up, "I've heard people say..." Deso smiled at his father. "To learn to drink wine, you must definitely ask your father." He looked at the full wine cup, silent, and said nothing. The silent atmosphere scared Deso. "Did I say something nonsense? Why is he so pensive? Smile already." He awkwardly scratched his head. "So that's what I see." He sat down, closing himself up, and smiled brightly. "Father seems a bit lonely, so I think if he smiles, it will be better." His sunny smile left his father stunned. Namkong Han seemed to remember his late wife, wondering, why did she look at me and smile back then? The wife only covered her mouth and giggled. He asked, was I really that funny back then? The wife gently replied, how could that be? When she saw him, she felt sad and regretful. She wanted to fill his empty gaze with her smile. He was confused. Why did the sincere wife respond, because I want you to be happy even if I'm not by your side. I hope our child will smile for you. The smile on Deso's face was forced. He looked into the wine cup and gave a faint false smile. He sipped his wine. Who says a father must teach his son to drink? It's really funny, don't get your hopes up. Deso was surprised, clearly seeing his usually stern father just a moment ago. He exclaimed, Father just smiled. Li Han panicked. What? I can't keep up. Deso continued pouring wine, laughing as he said, oh, he was smiling happily. Thinking to himself, I never expected to live to see this. Haha. After a night of indulgent partying, everyone lay scattered in the yard, deep in sleep. Deso held his head on the bed, groaning, how much did I drink yesterday? Someone brought him a bowl of detox soup, gently saying, wake up, drinking this soup will help. Deso felt like he found a savior and quickly took the bowl of soup. After finishing, he turned and smiled brightly. I'm alive again. Thank you, old Baldy. But when he looked closely, he was surprised to realize that it was his third senior brother. Deso awkwardly hurried to put on his clothes and asked, when did you come in? Namkong-san replied seriously. The rumor that you threw a victory celebration has spread throughout the families. Yesterday, after observing your martial arts match, I made a decision. Deso asked in confusion. What decision? Namkong-san said seriously. I have decided to go into seclusion to prepare for the Four Kings match, because you will also be there. Then he looked directly at Deso and declared, I will win this Four Kings match and become the outstanding heir. Deso repeated in confusion, the Four Kings match. Namkong-san turned to leave, saying, I have said everything I need to say. I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself. Before leaving, he turned back and smiled at Deso. I was very pleased yesterday. The expressions of defeat from your two senior brothers were extremely interesting. Deso suddenly realized something. He mumbled, the Four Kings match, the Four Kings match. And then he slapped his forehead and laughed loudly. That's right, the Four Kings match. Why didn't I think of that? Images of this prestigious competition flashed in his mind where fighters under 20 from various schools would compete. The Four Kings match will select the Young King in 4 categories. Young Sword King, Young Fist King, Young Saber King, and Young Shadow King. In particular, the final 4 winners will face each other, and the last one standing will be hailed as the true dragon of the era, becoming the outstanding heir. Deso remembered in his past life when his older brother also participated in the Four Kings match and wanted to compete against their father. His 2 senior brothers had also won before and requested secret information related to the martial arts secret book. He suddenly felt excited, jumped off the bed and shouted, I never thought I would participate in the Four Kings match before, but now it's different. He raised his hand and slapped his arm, telling himself, I am stronger than before. There are still 2 years until the Four Kings match. I must prepare thoroughly. Deso pondered if he won that match, the only thing he wanted was to renounce the direct lineage of the Namkong family. Stepping confidently out of the shadow of his family with determination in his heart, Deso rushed towards the door, flung it open and shouted, quickly wake everyone up. From today, special training for the Four Kings battle will begin. Everyone is still half asleep. Deso continues to shout loudly, everyone wake up now! We must defeat the 3 brothers in the Four Kings battle. While the others are still not fully awake, Deso stands in front of them, waving his hand to signal, everyone must join me in planning how to become stronger in the next 2 years. One person raised their hand hesitantly, asking, excuse me, he is holding his stomach looking pale. When will we have our own stomachs? Deso angrily shouted, go get your own drink. At this moment, Baton stepped forward hurriedly, advising, I understand why you are in such a hurry. Is it because progress is too slow? His words struck a chord with Deso. Baton cheerfully patted him on the shoulder. There's nothing to worry about. Every warrior, whether fast or slow, will eventually face their own wall. Everyone around also chimed in to break that wall. No one else but yourself. No one else but you must realize it yourself. Another person added, that's right, we have done everything we could. Now it's time for you to realize it on your own. Deso frowned, gritting his teeth in frustration. So in the end, do I have to do everything myself? Can't rely on anyone at all. The people around frowned and muttered, That's too much. Manhwa pointed directly at him calmly, saying, If so, why don't you try practicing the martial arts you have learned again? Deso was surprised. Oh, he is holding his head in panic. I have trained so hard that my head hurts like it's being smashed. Now you want me to start learning from the beginning? Namkong gently advised, Please listen to me. When you first learn martial arts, you need to understand its intent. From long range to close combat to assassination. He explained, How strong or weak this martial art is, whether it benefits the individual or the collective, whether to fight head-on or to assassinate. But you have gone in a different direction. Manhwa sighed. You should use your mind to understand first, before practicing with your body. But you did the opposite. He gently added, It may take time, but this is the most standard and effective method. Deso slammed his hand. So that's how it is. Manhwa asked, How many techniques have you practiced so far? Deso raised his face, thought for a moment, and then began to count. Swordsmanship 33 techniques, saber techniques, 15 techniques, fist techniques, 25 foot techniques, 10 assassination techniques, 6 poison techniques, 9 earth techniques, 5 stealth techniques, 7 movement techniques, 29. In addition, there are 18 basic weapons, each with 15 techniques, a total of about 154 techniques. Manhwa was shocked, sighed. That's quite a lot. If you start over with the basics, all these techniques will take at least 15. Deso trembled, stammering, 15? Manhwa tried to comfort him. But I can assure you this, after 15 you will become the most formidable warrior in the martial world. Deso shouted, No! I said I want to win the Four Kings battle in 2 years. Everyone around looked at him with admiring eyes. His will to win is truly strong. Deso was terrified at the thought of falling before the three brothers. If not, I will be in excruciating pain. Baton stroked his chin. If so, then there is a way. Deso jumped up. What did the old man say? Baton stopped him, leaving him feeling disappointed. No. I think this method is completely unfeasible. Deso pointed behind him. If the old man doesn't speak, I will order the steward never to meet him again. He turned towards the lady and called for the steward. Baton grabbed him. How can you exploit personal matters for public affairs? Deso didn't care, continued walking despite the old man pulling at his clothes. I know I will speak. I just need to say it right. Baton panted, holding his chest, asking, Young master, do you know about the wanderers? Deso confusedly replied, Are wanderers those warriors who travel around? The warriors who always roam everywhere, Baton continued. That's right. They cannot approach martial arts in a conventional way because they have no master to guide them. They must fight in real battles rather than through training to master techniques and gain enlightenment. Therefore, young master, you should engage in real battles like a wanderer to train in martial arts. Deso realized, experience in real combat. He pointed behind him, Can't I practice with those old men and the people of Namkong? Baton waved his hand. You should fight against like-minded opponents, not old men like us. He continued, Besides, you are also the nominal heir of Namkong, so we cannot fight against you. Deso stood there, his gaze sadly watching everyone leave in different directions. A sense of indescribable regret welled up in his heart. He blankly thought this was a big issue. Looking at the free birds soaring in the sky, he wondered where he could find a worthy opponent in this peaceful era. Should I give up the Four Kings tournament? I originally intended to use this tournament to compete for the title of the junior master. He bowed his head and looked at his hands, his voice filled with frustration. If so, then that's fine. Memories of the victory with everyone in the battle with the two senior brothers flooded back. Deso clenched his fist, his gaze becoming resolute. He turned to Baton and said with determination that he could not give up the Four Kings tournament. Baton smiled and nodded. Oh. Deso continued, his voice resolute. I have to find a way. For now I will practice diligently. He wandered aimlessly in the training yard, biting his nails in worry. A month had passed, and my strength hadn't improved at all. Panic rose in his heart. The three brothers had shut themselves away to train. He did not know how strong they had become. How long do I have to wait? Remembering Baton's scolding, he sighed. Those old men kept telling me to go out for some fresh air, so I ended up out here. But what should I do now? Suddenly he realized something. He turned back and saw the strategist's hall appearing behind him. Deso mumbled as he wandered around. And I have arrived at the strategist's hall. Let's go visit Ho Anya to see how she's doing. He opened the door and called out to his sister, but only saw Namkong dozing off on the table, drooling. Deso frowned, wondering if this guy was really the deputy strategist. Namkong suddenly woke up, and upon seeing Deso, he became alert right away. "Young master, what wind brings you here?" Deso calmly replied, "I'm just taking a stroll." He looked at Namkong and noticed something on his mouth. "What's that on your mouth?" Namkong removed the paper and said, "Oh, I'm organizing the records of those who performed well in the Four Kings tournament." Deso curiously picked up the stack of papers. Let me see." Suddenly his eyes lit up. "This is it," he exclaimed joyfully as if he had found gold. "That's it." He immediately dashed out of the room. Namkong hurriedly followed, asking young master, "Where are you going?" Deso turned back and shouted, "I'm going to see the two brothers." Namkong smiled brightly. "Are you planning something? I'll go with you then." Deso shouted, "Not at all." He exclaimed with delight, "I've found a way." In Namkong residence, he was sitting and enjoying tea, looking at Deso and asking, "What did you just say?" Deso excitedly replied, "I want you to help me find the secret book of Shaolin Temple. This is not a negotiation. If I win the duel, you will grant my request, right?" Namkong nodded. "If you want to search, it's not impossible. But I have something to ask you." Deso eagerly said, "Go ahead and ask." Namkong stared at Deso, his voice full of questioning. "What are you planning to do in the Four Kings tournament?" The oppressive atmosphere made Deso break out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, "It seems he knows I will participate in the Four Kings tournament. I shouldn't deceive him. I should just tell the truth." He resolutely stated, "I want to win the championship." Namkong scoffed. "You want to defeat the three of them?" Deso nodded, his eyes full of determination. "That's right." Namkong slammed the table, pointing at Deso excitedly, saying, "Good, I will grant your request." Namkong followed Deso, holding a bag full of books. He clapped to signal everyone. "Everyone gather around. We will go to Shaolin Temple, the first three people." Namkong raised his hand joyfully. Me. Deso grimaced, folding one finger down, two left. Battone asked in surprise, "Amitabha, what wind brings you to Shaolin Temple?" Deso confidently replied, "I'm going to have a real experience." Battone looked at him and nodded. "Shaolin Temple should be great." Manang closed his eyes in agreement. "Of course it will be good. But Shaolin Temple is not easy to enter. They will not accept a young master like you." Deso looked at the stack of books he brought back, smiling with delight. "That's why we have to fish. Just throw them a bait that they can't escape from." Mr. Manhwa was excited about such happy news. He couldn't not go. Battone sighed heavily. "If this matter is related to Shaolin Temple, then I cannot avoid it." Deso appeared pleased. "We will set off right away. Everything is ready. Let's gather here." Namkong anxiously called out to him, "Young master, has the head of the family allowed you to go?" Mentioning his father, Deso suddenly remembered, mumbling, "Oh, right." Stepping out of the main hall, seeing everyone cheerful, Deso breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be simpler than I thought. He suddenly recalled his father's advice when returning, "Remember to buy good wine." Deso chuckled softly, "Send a wine-loving fool to buy wine." Looking at the two old men carrying large bags, he wondered, "What is this pile of luggage? Are you two moving houses?" Manhwa laughed heartily. "It's been a while since we've traveled the rivers and lakes. We have to prepare carefully." A foul smell wafted into his nose. Deso, puzzled, sniffed. "What is that smell?" He looked at Namkong tightly hugging the pile of luggage like a treasure, asking in alarm, "Hey, what are you carrying? Why so many kinds of herbs?" Namkong shouted, "These are all my tonics, don't touch them." "Young master, let me see a little." "No way," Namkong warned, "I'm going alone." From a distance, horse-drawn carts loaded with goods were approaching in a line. Namkong joyfully exclaimed, "Young master, look over there, just in time for a merchant group to arrive in Henan. How do you feel about hitching a ride?" Deso shook his head. "No, we should keep our identity as the Namkong family hidden." He pointed at the map. "This is the fastest route from Anhui to Henan." Namkong was surprised. "Huh, is there really such a strange road?" Deso smiled. "If not, then I will create one." Namkong was still confused. "Huh. He tightly hugged the pile of luggage and yelled as they were climbing up the cliff. Manhwa reminded, "Don't look down. If you fall, you won't even find your bones." The four continued their journey over the hills. Namkong couldn't keep up with the other three, only able to shout, "Wait a minute!" He got stuck in the river. Manhwa urged, "Hurry up or you'll be left behind." Baton giggled. Deso could only sigh. Namkong was both angry and crying. "I'm not a warrior like them. Why does life push me into this group?" Finally, he managed to reach the shore, panting as he looked at the bustling market. Namkong wondered, "Is this Henan? Why are there so many fighters?" he exclaimed. "Compared to Hop Fi with the Namkong family, this place is truly a land of martial artists." Manhwa smiled at him, saying, "If you clash with the people here, it will be troublesome." Deso agreed. "That's right." Namkong sat down on the ground, saying, "I'm not going anymore." He was out of breath. "Master, I'm too tired. I can't take another step." Baton advised, "You should train harder." Then Deso pointed to himself and laughed. "I was planning to stop by an inn to eat. Can I take a shower there?" Hearing that there was a break, Namkong immediately jumped up, excited. "Let's go! I know a very good inn!" The two old men saw this and hit him on the head angrily, saying, "Are your legs still fine?" Namkong fell silent, lost in thought. He sighed. "I never expected to step into this shabby inn." Deso laughed loudly. "You are quite loud, aren't you?" Remembering the scene of being chased out by the owner, he said, "Do you think this is a place where a low-level fighter like you can step in?" Namkong clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. "I used a low-level fighter's identity token to hide my identity, yet I couldn't even take a look at the inn and was chased away. When I return to the family, I will definitely change things so that low-level fighters can comfortably enter branches nationwide." Deso gently placed the stack of books on the table, smiling brightly, and suggested, "After resting, let's discuss the main topic." Looking at his pile of books, Manhwa couldn't help but exclaim, "So it turns out your bag contains these things." Baton's face was as dark as ink, frowning. "Too many things all belong to the Namkong family." He ordered, "Namkong, you must investigate the financial situation and the maximum amount that Shaolin Temple can borrow from surrounding sources." Namkong proudly asked back, "You want to learn secrets without revealing your identity, right?" Deso nodded in confirmation. "That's right." Namkong smiled slyly, adding, "The beggars sect can gather information very quickly, but they belong to the 5 factions like Shaolin, so there's a risk our information might be exposed." Deso curiously asked, "So what?" Remembering the other sect full of profit-seekers, Namkong continued, "The remaining ones are the 5th-rate factions, but it will take a lot of money to convince them." Deso reached into his robe, smiling proudly. "I don't need to worry about money." He held out a gold token, saying that Jang Man had lent us the Heaven and Earth Merchant Union token from Namkong, shouting that old Jang Man is really generous. Deso began assigning tasks. "Let's find information about the black market on the way to the 5th-rate faction. That's where all martial arts items are traded." Namkong received the order, complying. He looked at the other two, assigning Old Big Nose should stay nearby to support Namkong when needed. Old Bald should investigate the movements of Shaolin Temple. The two replied in unison. Baton wondered, "Master, what exactly do you intend to do at Shaolin Temple?" Deso pondered, "What to do?" After thinking for a moment, he smiled slyly, raised his hand to make a coin sign, and winked, "I will rob the Shaolin Temple's warehouse." In the training yard of Shaolin Temple, powerful shouts rang out. Countless disciples were enthusiastically practicing under the supervision of Abbot Min Tree. Step Forward, satisfied, commented, "Good, everyone is practicing hard." Seeing this, Min Thien turned to clasp his hands in greeting. Senior brother Min Tree nodded in response. "It's hard work for you, Junior. Are you preparing well for the 4th King match?" Min Thien smiled and replied, "As you can see, there are a few outstanding children among the 3rd-generation disciples." He looked towards one notable disciple. Amid the powerful punches being thrown, they were so enthusiastic that those nearby were startled in fear. Min Thien introduced 3rd-generation disciple Li Qin. "After winning the title of Little King of Fists in this 4th King match, we will reclaim the Tran Long that was stolen by NC." The young man remained focused on practicing his part. Min-Tree seemed very happy. "That's right, if it's Li Qian, I have nothing to worry about." Min Thian added, "If he keeps practicing, this child will definitely surpass the previous abbot." Just then he realized he had misspoken. Turning to look, he saw Min-Tree's forehead bulging, angry, tightening his fist. "So you still rely on that damn intuition, huh? The difficulties that our Shaolin has faced lately are nothing to you." Min Thian hurriedly clasped his hands. "A Dida Fat, the disciple thinks too shallowly." The abbot then reminded, "Stop thinking nonsense. You should focus your mind on training the third-generation disciples instead. The future of Shaolin relies on those children." Min Thian repeated, "A Dida Fat." Suddenly from outside, Mintum rushed in shouting an urgent report. The two other people hurriedly asked, "What's all the noise about?" While the young master was panting from exhaustion, he quickly replied, "The 7 demonic masters have appeared in the black market." This astonished the abbot. His whole body trembled with anger. Behind him, his junior brother said in shock, "Isn't that the martial arts secret from the Shaolin 10 Utmost that was destroyed when the demon sect attacked? Are you sure?" The disciple placed his hand on his chest, affirming, "I saw it with my own eyes." The abbot immediately shouted, "Summon the elders' council right away." At this moment he thought, "People say the power of the 10 Utmost is as strong as the martial arts recorded in the 72 ultimate techniques. It is only passed on to true disciples when the demon sect invades. All who knew about it have died and it has been lost. However, that's just a rumor. There must still be a few survivors who have passed it on." He was determined, "We must find it before it falls into the hands of others." Countless monks were rushing at maximum speed. They did not know they were being watched by the old man. He hurried back to inform everyone, "The 4 great Vajras are coming out." Then he saw and laughed loudly, "The fish has taken the bait." He quickly turned to ask the deputy military advisor, so this was all his doing. They obtained the secret manual through the 5th lower sect in the black market. As the young master said, "Each book costs 50,000 taels of silver. And as we agreed to share 20,000 taels for the black market, 20,000 taels for us, and 10,000 taels for the 5th lower sect." After that, he slammed his hand down on the table. 2 checks of 20,000 taels. "It's ours." His greedy expression began to show clearly again. Holding it in his hand, "I love it so much." The 2 old men had a frustrated look. This scene seemed too familiar. He is indeed a money lover. "And what about our plan?" The deputy strategist had a serious expression. "Everyone can rest assured. It will definitely succeed. Everything is going according to plan." On the Shaolin side, the abbot trembled as he held the secret manual. "Isn't this the great power? 3 techniques. One of the 10 techniques of Shaolin." The others were also happy. Thanks to the abbot's money, we quickly bought 2 volumes for 100,000 taels of silver. Fortunately, at that moment, a disciple rushed in to report to the abbot with a smiling face. Min-Tree cut him off. "I already know. Isn't it in my hands?" But the disciple said that wasn't it. The disciple discovered the remaining 8 volumes of the 10 techniques of Shaolin, spreading the news throughout the market. Upon hearing this news, Min-Tree was so shocked that his eyes seemed to shrink smaller than the earrings he was wearing. Min Thian calmly intervened. "Something very strange is happening. A coincidence can happen once but cannot repeat itself for the 2nd or 3rd time." Min Thian also agreed and added, "That's right, clearly someone is quietly planning." Min-Tree nodded seriously. "I think so too," seeing the consensus they proposed. "If that's the case..." But Min-Tree quickly interrupted. "However, regardless of whose plan it is, this still makes no sense. The return of the 10 techniques of Shaolin to their original position is extremely important." He frowned, his voice thoughtful. "This action does not harm Shaolin. If I detect even a hint of malice or hostility, even if the 10 techniques of Shaolin are the originals, we will not care. We cannot overlook the remaining rites. How can their value compare to the 10 techniques of Shaolin?" Min-Tree turned to ask. "How much do we have left?" Min Thian reported. "We just spent 100,000 taels of silver. We currently have only 200,000 taels left to buy all 8 volumes, needing another 400,000 taels of silver. If we gather the lay disciples in Henan, it might be enough." Min-Tree waved his hand to order. "Hurry up. Gather all the 10 techniques of Shaolin and bring them here." Min Thian and the disciples immediately rushed off like the wind, responding in unison. Understood. Minthian watched them leave, telling himself, there is something unusual, as if someone knows exactly the maximum budget that Shaolin can spend and has taken advantage of this. But will I have to accept it? He reassured himself. Yes, perhaps I am overthinking. Knowing the circumstances of Shaolin, understanding the situation of the lay disciples to carry out such a perfect plan, could an outsider do that? He returned to the Botton Inn, his face pale, mumbling, I don't know if what I'm doing is right or not. Deso held the conical hat in his hand, smiling and asking, Are you scared? Isn't this a mutually beneficial situation? I have the money and Shaolin can find the scriptures they desire. Namkong also enthusiastically called out, Now let's take action together. We have set a trap where the fish gather. Deso's idea is that the Shaolin disciples are exhausted from collecting the scriptures for the sect. Then he held a bag in his hand, sneering, Now let's throw the bait to catch the big fish. Min Tri reached out, his voice trembling. Finally, the 10 unique skills of Shaolin have returned to Shaolin. He took the secret scripture from Min Tom, who was panting heavily. Min Tri praised the disciples for their hard work. From now on, we will be very busy. Choose a new 10 unique skills of Shaolin. If quickly done in 2 years at the Four Kings tournament, where martial arts from all over the world gather, everyone will witness the 10 unique skills of Shaolin. The disciples immediately shouted in unison, We obey your command. Suddenly, a stranger with a hat covering his face appeared, panting. He patted his curved back and said, I guess I need to exercise a bit. Getting here made my back sweat so much. The person beside teased, Didn't I say I would help you? The two argued. Do I need your help? This excitement also surprised Min Tri. A disciple stepped forward to lead the way. Amitabha Buddha, this is the path leading to the abbot. Please use the side gate for your pilgrimage. Deso gently pulled the brim of his hat and replied with a smile. It seems I'm on the right path. I wish to consult the abbot of Shaolin. Min Tri reluctantly stepped forward. I am the abbot of Shaolin. May I ask what you need from me? Deso spoke while unwrapping the cloth covering his hand. I came here to give you something. Min Tri was startled and frowned, wide-eyed, exclaiming, Could it be that what Deso has in hand is a tattered copy of the great monk Pham Thien Ban Yuok Tam Gong? Upon hearing this name, Min Tri was so shocked that he dropped all the books he was holding. Min Tri sighed within. The supreme martial arts of Shaolin, along with the Yi Jing and the cleansing marrow scripture, are the rare martial arts of the first true disciple of Master Bodhidharma. Deso triumphantly laughed. The fish has taken the bait. On the other side, the disciples whispered to each other, Master, please remain calm. How could that be possible? To this day, there have been many copies of the great monk Pham Thien Ban Yuok Tam Gong, but all have been forgeries. The original is indeed being preserved in the Namkong family. Min Tri was not easily swayed and said loudly, You truly know how to joke. According to the rules, whoever dares to slander Shaolin will be punished with a staff. But today, I feel happy, so I will let it go. Without hesitation, Deso directly threw the scripture towards the astonished abbot. He said, I will let the abbot see this. It is a copy of the first half, please read it. If after reading this you still want to punish me, then feel free. Minthian immediately opened the book to look, not forgetting to threaten, If you dare to deceive, don't expect to leave here with your body intact. However, the disciples behind still looked dejected. It seems our senior brother has not yet awakened. Even if we find 10 new techniques during that time, Min Tri's hands holding the secret technique book trembled continuously. He focused intently on each character and exclaimed, This is real! The two disciples exclaimed, Huh! Deso calmly spoke up. Now we can talk again. He pointed at the secret manual, confidently suggesting, 500,000 taels of silver, do you want to buy it? Minthian suspiciously asked, Who are you? At this moment, Namkong took off his hat to greet the abbot. Are you well? Min Tri recognized him, surprised, saying, You are? Then he lowered his voice as if he understood everything. So that's how it is. All of this is part of the deputy strategist's plan. Namkong just chuckled and then suddenly became frenzied. This is the first step for me to conquer the world. First, I will start with Shaolin. Seeing his subordinate suddenly acting strangely, Deso immediately slapped him. What is this crazy guy talking about? Guy! Min Tri turned pale, speculating. The person who can strike the deputy strategist's neck must surely be someone of high status in the Namkong family. At this point, Deso took off his hat, murmuring, "It seems money won't entice Shaolin. So I propose to let me duel with all the third-generation disciples of Shaolin Temple. I will use this book to exchange for 500,000 taels of silver. Isn't this condition quite good?" He concluded with a bright smile. Min Tree was stunned. "So this is the young lord from the rumors. I understand why you know so much about the situation at Shaolin Temple now. It's all because of that old man being so nosy." Baton, who was observing from afar, was startled to hear this. Deso ignored them and continued, "So will the master agree? It seems you are no longer interested in the great monk Pham Thien Ban Nhuk Tum Kung." Before he finished speaking, he turned to leave. "Then I must go to the Hua Shan sect nearby." Seeing this, Abbot Min Tree exclaimed, "Ah," and then he thought to himself, "Indeed, we have fallen into this kid's trap. To revive Shaolin, I have sacrificed the assets of Shaolin Temple and the disciples. I have been blinded by greed." Min Tree grew pale, questioning himself, and then making a decision. He grasped the pendant around his neck and broke it. This action left everyone gaping in astonishment. Baton shouted from a distance, But before he could do anything, Manhwa rushed in to stop him. "Wait, we can't reveal ourselves yet." At this moment, Deso heard the noise behind him, his mind also boiling. What are those old men doing? He turned back to look at the person in front of him, thinking everything would go smoothly, but it turned out to be such a headache. "You want to resign as abbot yourself. From now on, no one will be greedy towards Grandmaster Pham Thien Ban Nhuk Tam Gong anymore." Min Tree stood opposite his opponent, exuding a majestic aura and ready to fight. Min Tam's group awkwardly exclaimed, "This is not the decision of all of us. Why does senior brother have to take on this responsibility?" Min Thien also agreed, persuading, "That's right. Senior brother, please come back." But Min Tri raised his hand to stop both of them. He declared firmly, "From now on, I am just an ordinary martial artist, no longer the abbot of Shaolin Temple." "What's wrong?" Min Tri chuckled. "Didn't you all want to negotiate with me?" Deso quietly noted that the atmosphere had changed, then asked directly, "What do you mean?" And Min Tree pointed at the disciples. "I will negotiate with Shaolin Temple on your behalf. I will listen to what you want." Deso was taken aback. "Really?" He was confused, analyzing the situation, realizing that the tables had turned solely due to the old abbot's decision. It turned out that the one pushed into a difficult position was himself. At that moment, Min Tree resembled a colossal statue, suppressing Deso's arrogance. They say a frog sitting at the bottom of a well is not wrong, but now he should regain his composure and say, "All right, I agree." Min Tree beamed and waved his hand to open the door. "Welcome to Shaolin." Deso glanced to the left, muttering, "I said to do it, not just talk." Then he glanced to the right and saw Baton and Min Tree arguing. Old Baton shouted loudly, "Look at him, he's your master!" Min Tree would not back down, questioning, "Then why did you leave Shaolin?" A monk stood there helplessly, unsure how to stop them. "Oh, how did I end up like this?" He tightly held a grain, wondering, "Should I take it down too?" At this moment, he finally noticed the abbot smiled, lightly, clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. "Come on, let's make peace, let's clarify this. Although the previous abbot allowed me and the third-generation disciples to train with each other, he also wanted to fight with the old bald head, right?" Min Tree agreed. "That's right, just one strike is enough for me to relieve myself." He continued, "But the old bald head doesn't want to be hit." Baton nodded. "That's right." He smugly raised a finger. "Then it's easy, I will exchange Grandmaster Pham Thien Ban Nhuk Tam Gong with the third-generation disciple of Shaolin Temple. As for your matters, you two can handle it. It no longer concerns Shaolin Temple." The two were dumbfounded. "Huh, what?" Min Thien frowned. "So what?" Min Tree had regained his composure, nonchalantly asking, "After fighting with the third-generation disciple, you must hand that old man over to me. Just one day is enough." He cheerfully responded, "All right, let's decide on that." Old Baton cried out in distress, "Who gave you the right to decide that?" Outside in the yard, Shaolin disciples were practicing martial arts when suddenly one disciple stopped, looking into the distance. "Huh?" Min Tam glanced in the direction the disciple pointed, seeing Deso, Min Tree, and Baton approaching them. People around kept discussing, "The abbot is still there, but isn't the person next to the abbot Baton? Is that stranger the young master of the Namkong family as rumored?" He stood opposite Min Tum. I want to train right now. Is that all right, master? The master of the martial arts hall responsible for the third-generation disciples stroked his chin and happily replied, That's fine. The opportunity to fight against someone from the Namkong family is not something easily obtained in this world. I hope you can teach my disciples. He clasped his hands into a fist. Then I can do whatever right. The master of the martial arts hall nodded. That's right, whatever happens, no one can interfere. He stood before a Shaolin disciple who was a head taller than him. Let me ask the master, are you good at fighting? He smirked and thought, let's see who teaches whom. The disciple calmly looked at him. Before we fight, I have something to ask. I heard that the abbot breaking the rules was because of you. Is that true? Oh. He stroked his chin thought for a moment and replied, you could say that. The veins on the disciple's forehead bulged clearly. He was furious and he was about to throw a punch at you. The other disciples outside laughed. You're done for. How can you avoid that distance? But he moved so fast that the naked eye couldn't keep up, leaving his opponent bewildered and unable to react. He didn't hesitate and struck him hard on the head, causing him to slam face first into the ground, defeated in an instant. He laughed heartily. Ha ha, that felt great. Everyone witnessing this scene couldn't help but be astonished. Then another person stepped up to challenge. Come on. He held a wooden staff in his hand. Even if you are the young master of Namkong, don't think you can look down on this Shaolin temple. He didn't bring any provocation, just sneered. Wow, now it's the staff's turn, huh? He swung the staff vigorously, but he easily dodged each blow. The footwork just now wasn't bad, he said, but I won't be easily fooled. He just smiled and quickly rushed towards him. What footwork did my master use? The ultimate technique of the High Nam sect, the Four Seas Flying Phoenix. He retracted the staff and attacked fiercely, but he still managed to evade. Let's see if you can dodge this. The staff was about to hit him, but he placed his right hand on the ground using his left foot to block the blow. Backward return. He was stunned. Can you block my staff with that move? He maintained his position and gained momentum to jump high. Backward return first layer. Double backward return first layer. Double family return. Double mountain return. The staff broke in half. He couldn't believe his eyes. No, it can't be! He struck his head again, taking him down immediately. Someone shouted, he won again. All the Shaolin disciples rushed in to attack him. Let me take the next turn. Let me. The terror of Shaolin is just beginning now. He laughed loudly, haha, it's so fun to be at Shaolin. Soon all the Shaolin disciples were defeated without any armor left. One disciple spoke up. How did he learn the Diamond Heavenly Circle? He frowned in thought. Moreover, his proficiency was even better than mine. He gritted his teeth, jumped high, and attacked with his foot. When it comes to martial arts, I absolutely won't lose. As he was about to strike, all the disciples cheered and rushed forward. But he managed to dodge. Just watch and learn. He was in shock, unable to believe it. He tumbled over once more. How did he kick him straight in the chin from above? Diamond illusion foot technique. Triple overlap. He was knocked far away, his eyes rolled back. The Shaolin people held their heads in worry. He has already defeated 7 people. At this rate, what will happen to the dignity of the third-generation disciples of Shaolin Temple? Suddenly, someone spoke up. Don't worry. A strong-looking master appeared. Next, Lai Quan showcased his skills. That's enough for now. His eyes were full of confidence. Min Tree was lost in thought. I thought it was only in legends, but I never expected to see the heavenly martial body with my own eyes. Deso stood among the defeated disciples, playfully holding a weapon. Should I use a sword now? Unbeknownst to him, someone was watching. The master assessed him a perfect body for martial arts training. He smiled cunningly. But remembering Lai Qian, he radiated a golden aura. It's still too early to face that kid. At least in about 2 years will it be possible to match skills. He waved his hand. The match today ended with Lai Qian kneeling, saying hollowly, Third-generation disciple Lai Qian casually requests the master to continue the duel. He was dumbfounded, thinking, this child has never asked for anything. But does he really want to fight that young master? Seeing Lai Qian still kneeling, he didn't know what to do. Namkong Jian suddenly appeared, his cheerful voice ringing out, Aren't you all curious? The heavenly martial body versus the diamond body. Who will be the winner? I really want to see this match. Min Tree glanced at Min Tam, nodding in agreement. Namkong Jian continued enthusiastically. Let's consider it the final match of today. There's still plenty of time. Don't you all want to watch? Why so quiet? Mintam responded, All right. I allow the two of you to spar, Namkong joyfully exclaimed. Phew, what a relief! Manang also joined in the betting. I bet on the young master Baton, standing silently looking angry. Li Qian stood tall hands together. He asked, Are you ready? Li Qian calmly replied, Of course. He frowned, Why are you so indifferent? Li Qian remained unbothered. I'm 17 years old. He helplessly said, Then being indifferent is fine, he muttered. Huh. A pressure radiated from Li Qian, pushing him back. What's happening? Why do I keep getting pushed back? Li Qian said emotionlessly. If you don't charge in, then let me. He moved quickly, closing in face to face. He swung his sword to attack, but was taken aback by the speed of the boy. So fast, the stick struck directly at Li Qian's face. He smiled. All right, bring it on. Looks like I was a bit careless. Li Qian clenched his fist and struck. Don't be nervous when the fist is about to make contact. He gently parried the blow with a wooden sword. Just one punch after all. The wooden sword broke in half. He widened his eyes. What? The wooden sword not only broke but also exploded into pieces. He tilted his head to avoid the debris. Is the wooden sword made of black bamboo that fragile? Li Qian advised him to choose another wooden sword. He felt annoyed. This should have been a good opportunity. Yet you didn't rush in. You are underestimating me. He threw half of the sword away. Li Qian said, Pick up the sword. If you don't have one, I'll lend you mine. He mimicked, Pick up the sword. If you don't have one, I'll lend you mine. He laughed and extended both hands. I don't need it. I'm good at martial arts. It's up to your skills. He moved quickly and with precision. Depending on 8, he advanced. He poked towards Li Qian's face with 2 fingers. Then he shifted and kicked towards the calf. Li Qian remained still. His calf was swollen and red. He was astonished. What Li Qian's body was like iron unshakable, Li Qian explained. That's why I said you should use a sword. You jumped high, swinging your fist, chanting the Buddha's name. Just finish it. He knew he couldn't avoid it. He thought to himself, Can I dodge it? If not, I'm definitely dead. He decided to take a risk, clenching his fist. If so, then you... What are you doing stomping your feet on the ground? Gather your energy. If you are confident in your diamond hardness, here, watch this. 100 steps, divine fist. The 2 fists collided with a loud bang. He hugged his swollen arm, feeling discomfort. It hurts so much, Mintri exclaimed. Unbelievable. Namkong questioned. Yes, he explained. Facing the 100 steps divine fist and the diamond body directly, yet not falling. Li Qian was worried. How is that possible? He yelled angrily, Don't touch me, you monster! You were excited, blushing. For the first time, someone didn't fall after I tried my best, Mintri commented. It seems like Shaolin Temple has nothing left to teach that kid, if it's Deso. Perhaps there could still be something. Quickly call the medical hall. Namkong Jian painfully handed over the betting money to Manang. Mintri stood watching. Meanwhile, Li Qian chased after Deso, making him angry. Why are you following me around? The physician from the Imperial Medical Hall gently held Deso's hand. He smiled gently, saying, It's a pity. If the strike were just a bit stronger, your bones would have broken, but better this way. It's still better, he continued to ask. It hurts a lot, doesn't it? Hurting to the point of wanting to live and die right. If it hurts, just scream to relieve it. Then he wondered again. Is this normal? Or are you trying to endure the pain because you are a martial artist? Deso grimaced in discomfort. His eyes were filled with annoyance as he looked at the physician. Li Qian stood nearby. Knowing this, he added, Luckily, no bones were broken. You'll definitely recover quickly. Deso sat still, bowing his head. His expression was gloomy. He couldn't take it anymore. He stood up suddenly, shouting directly at Li Qian. Why have you been nagging next to me this whole time? Li Qian calmly replied, I'm just worried about you. Deso didn't hold back. If you're feeling fine, then get lost. Li Qian kept smiling, his gaze full of enthusiasm. No, I will stay by your side until you are fully recovered to continue fighting. Deso was angry. Are you crazy? My bones are nearly shattered. Li Qian clasped his hands together, looking pitiful. Your bones are fine. This is the first time I've fought someone who is still intact like this. Deso was furious, but kept it to himself, silently cursing inside. This monster in Deso's eyes, Li Qian, was a towering wall, one that he currently could not overcome the closer he got. The more he saw that wall clearly, it wasn't built overnight, but rather the result of talent and rigorous training. He was compared to a diamond touching the wound on his hand. Deso thought to himself, it takes a long time to build such a solid foundation, but that's not what we need right now. His gaze rested on Li Qian's body. His entire body was encased in a diamond form. Deso suddenly realized he was missing something. What we need is a body like that. If I had a body like Li Qian's, could I control it as I wish? The speed would be faster, and the strength would be greater. Just like that, I could surpass that wall. Without thinking any further, Deso stood up abruptly. Perhaps the time spent at Shaolin Temple will be longer than I expected. Hearing that Li Qian was delighted, that's great. You can stay here for good. Meanwhile, an old man was slowly climbing down the mountain, suddenly stopping when he saw a strange sight from the bottom of the mountain. Deso was carrying a large rock, taking slow steps up the mountain. The old man exclaimed in surprise, "The turtle!" But Deso paid no attention, persistently climbing up. He recalled the stances for martial arts training. When practicing the lower body, you must first train the horse stance, then gradually increase the methods. Therefore, the perfect combination of these two is to squat down. He practiced how to move forward while reducing the pressure on his legs. The endless mountain range, but he did not hesitate, persistently training. Even walking on flat ground was already difficult, let alone climbing Song Mountain, the most dangerous mountain in the Central Plains. The old man rubbed his eyes. I must be seeing things. But before he could recover, he saw a group of Shaolin disciples also carrying stones climbing up the mountain vigorously. They shouted loudly as they went, "Southern Archery Family." Deso turned to look at the call, but when he turned back, he was truly stunned. Li Qian was leading a group of Shaolin disciples following him to train their strength. Deso helplessly asked, "Why are you all following me?" Li Qian replied cheerfully, "We were just practicing and found that training our lower body was really good." He lightly brushed past him and said, "I'm going ahead." And as he walked, Li Qian turned back and said, "You're moving too slowly. You're making me yawn all day." "I'm going ahead. You can take your time following me." "Okay." Deso was so angry that he just wanted to beat him up but couldn't bring himself to do it. He could only mumble, "Yeah, whatever you say." Li Qian saw his spirits like that and complimented him. "Oh, that's a good posture." The other disciples saw the two had left them far behind and didn't know what to do, getting farther away by the minute. What should they do? Chase after them? Well, just keep at your own pace. From a distance, two masters stood on the cliff observing the scene. Minthian smiled, feeling comforted seeing the disciples energetically training. Mintri laughed. "Lately we have been neglecting our training." When he remembered something, he said, "Oh, right, junior brother, how is the selection of the 10 elite disciples going?" Minthian looked at the group and said, "Junior brother is thinking about selecting 10 disciples from the 3rd generation." He also felt that his junior brother's idea wasn't bad. "Oh, I see. You can follow your own idea." Seeing there was nothing more to say, he immediately challenged him. "Did you clean the front yard this morning?" Then he added in a suggestive tone, "You should go sweep it. Recently, the number of visitors coming to burn incense has increased significantly, so you'll need to sweep a lot." His face turned pale, unable to hide his dissatisfaction. "Do I really have to go?" "Yes. Last year I was still the abbot of Shaolin Temple." He wore a half-pitying, half-teasing smile. "But now you're no longer the abbot, are you? That's why I told you to go back." He reluctantly turned around and went to sweep the yard, mumbling as he walked, "Yeah, where's the broom?" Dropping the stone to the ground, he stood wiping his sweat, thinking, "It's only been 3 months." He tried to stand in a stance, feeling the muscles in his lower body as firm as he thought. The speed was so fast that the masters couldn't keep up. Even if his body improved, he still couldn't catch up to Li Qian. Thinking about this, he felt angry again, asking himself, "But why is the distance to that guy still not closing?" Then he realized, moreover, it's not that he was faster, but he was intentionally maintaining that distance. He picked up the wooden sword and continued practicing, mumbling, "If it goes on like this, I won't be able to catch up to Li Qian." Indeed, when practicing the 3 sword techniques, his mood was still the best. "I feel my body is full of vitality now." He suddenly thought, "Wait, this is..." He stroked his chin in thought, "I don't need to separate martial arts from training, do I? What if I could use the 3 sword techniques in everyday life? Although this is completely different from focusing on internal energy, if I could train while recovering." He finally found the key point. Yes, that's it. It's worth a try. The reason I practice the 3 talents of swordsmanship, if I can open the heavenly wisdom, earthly wisdom, and human wisdom, Then I can merge heaven, earth, and humanity, resonating with the vitality of nature. Because of this, the more I practice the 3 talents of swordsmanship, the more my body's energy will increase. The human body is like the universe if viewed that way. Heavenly wisdom does not necessarily mean heaven. If a person is the universe, then the head is heavenly wisdom, the chest is human wisdom, and the lower body is earthly wisdom. You train with a real sword, and the intermediary that connects these 3 wisdoms is the sword itself. The important thing here is that we must find a way to combine these 3 wisdoms at the same time without needing a sword. He scratched his head, thinking about what method to use. He sighed. Just go out and inhale through the mouth, standing around for a while. His face lit up, indicating he had found the method it was breathing. Baton was startled, pointing in one direction. The old man said, "Look over there." Manhwa heard him call his name, glanced in the direction he pointed, and upon seeing it, he was shocked by what he saw. Deso's entire body was enveloped by a stream of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy from below the ground slowly rose up. When breathing, the breath would merge with the world of fire. Not only from underground, but the spiritual energy from the trees was also drawn in by him. Baton seemed to understand the issue, and explained that child is at an important stage to achieve the 5 primordial energies and the 3 flower peaks, and must definitely overcome the heavenly tribulation. If one cannot endure the heavenly tribulation, they will never reach the highest state. After that, the 2 of them immediately sat down to meditate. The 2 old men emanated a powerful source of energy that enveloped all 3 of them. He kept his eyes closed, focusing on sensing the spiritual energy around him, letting out a hum. One of the 2 old men sternly instructed, "You must concentrate absolutely. Who knows, this might be your only opportunity in life." At that moment, from a distance, Namkong rushed towards them, shouting loudly, "Young master, just finish the instructions, focus." The 2 old men shouted the crazy name in unison. He was still happily running over, completely unaware of the danger lurking. "I have found a way to receive Shaolin in the shortest time." Before getting closer, he ran into an invisible wall. Surprised, he exclaimed, "Oh, what's this?" At that moment, a stone flew from somewhere and hit him right on the head. Namkong let out a tragic cry, "Manhwa." One of the old men angrily shouted, "Are you throwing stones?" Almost caused a major incident because of this crazy guy. He fell to the ground, his head swelling up, his eyes sparkling. The old man turned to him, seeing he hadn't broken his meditation. He breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the heavenly tribulation has not been disrupted. He was awakened by the noise, opened his eyes, and looked around, mumbling, "What the hell are these old men doing?" Seeing the 2 of them seriously protecting him, he thought to himself, "What is the heavenly law? I'm just resting after practicing the 3 sword techniques, so why is there so much noise?" A slight pity welled up in his heart. Yes, Namkong is truly pitiful, always getting beaten for wanting to help him. He decided that it wouldn't do starting tomorrow. He would make him train in martial arts. He was still lying unconscious on the ground, unaware that his days ahead would be nothing short of hell. On the way to Shaolin Temple, the pilgrims looked down the foot of the mountain and joked, "We've arrived as expected of Shaolin Temple. It requires hard training every day." Lei Quan led the group of disciples, carrying stones and climbing the steps one by one. He looked at Lei Quan ahead, determined, "Today I must shorten the distance with him. Let's go." Seeing those 2 role models, the disciples were more motivated. "Haha, I must actively chase after them." Namkong dragged his steps behind, having been left behind by everyone. He gasped for breath, beads of sweat falling, muttering, "Why is it so fast?" Looking up at the steep steps, he felt disheartened. Just stepping up 1 step is exhausting, and yet I'm being asked to climb to the top. Remembering his warning, he didn't dare to disobey. If I don't reach the top, I know the consequences. Tears fell from him, feeling sorry for himself. Why must I, the deputy military advisor, suffer like this? The 2 pilgrims saw him slow and mocked that Turtle seems to have gained weight so slow, taking another break. He hasn't even climbed 3 steps and seems to be making a fuss on purpose. We should go to where that turtle captain is instead. Exactly. He knew he was being humiliated, angry, but unable to do anything, only able to bite his lip, thinking, "I will definitely overturn this world." Above, he walked as fast as he could, but was starting to feel exhausted. He gasped, grinding his teeth, his breaths increasing. If it were a few days ago, I wouldn't have been able to maintain this speed. Think of the breathing technique from yesterday. He took a deep breath. Spiritual energy gradually appeared, spreading from the surrounding plants, gathering in his body. He opened his eyes wide, excited. It worked. As if empowered, he rushed forward quickly, silently thanking himself. He continued to absorb the spiritual energy and soon caught up with Lai Quan. Lai Quan saw him about to catch up and cheerfully said, "Oh, you made it here, that's impressive." But then he put force into his legs, adding, "But the competition is very cruel." His speed suddenly surged, catching him off guard. "Even if he is a young master, I won't back down." He couldn't believe that the other guy had been hiding his strength, suspecting he was cheating, and shouted, "Hey, you secretly using your internal energy?" The boy honestly replied, "I'm not. Why? Aren't you keeping up with me? I'll slow down a bit." He heard this and was so angry that his face twisted, laughing. "What? If you let me win, you'll die with me?" He frantically chased after him, adding to provoke, "Too slow, that bug is trembling on the ground." He also began to lose strength, muttering, "If not, then it's a snail." His eyes gradually lost focus. Everything around him became blurry. Damn it, it's hard to breathe. My heart feels like it's going to burst. His face turned pale, unable to endure any longer. He closed his eyes, and a source of spiritual light appeared in his consciousness, radiating from his feet, secretly sighing. "My consciousness, the spiritual energy is becoming stronger." His legs felt reinvigorated. I can feel it now. Spiritual energy rising from everywhere. This feeling is truly wonderful. He slowly woke up, feeling the firmness of the ground beneath his feet. This ground is really hard. If I step on it, my body weight will significantly decrease. Realizing the key point, he quickly caught up with him. He was startled to see him right behind him. He raised an eyebrow in excitement. "Do you still have something to hide from me?" He didn't bother to reply, but shouted, putting all his strength into running ahead, "I will definitely win!" And neither of them would give way, pushing each other and looking in one direction. That was where the spiritual energy radiated from a large rock. Whoever steps on that rock first will secure victory. No need to schedule in advance, both jumped toward it. He shouted loudly, "Of course it's mine! The immutable diamond, the body technique of Lai Qian couldn't just stand by and let him gain the advantage." He quickly chased after him. It's useless. Both headed toward the source of spiritual energy, stepping on it, gaining momentum, racing forward like an arrow. The peak appeared right before their eyes. This was the last moment to determine victory. "I will go first." After a while, he lay flat on the ground, panting. Next to him, Lai Qian had also been exhausted for a long time. He trembled. "Have I struggled this much and still not determined the winner?" He didn't seem self-satisfied, but gently comforted. "Congratulations, young master, you've just learned the immutable." He looked confused. "Huh?" Seeing that he didn't understand anything, he explained, "You've learned the immutable. This will help you unlock the diamond one step, don't you know?" He replied honestly, "It's the first time I've heard of it." He smiled, his eyes full of admiration. "The young master is truly admirable." He asked, "What is it?" He replied, "The stance of the immutable is a stationary stance starting from the horse stance." He hesitated. "Then there will be no immobility." You nodded. That's right. Motion and immobility are two opposing concepts from which the diamond immobility technique arises. He stroked his chin, thinking, "Until now, besides the three sword techniques, I've simply done what I've seen without truly understanding." You seemed to understand his thoughts, reassuring him. "I know what you're worried about, young master." You clasped your hands, radiating a glow like a person who has attained enlightenment. "You are doing the right thing, so there's no need to worry." Your aura was so bright that he found it blinding. You continued to explain, "Your efforts so far have not been in vain. You can become even stronger, I'm sure of it." He was startled. Seeing this, you were moved and wanted to cry. Your reaction shows that you have seen my true intention. You were so happy that you stomped your feet. "Come on, let me explain further. To understand the true meaning of immobility, you must feel the ground." Li Quan had already thought highly of him, but at this moment his feet were in pain, cramping. "Don't say anything more quickly, help me." Unfortunately, you didn't hear his words and continued lecturing. "You must feel the sounds and the breath of the earth. Only then will you know exactly where to place your foot and how to walk. That's called the first step." You stomped your foot on the ground as an example. The force was so strong that the ground trembled. He was so angry he felt like spitting blood, silently cursing not to shake the ground anymore. After mastering the first step, everything became easier. The ground shook even more violently. He was confused, not understanding what was happening. "What is going on?" You walked over, slapped him on the back, and said, "At that moment, the earth will automatically tell you where to go." You couldn't hold back your strength, making him feel like his soul was about to leave his body. He let out a heartbreaking scream and then fell face first to the ground unconscious. You didn't realize you were the one who caused this. The doctor from the medicine hall looked at you and said with a smile, "This is the first time in 65 years of treating patients that I've seen a patient with such bulging muscles." Li Quan stood next to him, chest puffed up proudly, declaring, "I personally carried the young master to this place." His gaze rested on your tired face. He suddenly thought to himself, "All of this is because of you that I ended up in this situation." You pointed to the bed next to you and added, "There is another patient here. I saw him fainting on the way here." Li Quan glanced and saw Namkong lying unconscious on the bed. Suddenly remembering that he forced you to train together, he exclaimed, "Ah, I forgot." He raised his hand to smell his body, grimacing. "This smell of dirt and stones is really unpleasant. I need to go to the pond to wash up right away." Just as he was about to stand up, his whole body suddenly staggered and fell flat on the ground. "What is this? I can't move," Li Quan quickly explained. Of course, young master just learned the first step like a child learning to walk. Deso frowned, his voice full of dissatisfaction. "If I were a toddler," Li Quan patiently guided. "Imagine the feeling when bending your knees. Only then can the best form be achieved." Deso followed along immediately, feeling a powerful stream of spiritual energy flowing into his body. His legs gradually regained sensation, causing him to exclaim in surprise. "It's strange, this feeling is completely different from before." Suddenly, Deso's eyes widened. "Huh." He saw blue streams of spiritual energy swirling around Li Qian's body in a rhythmic manner. "I have seen it. The footsteps, the breath, the muscles all combine perfectly." Li Qian proudly showed off his bulging muscles. "Right now, it may just look like wielding a sword, but later you will be able to wield a saber skillfully." The image that Li Qian aimed for was a strong body like his own. "The young master will become like this. Let me help you." Deso imagined his face on Li Qian's body, feeling it was strange, so he immediately declined. "Forget it. But I must admit his words are very helpful." He clenched his fists, determined. "It seems I am heading in the right direction. I will definitely become stronger." A year later, on the Shaolin Temple Mountain, Li Qian and Deso were still competing to carry stones while running. Li Qian smirked. "If we count yesterday's match, I have lost 45 out of a total of 99 matches. If I win today, we will tie at 45 out of 45. He dashed forward like an arrow, disregarding all obstacles. "If this continues, he will win. Then I will do it my way." Deso moved gracefully. Each step relied on the firmness of the ground. "I have learned how to walk correctly. Then I will utilize everything I can." He stepped on the tree trunk in front of him, causing it to bend into an arc, then pushed off hard, launching himself up high. Hearing a strange noise, Li Qian turned his head. "What is that?" Deso stepped on his head, sneering. "Just borrowing a little and continuing to jump higher." Li Qian was still confused. "What is it?" Deso placed his hand on the stone tablet, his voice warm. "It's time I will leave Shaolin Temple." Li Qian remained silent. Deso continued. "But before I go, let's have a match." Li Qian clasped his hands, his eyes fierce. "Finally, this day has come. I will use all my strength." Minthin spoke up to remind. "Today, everyone is present here. Everyone must be cautious." The disciples below were slightly surprised to hear him speak, because today's sparring session is allowed to use martial arts. Deso crossed his arms, wearing a confident smile. Minthin continued, "Of course, using internal force can be dangerous, but the disciples here have worked 1,000 times harder than others." Minthin encouraged his disciples, "You are all very strong. Don't be afraid. Give it your all in the match." The disciples listened attentively to his words, their faces showing determination. "Failure is just a stepping stone for further training. That is the true spirit of Shaolin." Deso quietly admired. Just a few words and the atmosphere has completely changed. He couldn't help but compare Minthin and Mintri. He seemed more suited for the role of abbot. The referee signaled the contestants to step onto the stage, and the crowd enthusiastically cheered for the boy from Shaolin Temple. The #1 buzz cut, "Go for it, don't lose." He excitedly stepped into the match. He had changed a lot since their first meeting. Deso asked again, "Really? That guy just yelled and charged forward." Deso used only one hand, striking the left cheek with a palm and causing his opponent to spit blood. He replied shortly, "Me too." Minthin was so angry he turned red and shouted, "Buzzcut #1 is an idiot." Next, the next competitor was defeated in the same way as Buzzcut #1. Deso succinctly said, "Next, Minthin ordered #3. #3 was immediately defeated. He called for number 4, but the results were not much different. Then came number 5. This disciple no longer had the excitement of number 1. He was confused. Wait, clearly we are much stronger now. Li Qian smiled, placed a hand on number 5's shoulder and said, "Sorry, brothers, I'm going to step in. You brothers are no match for Deso." Deso was holding the collar of a Shaolin disciple but still smiled and greeted Li Qian. "You're late and still loud." Li Qian was visibly excited. "I will give it my all from the start." Deso touched the hilt of his sword. "Then you draw your sword pointed at your opponent, and I propose I will use my sword from the beginning. No complaints, right?" Li Qian immediately agreed. All right. On one side, several disciples were listening. Namkong remarked, "Such strong martial arts, it will definitely be worth watching. From now on, it should be very interesting, right?" He continued. "But watching a match without betting is really boring." After scanning the crowd, Namkong stopped on Min Tree. He had found his target. Namkong immediately approached and began to tempt, "Breaking the rules, do you want to bet with me?" Min Tree was annoyed, "Not at all." Namkong quickly tried to persuade, "Don't say that." He directly proposed, "I bet 600,000 taels that the young master will win." The 600,000 taels Min Tree began to be tempted by Namkong. He spoke up, "If you have 600,000 taels, you will regain your face with the honor of the abbot." He immediately asked, "Then what will I bet on?" Namkong smiled cunningly, raising his hand to emphasize his words. "A major elixir. I heard that the abbot of Shaolin Temple holds 3 major elixirs." Min Tree was stunned, incredulous, thinking, "How does he know something only the abbot knows?" Namkong continued to bait. He pretended to leave while finishing, "If you don't like it, I'll go somewhere else." Min Tree hurriedly called out to stop him, "Wait!" He raised one hand to negotiate with Namkong major elixir. "Even though I am still the abbot, I cannot use it carelessly. Instead, we will bet on 5 minor healing pills." Namkong smiled brightly and agreed. "All right," he thought to himself, "because from the very beginning, my target has been the minor healing pills and not the major healing pills. 1 major healing pill is equivalent to 65 power, while a minor healing pill is only worth 15 power each. Even with 5 pills, it's not a bad deal." Min Tree was completely unaware of Namkong calculations. On the contrary, he was secretly mocking, "You are truly foolish. Do you think my skilled Li Qian can be easily defeated? I will not leave you a single coin. Hand over that 600,000 taels to me." They shook hands to sign the contract. Deso looked at Namkong with a look of exasperation, silently asking, "What is he planning to do?" Now Jin Li signaled to start. As soon as he heard Deso jumped off the ground and called out, "All right, quickly approach Li Qian and give it a try." Li Qian immediately went on the defensive as Deso's sword struck his hand. The disciples watching from outside couldn't help but be astonished. "Can you really stop a sword with your hand?" Li Qian used his internal power to envelop his body in an extraordinary force. A martial art that only you have mastered at Shaolin Temple, the indestructible diamond technique. Deso charged again confidently, stating that 1 blow was not enough for you. He continuously struck while provoking Li Qian. "If so, let's see how long you can block it." Deso executed another technique, the 3 talents technique. He visualized the attack method, stepped into the most suitable position to strike with the sword, pointing directly at the target, aiming for the least obstructed path of air, and then he struck down. Li Qian still maintained that defensive stance. Li Qian exerted all his strength to block it and sneered, "Simple." Deso gritted his teeth in disbelief. Li Qian focused his strength into a punch towards Deso, indicating that the force he put into the strike was not small at all. As he glared at Deso and continued speaking, he said that such an attack wouldn't work. Deso thought to himself that he needed to avoid this feeling of oppression first. Li Qian seemed to read his thoughts and directly said, "I did not avoid at all." Deso grimaced, cursing under his breath, "Damn it." Li Qian put all his strength into a direct hit to Deso's stomach, sending him flying quite far. The observing disciples were also startled. Deso remained undeterred, instead bursting into a loud laugh, "Ha ha ha." He was furious. If you truly want it that way, Deso unleashed his power and loudly challenged him to try it. Deso swung his sword, from which a source of 7-colored power emanated. The Shaolin disciples couldn't help but be astonished. "What is that? I have never seen anything like it." "Can someone from Namkong do this?" Batan spoke up. Manhwa, do you know what that is? He replied, I am seeing it for the first time as well, but I can predict what it might be. Manhwa continued, isn't sword energy derived from internal power? Baton agreed that's right. Manhwa continued, but the young master had another way to accumulate internal power. Originally, that source of energy could not merge into a single body. He lamented that is the special ability that only the young master possesses. All that energy converged into sword energy. Lai Qian excitedly rushed to attack Deso. Oh, that's really miraculous. So new, I want to smash it. However, Lai Qian suddenly stopped. He shouted an ah and quickly retreated a few meters before touching Deso. After that, he spoke up, making me startle, thinking he was going to slice. Mintri suddenly exclaimed, how did Lai Qian retreat? Seeing Lai Qian's action, Deso immediately chased after him. I won't let you escape. Deso stomped his foot on the ground, then took a leap. He thought to himself, going into the most solid surface. Deso attacked towards Lai Qian's legs. He assessed the situation. I have secured the surface I wanted. Li Qian prepared to throw a punch. Deso continued to calculate, but he had also discovered the position I had chosen. Lai Qian's strike hit directly on Deso, but Deso remained steadfast in his defense. Meanwhile, the crowd around had begun to buzz about the recent strike. The liquid owner was struck, but he still stood firm, not backing down even a step. Someone in the crowd exclaimed Lai Qian with an excited expression. Said, you can actually withstand that blow, that's impressive. Your body started to transform as you continued, but even though you are my good friend, I will still use all my strength to crush you. If you feel it's not okay, step back. Li Qian's arms gradually turned into diamond, a martial arts form he had trained in. The old Baton who stood beside couldn't help but be amazed when he recognized the technique that Lai Qian was using. That appearance is impossible. He exclaimed Lai Qian's upper body had completely transformed into diamond, and Baton named the technique Diamond Indestructible Divine Art. Seven-star diamond brother Mintri, who stood to the side, laughed triumphantly as he witnessed this scene. That is not something that a newborn can achieve. He said to cultivate the Diamond Indestructible Divine Art, the body must be torn into hundreds of pieces and then gradually reassembled. Without effort and strong belief, it is impossible to succeed. His gaze softened as he looked towards Lai Qian. That is a gentle child, but also the one with the strongest will in Shaolin. He will shorten the path to success for Shaolin and could become a saint once in a century. Namkong Jian, standing beside, chuckled at the thought of the saint after 100 years. Sorry, I couldn't help but laugh. He said laughter echoed, ha ha ha. Mintri was immediately provoked. What are you laughing at? Just that. And you call it a once-in-a-century saint in this remote place. I don't mean to belittle Shaolin, but talents like this are abundant in the Namkong family, at least more than 30 people. Namkong Jian's words immediately put pressure on the Shaolin disciples. They couldn't believe that such strength could belong to as many as 30 people. Namkong Jian observed the situation with half an eye, thinking that it seems to be effective. He continued to calculate, looking at Deso. If I agree with that old man who will support young master, I have to stand by his side. He glanced at Deso's opponent, Lai Qian, and assessed him. Probably about 5 fingers. No, it must be less than 3 fingers. After a moment, he pointed at Deso, declaring, that young master over there is the second best in the martial world. Mintri asked back in confusion. Second best? Then who is the first? Namkong Jian replied solemnly. Of course it's the god of martial arts. Right, that's true. Meanwhile, Deso held his sword tightly, sighing, I'm going crazy. He continued to observe Lai Qian, mumbling, even if I trained hard with 3 sword techniques, I still haven't reached this level. Lai Qian rushed to attack Deso, shouted, Diamond, unmovable! His body moved, striking in the air. If you don't come forward, then let me do it. Deso raised his sword to block the strike, arrogantly responding, just charge in. Either way, I can block it. But Lai Qian pierced through Deso's sword with a single finger, completely catching him off guard. Diamond finger! Deso quickly dodged, letting out a cry. Lai Qian continued to apply pressure, launching a diamond kick. Deso swung his sword, his gaze sharp, clearly preparing to counterattack. When his sword touched Lai Qian's hand, he raised his hand to block. Deso was startled when his sword broke in half. This is Lai Qian taking a deep breath and then exhaling. Deso was amazed by that stance. Lai Qian delivered a punch while executing the 100 steps divine fist technique. Deso's feet stamped hard on the ground as he absorbed Lai Qian's celestial scales technique. He also used the same technique as Lai Qian's 100 steps divine fist. Lai Qian jumped high, evading his opponent's attack, then quickly countered with the 100 Steps Divine Fist, a direct strike aimed straight at Deso, who was holding a solid defensive stance. After attacking, Li Qian immediately retreated to gain momentum for the next assault. Deso's eyes widened in shock as Lai Qian continued to charge forward, but Deso managed to use his hand to block the full-force strike, leaving the crowd around them astonished. What? He blocked the diamond hand. Deso braced himself against the blow, his body trembling, letting out a cry. In his mind, Lai Qian now resembled a fierce bull, and he exclaimed, "This is a bull, not an ordinary person." Still, Deso reminded himself to relax a bit. Otherwise, his body would explode. He spoke up, still bracing himself. "No way! My hands can't take it anymore." Deso let go, and Lai Qian quickly seized the opportunity, catching his opponent off guard. Deso was confused. Closing his eyes, thoughts echoed in his mind. "I've lost." The image of his older brother Namkong's son appeared along with a whisper, "Give up the Four Kings formation." Suddenly, a strange transformation occurred in his body. Even Deso himself couldn't help but be surprised. This is Tai Chi. At that moment, he immediately took a determined stance, maximizing this new power. All right then. After all, the body would shatter anyway. Deso scoffed, his limbs starting to move. "I will try everything to avoid regrets." Li Qian continued to charge at Deso. The Shaolin disciples around covered their faces against the strong wind, exclaiming, "What? How can this be?" Manhwa also exclaimed in disbelief. The four yin and yang shapes have appeared. The technique that Deso was using was the 4HG8 heavenly scales, using small force to defeat large force by borrowing the opponent's strength. Old Master Ba added that it was not only that, but even more. Li Qian shouted, determined not to back down. "I will not lose." Then he switched to another move. This time, with the diamond unbreakable divine skill, Deso was caught off guard. "Could it be that I am growing at this moment?" he commented, but Li Qian's body was very frightening. Deso's eyes widened, determination in his heart. "If now I can still do it." He began to control his weapons. First was the right hand wisdom sword in his right hand, then the left hand cloud sword in his left hand. Deso clearly envisioned the positive energy of the wisdom sword and the negative energy of the cloud sword. Two sources of power that seemed impossible to combine were now concentrating in one place. The two old men watching couldn't help but be astonished. How could he do that when I never taught him to use the cloud sword? Li Qian understood one thing well. If I can break this move, victory will be in my hands. He observed. Deso noted, "That guy is much stronger. If I keep enduring, I will be in danger." Deso unleashed a wave of power around, shouting for it to begin. Li Qian exclaimed in confusion, "Huh, this won't do." Immediately, he was blown away. The surrounding Shaolin disciples were also affected by this massive force. When everything settled down, only a cloud of smoke remained. Li Qian lay motionless on the ground. Old Mintri shouted for Quan Yi, then ordered immediately, "Quickly take Quan Yi to the medicine hall, hurry up." Deso breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, it seems I can test my strength in the Four Kings formation now. Manhwa and Namkong approached the young lord, long live. He smiled broadly and suggested, "We should go for a little chat. Today I will treat everyone." Deso responded, "It's really rare, don't regret it." After the two led the way, Deso turned to look at Baton. He spoke, "Old Baldy." The unexpected words startled Baton. "Huh," Deso continues. "If you're worried, go check it out." Baton asked in doubt. "Really?" Deso replied. "Why not? He has returned to the old house so he can rest comfortably." Baton happily left, not forgetting to express his gratitude. "Thank you, I will repay you in the future." Deso smiled with satisfaction. Of course. However, Min Thien suddenly intervened. "Stop right there," he continued. "The soldiers will be taken care of by Shaolin. Outsiders should not interfere." Baton explained. "I know, but I just want to confirm if he is okay." Suddenly, Mintri launched a surprise attack on Baton. He shouted angrily. "You," Mintri said coldly. "You were once called Baton, respected more than anyone in Shaolin Temple. Back then, even though you lost to Namkong Han, who was younger than you by half a generation and lost an arm, we never gave up hope that you would rise again." He asked angrily, "But what about now? Didn't you abandon us and leave by yourself?" Baton stammered. "Tut!" Mingtree continued. "Do you know how hard we work to protect Shaolin?" His gaze coldly fixed on Baton. "You are no longer one of Shaolin. Go back or you will be beaten and thrown out." Baton gritted his teeth defensively. "Foolish disciple, fine, I understand, go." Mintri signaled. Immediately, the Shaolin disciples moved. he declared. Arhat formation. The disciples quickly formed the battle line. A Jin ordered, "Prepare for the second Arhat formation attack." The elders of Shaolin called out in turn. Third Arhat formation. Enter the fourth Arhat formation. The sixth defensive Arhat formation. Prepare to attack from 3 directions. Bat Tone struggled to hold on. They observed and exchanged views. Now we only have 6 final formations left, Min Tree agreed. They discussed. In the past, only Thien Ma endured to the 6th Arhat formation, he said seriously. But if we had more time, the one who defeated Thien Ma would not be Namkong, but Shaolin itself. The disciples urged Baton as they kept attacking. "Master, that's enough. Please stop." Baton gritted his teeth and endured, then commented, "Quite strong." He scoffed. Baton jumped up high, executing the Arhat grave technique. The elders of Shaolin pointed and ordered, "Quickly catch him. Don't let him escape." Baton channeled his strength into his hands, countering the attack. He struck out, sending many disciples flying. "Great diamond palm," they shouted. Baton unleashed his hand. He used that technique to strike another target. "First finger to heaven," Min Tree instructed. The rear group withdraws their internal energy. Minimize attacks. For the front group, he will continue to strike. Prepare someone to observe Baton's technique next to him. It turns out that martial arts have been used like this. Min Tree asked what it was. This person continued. "This is really a strange force. Yes, it turns out that's why, when my disciple executed it, the energy was so weak." Min Tree shouted loudly, "What are you saying at this moment? Baton spoke you all." Min Tree angrily shouted, "Then let me do it. Don't even think about asking for my mercy later," he commanded. Min Tian Jin So Jin Miu Ming Tum surrounded Baton. Min Tree shouted, "I won't go easy on you anymore." Baton muttered, "So you finally show up?" Min Tree gathered his energy. "I will end this myself. You don't need to fear them." They charged one by one to attack Baton. He was pushed back and let out a cry. Another person attacked from above. Baton dodged the strike gracefully. Another attacked from his left side. Baton gathered energy and unleashed a palm strike. He remarked that over time you haven't been practicing hard. Baton scolded, "You've only gotten hit once and already broken a bone." Min Tree showed his annoyance. The old man is still talking nonsense. "It seems nothing serious yet." Baton laughed heartily. "Do you see that? Age changes physical strength." Min Tree became even more irritated. "I straightforwardly suggest we finish the greetings. Now let's begin. I hope you don't tarnish the dignity of a former Grand Elder of Shaolin." Immediately, everyone began gathering their energy. The first technique has been executed. The heart changes the greatness. The second person used the white crane technique. Others took turns executing the white snake, earth faith, golden leopard, steady body, fierce tiger, and descent techniques. Baton observed them and remarked that you all have improved a lot. He looked at them and said, "You all have worked hard over time." Min Tree suddenly stopped. Baton executed a technique while saying that I have made mistakes in the past. I ask for your forgiveness. Baton's body was wrapped in a source of power stronger than before. At this moment, I will leave everything I have for you. The others were astonished. That is the first technique of the Yijin Jing. Vida offers a trial. The other person was immediately blown away. He jumped up for the second technique. The third technique, 9 Bull's Tail. Then he changed direction to attack the next person. The fourth technique, Unleashing Claw. He used his hand to knock another person away. The fifth technique, 9 Ghosts, Striking Horseblade. When he reached the sixth technique, a sphere of power had formed. The sixth technique, 3 Layers of the Ground. The seventh technique, Phoenix's 3 Claws. The monks observed without taking their eyes off. The 8th technique, Painting the Tiger to add its stripes. The 9th technique, Striking the Bow technique. Baton closed his eyes to execute the final technique. The 10th tune is played. So when the old man finishes, no one dares to move. Min Tree trembles and speaks. The muscle-relaxing sutra of Master Bodhidharma. He sheds tears. So Min Tree continues. Our Shaolin has obtained the great monk Pham Thien the heart-nurturing skill and Bodhidharma's muscle-relaxing sutra. Baton says that over time I have accumulated many debts. The other person replies, "Now let's go." Min Tree presents a string of prayer beads. Baton wonders if this is not your rosary. Min Tree speaks on behalf of Shaolin Temple, hoping you forgive the ignorance about the hardships you have endured. Whenever you wish, please come visit Shaolin Temple. Baton smiles brightly, wearing the prayer beads around his neck, and responds, Amitabha, thank you. Mintri waves goodbye to them. Li Qian laughs. When we meet again, I will be even stronger. He thinks to himself, just wait. On the other hand, Deso and the others have started to head back. They discuss among themselves, the old man is wasting too much time. Ha ha, excuse me, Deso excitedly exclaims, let's go. The next target is to win the Four Kings battle. Deso and the others are on the carriage heading back. Namkong Jian smiles with delight. He is so happy he wants to cry. He says, I have waited for this day for a long time. You have the small elixir box given by the abbot. He turns to observe the others and mumbles, surely everyone is asleep, right? Namkong Jian takes a pill to his mouth. Let me see. Just as he is about to put it in his mouth, Deso Baton and Manang quickly snatch them. They put it in their mouths and even comment in front of Namkong Jian, who is fuming from the recent theft. Oh, the taste is quite good, isn't it? The elixir is indeed a small pill. It has been a long time since I tasted one. It is very good for the body. They take the last pill of his. Oh, there is still this one. He. Then throw the box down on the road under Namkong Jian's astonished gaze. Deso chews while commenting, Namkong Jian really knows how to find these things. A wooden box falls to the ground and shatters. Namkong Jian angrily shouts, what are you doing? You bunch of blockheads. Manang and Baton immediately threaten him with the pressure of the strong. They take turns saying, what is that look? Put that look away. You know what will happen, right? You will lose your life. Namkong Jian cries silently, cursing them, hoo. Even if you are thieves, you shouldn't do that to me. Deso chuckled softly, his tone relaxed. Sorry, I have a habit of eating all kinds of potions without thinking. His words made Namkong Jian suspicious, thinking to himself, could he really come up with such an excuse? Deso continued, his voice filled with excitement. But it's really delicious. Do you have more? His words made Namkong Jian feel anger rising inside, muttering, damn it, I will definitely get my revenge one day. Quickly arriving in Anhui province, as all four of them switched to walking, they couldn't help but exclaim, wow, this place is really crowded. They must all be here to watch the upcoming Four Kings competition. One person hurriedly squeezed through the crowd, loudly saying, the road is already narrow. Don't block it. Move aside quickly. Another person angrily reacted when Deso accidentally bumped into him. Hey, don't push! Another person also spoke up, who just stepped on my foot. Deso fumbled to find a way through, continuously apologizing, sorry for bumping into others. Oh, please excuse me. The young man he just bumped into smiled in response. It's okay. It's a common thing. Deso excitedly pointed to the sword this person was carrying. You must be a martial artist, right? The other man laughed and replied, haha, you guessed right. He continued, I arrived early to participate in the Four Kings competition, but this place is too crowded already. He began to introduce himself. I am Tu Din from Nam An. Deso thought to himself, Nam An isn't that quite far away. Is it one of the places I once wanted to escape to? He said, I also came here to participate in the Four Kings competition currently on my way back. Teodin nodded in understanding. I see we have both been through a lot. Teodin turned to ask Namkong Jian, is this person here for the competition too? Namkong Jian was surprised. Me. Then he smiled and introduced himself. I am a strategist in charge of a small troop. All right, Deso reminded with annoyance. Stop boasting. Teodin asked again. So are you two here as bodyguards? Baton replied, ah, that's a fair way to put it. Teodin commented, just by looking, I can tell that everyone here is an elite expert. You are really fortunate to have such people as your subordinates. I just hope we don't meet too soon in the competition. Meanwhile, Baton transmitted a message to Deso. Hey, young master, do you see them? Deso also replied through thought. I do see them. He looked up, 5 little mice on the roof. Manang added, and 3 over there. They exchanged notes about around 10 people guarding this person who looked innocent, but was definitely not an ordinary character. Could they be from Nam on the Beast Den, said to have power on par with the 9 major factions? On the other hand, there are soldiers moving, and we can sense a strong aura in the distance. Deso remained vigilant as the aura drew closer. Their martial arts are formidable. They gathered to kneel before Deso and reported, we seek an audience with the young master. The leader said, The clan leader sent me here to escort you. The people around gasped, the blood-red army. They looked at Deso, who was now shyly blushing. Young master, this young man. That's why I wanted to hide my identity. A few pointed at him and exclaimed, Master Tuyet Nhu, the master of the Loach. Deso excitedly recounted, the memories of that time still linger in my mind, the way he dodged like a loach slipping away. The more Deso listened, the angrier he became, but Namkong added fuel to the fire. Ah ha ha, Loach fits him perfectly. Deso angrily punched the top of Namkong's head. You're the one who fits that name, Namkong cried out in pain. Deso turned to Tudin. We've just met, but it's a pleasure to know you. He left speaking softly. Now I must take my leave. Moments later, Teoding discreetly glanced at the fleeting smile on his lips, then turned to the person beside him and gently asked, What do you think about this? The other person, who was hiding in the shadows, spoke up. Those two old men. Then he continued recounting what had just happened. They discovered our presence here. Baton immediately warned, Don't cause trouble or prepare to say goodbye to your teeth. Manhwa added, his voice full of curiosity. How interesting, that's the secret technique to conceal one's aura. It seems a little different from what we've seen in Central Plains. I assess their strength is certainly not inferior to ours. They might even be stronger. Tuding smiled and replied, You are the master of the Naman Beast House, one of the top 5. To say that is indeed interesting. He continued to ask, And about that young master, what about him? The guy replied, Unfortunately, we couldn't meet Namkong's son, who has the highest chance of winning. Instead, we meet the young master known as Katrak. But he also belongs to the lineage of the heavenly martial body. Just meeting him once will surely be beneficial later. He turned to ask, Young master, what do you think? Tuding replied, At first glance, he seems to be a strong martial artist. I liken him to a tree planted in a garden which cannot compare to a wild-growing tree. Then he remarked, Perhaps because he grew up in luxury, I don't sense any sharpness from him. Tuding chuckled and continued. It seems he doesn't realize the talented martial artists around him. I see that young master is only at that level. The guy looked at him, his gaze changing, and asked directly, If you had to face him in this competition, would you win? Tuding's eyes became serious, his aura rising, making those standing afar feel it too. He replied with a faint smile, Haha, you are worrying too much. Do you really think I would lose to someone like him? The soldier leading Deso to the clan leader's room said, The clan leader is waiting for you inside. Please come in. Even standing outside, Deso could feel the pressure from within. The group spoke up, Leave Deso alone. We're leaving. He turned around and scolded them. You cowardly bunch, fine, just go ahead. Get out of here quickly, Manhwa replied. Even if you don't chase us away, we would leave anyway. Deso slowly walked in, and upon seeing him, someone asked, Did you bring good wine for me? Deso was startled, memories flooding back from his return. Remember to bring good wine for me. He broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, I'm done for, damn it. Deso scratched his head and laughed loudly, but his face was more tense than ever. He laughed to the point of tears, thinking to himself, Yeah, just keep laughing. If my father sees me laughing, he probably won't have the heart to punish me. Namkong replied, Well, I can guess what's going on. Then he ordered the guards to bring tea up. They immediately moved under Deso's astonished gaze. He observed him, thinking to himself, He can completely sense the stealth technique of the hidden guards. The training period in Shaolin seems not to have been in vain. Namkong asked, Tell me, what did you see at Shaolin? Deso honestly replied, At Shaolin, I saw a white tiger that has protected the mountain for many years, and another guard who has also watched over that mountain. Although he is young, I saw a master with a diamond body. In the future, that person's martial arts will reach an unparalleled level. Namkong continued to ask, Very interesting. How does it compare to Namkong? Deso answered, If only one branch of the Namkong army went there, the result would be mutual destruction. At least 2 large armies would be needed to completely subdue Shaolin. Namkong thought to himself, The boy's assessment is accurate. He moved to the tea table that had been brought up and said, Let's drink tea while we talk. Namkong poured the tea and steam rose thickly. Deso grimaced, thinking to himself, when holding the teacup, ouch, too hot. Why is it so hot? What are you doing? Why don't you drink? Deso had no choice but to take a sip of the scalding tea. Deso suddenly realized something. Dad, it's really hot, isn't it? Namkong then asked, do you really want to participate in the Four Kings competition? Deso replied straightforwardly, yes. Namkong said seriously, at this rate, it will be hard for you to defeat the 3 second-generation fighters. Deso was surprised, and Namkong continued. Many might think that the boy has secluded himself to train to win this martial arts competition, but you know the real reason. Deso suddenly recalled the look in Namkong-sun's eyes, the way he looked at him. He spoke up, I know it's because of me, right? Since that day, he has only targeted me. Deso clenched his fist tightly. But that doesn't mean that I will give up. He firmly declared in this competition that he would definitely defeat. Namkong stood up and asked again, so you have learned something at Shaolin, right? If you're that confident, then it must be true. Very good. He suggested, since you're so confident, convince me. Deso picked up his sword without hesitation and replied, I will show my father. He excitedly drew his sword and continued, I've always wanted to experience for myself why everyone fears my father so much. Namkong remarked, that's quite a strong spirit, then come here. As soon as he finished speaking, Deso charged in to attack, shouting loudly as he moved. The first step was for him to aim at the ground where Namkong was standing, causing his opponent to lose balance. He successfully made the man move toward the weakest point on the ground. I understand what it means to be as solid as a rock. Deso laughed and continued, if there are no openings, then create one. Even if he is my father, he can't stand firmly on the floor like that. Namkong stomped his foot on the floor, surprising Deso. Is he breaking the floor on the other side to maintain balance? He spoke that 20 liang is the price to fix the floor that you just damaged. 20 liang of gold. Deso was even more confused. In an instant, Namkong closed the distance with Deso. What? He snapped his fingers, and the sword in Deso's hand flew up and lodged itself in the ceiling. He continued, another 10 liang of gold. Deso incredulously exclaimed, the pinky! Why did your sword loosen and fall, breaking a vase below? Namkong continued, what a pity. His words left Deso stunned. There are so many things here, yet I broke it. That porcelain vase is worth 500 liang. Deso was in a state of extreme confusion. Sweat poured down his face as he thought of a way to escape. Run quickly, get away from Namkong. Immediately, Namkong moved in and flicked Deso on the forehead. He flew away. Deso couldn't believe it, thinking to himself, I'm flying. Namkong remarked, I used enough force to knock you out, but you're quite sturdy. Deso remained on guard. Seeing a vase in front of him, he was frightened. No! That vase must be worth at least 100 liang. Then he exerted his energy to avoid crashing into it. I'll bet everything on this move. Deso successfully changed direction and landed. Namkong spoke, very resilient. I didn't expect you to change direction in mid-air like that. Yeah, but that vase was just a fake. I intentionally threw you toward it, so you wasted your effort. He continued. The part of the floor you just damaged adds another 40 liang. That's a total of 570 liang now. Don't worry, I will definitely settle the debt with you. Manang spoke up when he saw Bakton place a bottle of wine on the table. Oh, so you finally decided to drink it. He replied, I worked hard to steal it out of Shaolin. Then he continued to tease the woman. But if I could drink it with this lady, it would be worth it. Would the lady like to drink with me? She replied, you all go ahead and drink first. I will bring some food from the kitchen. Manhwa was startled when Namkong opened the door carrying Deso in his arms. He wondered, why did you come here? Namkong did not answer. He was busy examining the wine bottle. So, the bottle of wine I heard you brought back is here. Bakton quickly interjected to stop him. Wait a minute. Manhwa warned, if you don't hand it over, both of us will surely die. Uncle Tan quickly replied, please wait a moment. There must be another way, right? Manhwa didn't give him a chance to say more forcefully, handing over the wine bottle despite Uncle Tan's screams. No way! Namkong glanced at the wine bottle in his hand and commented, not bad. He threw Deso towards the steward. Order Li Han to treat the boy. Then he added, just say it's the chief's order. He won't dare to complain. The steward caught Deso bowing to accept the order. I understand, sir. She bowed respectfully as Namkong Han left. Please come in, my lord. Manhwa spoke up after Namkong Han had disappeared. We should go inside as well, madame. Uncle Ton glared angrily at the wine bottle while the steward agreed with Manhwa. Yes, of course. Please, you two take your time to rest. She looked at Deso and exclaimed, Only a year and I didn't even recognize you. It's as if just yesterday you were still a toddler learning to walk. She smiled and continued watching. It turns out the chief is very concerned about the first master of the fourth heavenly clan. The message from the Namkong family about the fourth king competition has been delivered. The one reading it is the leader of the fourth heavenly clan Jang Man. Where is it? The content of the competition includes first, the fourth king competition will be held at the Namkong family. Second, the date will remain as usual. Third, there is no limit on the number of participants. Fourth, the age of the contestants must be between 15 and 20 years old. Fifth, contestants who made it to the final round last year. Sixth, only 2 people from the Namkong family will participate, namely Namkong Son and Deso. Seventh, that's all from Marshal St. Namkong Han. Eighth, if there are any complaints, come to confront me directly. Others worriedly spoke up. Sir Jang Man angrily crumpled the notice. Very interesting, one person said. I don't know what his purpose is, but this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Another agreed, yes, indeed. They continued. Until now, the Namkong family has always sent about 50 disciples, while other sects send up to 100 disciples. Then they calculated, if what this letter says is true, with only 2 people from the Namkong family participating, it will be very easy to gather many people to watch them. If so, not only the fourth kings, but perhaps we can also aim for the highest position in the competition we have long desired. Jang Man thought, but he asked back. Have you ever seen Marshal Saint directly intervene in the fourth king competition? The group responded meekly. No, sir. He exuded an oppressive aura as he continued. That guy called Marshal Saint seems unusually interested in this fourth king competition, doesn't he? He schemed. If those 2 are ruthlessly trampled right before Marshal Saint's eyes, just imagine the ugly expression on Namkong Han's face. It would indeed be a sight worth witnessing. Jang Man slammed the table. All right, I will personally participate in this fourth king competition. He ordered to quickly inform the disciples and prepare everything. The subordinates hurried to follow the orders. A similar situation occurred throughout the martial world. And they were all surprised. Is it really just 2 people? Some sects even planned to cooperate with each other. Their plot was too obvious. Let's overthrow the Namkong family. In some places, training was intensified, but one thing was very clear. Along with this letter, Namkong Son and Deso had become a common enemy for everyone in the Four Kings competition. Deso clutched his head and sighed. Oh, what is my father thinking? He spoke up. It's clear that we will be isolated. What did my 3 brothers say? Namkong John replied. How could he repeat what Namkong Son said? He said it was really interesting. Deso cried indeed he would say that. He dashed off while continuing, well then this is not the time to lie around like this. Deso ordered gather everyone immediately. He was determined from now on we will start training hard for the next 5 months. Come on everyone, if you're not tired to the point of collapse, don't even think about resting. 5 months later, the participants gathered here to take part in the competition. Elder Lai Dong-hu of the Dimthung sect expressed his displeasure as he spoke. They are just checking the identities of the participants. Why make others wait so long? Even if it is the Namkong family, one should not have such a disrespectful attitude. The people of Namkong leisurely stepped forward and said slowly, It has been confirmed if you go inside, we will take you to your accommodation. Hugh asked back in annoyance, Do you know who I am? You've made us wait like this, at least treat us nicely, right? From behind, another voice rang out, Oh, what are you doing here? Who was startled to see the flag behind that person? What is that, a royal decree? How could this person possibly be a member of the royal family exchanging with the Namkong people? It seems the Namkong family is quite busy. I didn't expect you to be doing such trivial work. The other person replied, when important guests arrive, even more than thieves like this. At least you should receive them with some formality. Hugh thought to himself, thieves, huh? The 2 continued, We have prepared another place for you. Please come inside. Hu politely asked, May I ask what title this esteemed person has? The other person replied, Oh, it seems you haven't heard my introduction yet. Hu wondered why a gatekeeper suddenly. His expression changed as if he remembered something. Wait a minute. Don't tell me 5 years ago the one behind the incident known as the stain of the Diamthung sect. The other person chuckled. Hee, so you still remember the official Jian Namkong Dung? Hu was astonished. The elder of the Namkong family is here. He pointed in another direction. So does that mean everyone here is... Well, that's right. A nameless person speaking loudly to the elder of the Namkong family. Do you know who I am to treat me this way? A mere gatekeeper dares... The other person angrily grabbed him. Do you think you're the heavenly demon king? He overpowered him. It's just a trivial matter, yet you're making such a fuss. Hu realized one thing. They are all elders of the Namkong family. He turned pale in shock. Who would have thought that the Namkong family would send elders to guard the gate? Then he worriedly thought, what will happen in this four kings competition? So the people of Namkong are lying all over the ground while Deso is still diligently training. The manager approached. Young master, it's time to participate in the qualifiers of the Four Kings competition. He opened his eyes and replied, I know. Then he stood up, releasing his power one last time. A strong wind swept through and he smiled contentedly. Now I'm ready. Deso continued, I'm off. The manager smiled kindly. Safe travels, my lord. Deso looked at the condition of those people and instructed, remember to give some gifts to make up for these old fools and let them rest. The manager acknowledged, I understand. Then he asked, oh, right, manager, do you have any silver? The manager looked puzzled. Why would you still need your own money? Deso grinned. Of course, because I want to make a big profit. As Deso entered, all eyes were on him and he sighed. Oh, it seems a lot of people have gathered here. They all had the same thought. That guy, that brat. To them, he was the embodiment of the snow-carp young master Deso. Deso had nothing more to say. A voice spoke up. I will crush all of them. Other participants